Want to grab a bite together tomorrow? Chen Nian sent the message to Sha Wen, the campus belle of Linhai University. Suddenly, the status changed to typing. Chen Nian felt a bit nervous. To his surprise, the first thing that appeared was a screenshot. It was a screenshot of his own chat history. Bro, how should I reject this simp? Chen Nian? Sorry, sent it to the wrong person. She didn't even bother to recall the previous message. Chen Nian, I'll be honest with you, stop simping for me. Although you look okay, who would be interested in a shut-in who does nothing but play games and read web novels all day without any ambition? People should have some self-awareness, you know? Chen Nian didn't reply, he just blocked her directly. What's wrong with being a shut-in who plays games? Did reading novels offend you? Did I eat your rice? Actually, Chen Nian is very popular, especially online. Xiaowen doesn't know that Chen Nian is pursued by many girls every day, for instance, right now. Brother, why haven't you replied to me yet? Will you stay on the phone with me while I sleep tonight? Don't make me beg you, brother. You have received a transfer of Hytrine 14. I'm wearing black stockings today. Do you want to see my legs? Chen Nian? I can look at the legs. Images, images, images. Do they look good? I can even mail you my worn stockings. Just give me your address. Chen Nian, maybe next time. It's all messages from girls. Of course, Chen Nian isn't a scumbag. These girls are all people he met in the game Calamity. This is a globally popular, massive online game with hundreds of millions of players, and Chen Nian is the strongest player in Calamity. So we although on the flows of fellows. When millions of monster tides, behemoths of Calamity, and ancient beasts gathered to deal a devastating blow to the player's main city, he stood alone at the city gates, turning the land into a sea of corpses, saving the day single-handedly and shocking the entire world. He possesses the world's only profession, Saint of Word Spirits, where his words become reality, earning him countless fangirls across the globe. His ID is silent. A holy monument in the hearts of millions of players, an existence that can only be looked up to. Chilling, the Flame Archmage, a goddess with millions of followers, confessed her love to Chen Nian with a sea of fire. Rumor has it that in reality, she is the precious daughter of a national defense general. The Ice Queen Luo Shui used her peak ice abilities to break through a 10,000-mile forbidden zone just to retrieve a Nirvana flower for Chen Nian. Legend has it she comes from the famous Zhao family in the martial arts world and is an 18-year-old genius. The high and mighty sword fairy in others' eyes is just a lively and cute little sister Xiao-Qi to him, always wanting to cling to him. There are rumors that she is the daughter of the global top 100 Su Corporation. In this game, there are simply too many people in love with Chen Nian. Countless rich women want to pin him down in bed. However, Chen Nian always adheres to one principle. Online dating is unreliable. That is why he was seriously pursuing Sha Wen, hoping for a real-life relationship. Yet just a moment ago, Sha Wen insulted him as an unambitious shut-in. Actually, Sha Wen doesn't know that Chen Nian has already made a fortune playing games, bought his own villa and luxury car, and holds hundreds of millions in assets. All of this was earned by him, a college student, on his own. It seems that dating in reality isn't all that great anyway, so forget it. Boom! A bolt of red lightning flashed outside the window. Chen Nian walked to the balcony, pulled back the curtains, and the scene before him left him stunned. The sky was torn apart. A blood moon hung in the air. Crows were screaming. Fierce winds were roaring. It had suddenly become like the apocalypse had descended. At the same time, golden text appeared before Chen Nian's eyes. The game Calamity has merged with the real world. Monster deployment is complete. Detecting that your character possesses the unique talent Saint of Word Spirits, inheriting it now, and I Copernic minus versing violation and hard really trying all really trying to reach at this point. What was weird? Think always all the same for certain. What? The game has merged with the real world? Chen Nian was dumbfounded at first, but as a shut-in who has read many novels, he quickly understood what it meant. It means that the monsters and dungeons from the game will appear in reality, and people will be able to unlock their genetic chains, gain supernatural abilities, and possess godlike powers. What's even more absurd is that he has inherited his talent Saint of Word Spirits from the game. This is the most overpowered and strongest talent in Calamity, the only one in the world. It was precisely this talent that led Chen Nian on the path to becoming the Supreme King. Is this for real? At first, Chen Nian was wondering if he was dreaming. Status panel, name, Chen Nian. Talent, Saint of Word Spirits. Genetic level, level 1. First tier. Genetic energy, 0. He tried summoning his status panel, and to his surprise, a screen of light actually appeared before him. Chen Nian was stunned. It was exactly the same as in the game. There are 99 genetic levels in total. Once maxed out, one can unlock the genetic chain and advance to the next tier. Genetic energy equals experience points. So does this mean he kept the talent he gained in the game, but everything else starts from zero? The prompt appeared again. Please draw your initial word spirit. Normally, word spirits are unlocked slowly based on one's genetic level. But when first acquiring this talent, you can ignore the level requirements and draw one directly. Even extremely dangerous word spirits can be used right away. Countless profound golden characters appeared before Chen Nian. He pointed his index finger forward, and suddenly golden light exploded as if stars were bursting. Sequence 121. Word Spirit Judgment Golden Sword has been awakened. Chen Nian took a deep breath, unable to contain his joy. This is a high-risk word spirit that can usually only be learned in the late game. How powerful is the Judgment Golden Sword? As long as it is within the domain, the Golden Sword hangs in the air, allowing him to command the life and death of any creature. Once upon a time, Chen Nian used this word spirit to repel 10 legions of demons and was worshipped by thousands. Starting off with this word spirit, isn't he invincible? Ah! A woman's scream suddenly came from outside. That scream from the female neighbor next door? Chen Nian had no time to think. He flipped over and jumped down from the second-floor window. When he got outside, he found several demon dogs as black as ink with blood-red pupils attacking the neighbor's yard. The monsters from the game have already infiltrated reality. They are attacking humans indiscriminately. I'll test the power of my word spirit on these monsters first. Lucy is Chen Nian's neighbor, a beautiful and sweet girl in her early 20s and exceptionally diligent. She was originally watering the flowers and plants in the yard when suddenly the stainless steel gate outside let out a piercing boom. She turned her head and saw a giant black dog outside the gate, its sharp teeth biting the fence, with hot saliva dripping onto the ground. It was terrifying. Thinking it was just someone's pet dog and that she could drive it away, she grabbed a laundry pole and walked forward. But she never expected... There were 2, 3, 4 of those horrific black dogs. Their pupils flashed with a chilling, eerie light, and they gnawed at the stainless steel with their sharp teeth, producing a constant grinding sound. Then, a scene even more hair-raising occurred. The stainless steel was actually bitten and bent by brute force. With a loud clatter, the laundry pole fell to the ground, and Lucy was so scared she collapsed, her spine chilling and her body trembling. Monster! Monster! Finally, the gate was completely torn apart. The ink-black, vicious dogs, drooling with saliva, moved their thick limbs into the yard. Trapped in the middle, Lucy looked just like a lamb being hunted by wild beasts. Sister Lu! A figure rushed in from the side. Little Chen, Looking at the young figure shielding her, Lucy was filled with shock. In her eyes, this neighbor was a homebody who rarely left the house, loved staying indoors to play games, and was seldom seen on a daily basis. She never imagined that in such a dangerous moment, he would be the first to rush out to protect her. Chen Nian glanced over. They were just a few low-level Tier 1 monsters. He just didn't expect these monsters to have infiltrated reality so quickly and started attacking humans indiscriminately. This is a good chance to test the power of spirit speech. A few obscure syllables popped out of his mouth, sounding like incantations carved on an ancient stone tablet. Sequence 121, Spirit Speech, Golden Sword of Judgment. In the night, a pair of gleaming golden eyes suddenly lit up, their glow filled with indifference and majesty, as if he were a king ruling over all things. This is a domain-based ability centered on himself, and all living things within this domain are subject to his will. Roar! Roar. The demon dogs could no longer hold back and charge together. They were now more ferocious than a pack of wolves, with teeth capable of snapping steel bars and crushing human skulls in an instant. Lucy screamed in terror. But the scene that followed would be one she would never forget for the rest of her life. Those devilish hunting dogs were torn to shreds in midair without warning, then transformed into black smoke and slowly dissipated. What is going on? Am I dreaming? Why does the younger brother next door, who only plays games, suddenly have superpowers? The golden glow in Chen Nian's pupils quickly faded. Using the Golden Sword of Judgment against these minor monsters was indeed overkill. This was originally a super high-risk spirit speech used to deal with powerful monsters, even capable of battling monsters of the Ghost God class. Destroying them instantly was naturally no surprise. Gene Energy plus 10. Gene Energy plus 10. Gene Energy plus 10. Chen Nian leveled up directly to level 3. The basic rule of gaining gene energy by killing monsters to level up remained unchanged. Are you okay, Sister Sai? I'm fine. Holding Chen Nian's hand to stand up, Liu Si, still weak in the legs, nearly fell right into his arms. So much sense of security. Little Chen, what exactly are you, and what are these monsters? Chen Nian explained, Sister Liu, you must have seen the notification earlier too. Perhaps the world is about to change. After settling his neighbor, Chen Nian continued to sort out the current situation. Opening his phone, he saw that the news trends were already completely dominated. Game and reality merging? It's absurd, but we have to believe it. Monster attacks in multiple parts of the city, a great world mutation. Where should humanity go from here? Game talents can actually be inherited. Multiple gamers possess extraordinary powers. This is definitely no coincidence. Portals have appeared in many places in the city. Monsters are suspected to have entered through them, calling for superpowered individuals to guard the portals. Chen Nian took a brief look. These were just the lowest level monsters, yet they had already caused a huge impact on the human world. But he knew the truly terrifying thing was the Blood Moon Calamity that would descend in a month. The Blood Moon Calamity was the first large-scale disaster in the game, which caught players off guard and led to the slaughter of a major city with millions of players. Players resurrected countless times before finally managing to defend against it. But there is no resurrection in reality! Dead is dead. Chen Nian's primary goal was clear: get as strong as possible before the Blood Moon Calamity descends to protect himself and the important people around him. Since he gained his in-game talent, other gamers should have gained theirs too. He must not expose his identity. Otherwise, those fangirls and wealthy women coming to his door would be more than he could handle. The class chat group had already exploded. Liu Yu, oh my god, is everything in the news real? Luo Qingqing, will those game monsters really appear in our reality? Anyone who played that game, please come out and talk. Ma Dawei, haha, I played it, and I've already obtained the Pyromancer talent. Shu Song, amazing. Brother, can I hitch a ride? Please carry me. Zhang Chen, I had the Sword Emperor talent in the game, and now I've awakened it too. Haha. XXX Sword Emperor? My god, that sounds powerful. XXX, brother, where are you now? Can I come find you? I'm so scared. Messages were flooding in at a rate of dozens per second, and Chen Nian couldn't keep up at all. However, one piece of information could be gathered. People with talents were already showing a trend of becoming superior beings. And from now on, this trend would become even more pronounced. Ordinary people without talents might just end up as cannon fodder. The era has completely changed. Chen Nian dared not imagine the sensation that would be caused if his identity were exposed. By then, it wouldn't just be a few women. The whole world would probably fight to claim him, right? Chen Nian's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Xia Wen, the school beauty who had rejected and blocked Chen Nian not long ago, even calling him a sycophant. What is she calling for now? Chen Nian pressed the answer button with a cold expression. Chen Nian, where are you? There are so many monsters on the street. I know you played that game. You must have awakened your ability too, right? Hurry, come over and protect me now. I can give you a chance to be my boyfriend. Xia Wen just came out of the bar. She was wearing a wine-red miniskirt showing off her fair thighs. She looked enchanting and alluring, her drunken face flushed with red. Holding her was a rich second-generation heir she had just met. Baby, let me take you to a hotel, huh? But after just a few steps, the man's head was suddenly snatched by a giant mouth and he was left hanging in midair. Ah! Help! Xia Wen was scared out of her wits on the spot, her drunkenness vanishing instantly. Only then did she realize that the game merging with reality was true. Forget about the rich guy. She fled desperately, hid behind a trash can in a corner, and frantically tried to call for help. Who can save me? Right? Chen Nian, he can do it. Xia Wen immediately dialed Chen Nian's number, and the moment it connected, she shouted, I'm surrounded by monsters. Save me. I'll give you a chance to be my boyfriend. Okay. Chen Nian hung up the phone. On the other end, Xia Wen couldn't help but force a smile. Great, a simp is still a simp. I didn't expect that kind of shut-in nerd to be useful for once, so I'll just make do and use him. After being humiliated like that earlier, he's still shamelessly coming to protect me. He's really a spineless fool who's never seen a woman before. If I have to blame someone, I'll blame myself for being too beautiful, huh? Wait, Xia Wen suddenly realized something was wrong. Chen Nian didn't even ask where she was just now. How is he going to get here? Cries of agony kept coming from outside. The street was in chaos, and someone was torn to pieces not far away, making Xia Wen's heart race. She called Chen Nian again. The number you dialed is temporarily unreachable. Please try again later. The number you dialed is temporarily unreachable. He blocked me. Anger, confusion, shock, disbelief, and fear intertwined in Sha Wen's heart. She never imagined that a mere simp could actually have a temper. What made her even angrier was that Chen Nian turned around and started chatting in the class group, and several girls were even actively fawning over him. Chen Nian, you just wait! One day I'll make you regret this. Facing the current chaotic global situation, the authorities of the Dragon Kingdom reacted as quickly as possible. Emergency text notifications flooded phones, while drones and police cars equipped with loudspeakers broadcasted everywhere in the city. Important notice! All residents are advised to stay indoors and not go out. Important notice. Those with extraordinary powers are requested to contact the local law enforcement team as soon as possible to help protect the public. Please stay away from the teleportation circles that have suddenly appeared in the city. These areas are highly prone to monster activity. Please find a safe place to take refuge. Repeating again. Chen Nian knew why these low-level monsters were appearing in the city. Because there were teleportation circles connecting the main city to the monster regions outside. Monsters could enter the city through the circles, and people could enter monster regions quickly. Chen Nian immediately formulated his action plan. He wasn't in the mood to volunteer, nor would he hide at home. Instead, he would proactively enter the monster regions outside the city through the portal to level up and get stronger, so he could truly face the terrifying catastrophe later. Chen Nian set off immediately. There happened to be a teleportation circle right in the villa complex where he lived. Dozens of armed law enforcement officers were guarding the entrance, keeping everyone away. Watch out. More monsters appearing. Fire. Sirens wailed and gunfire roared. The deafening sound of gunfire tore the night's tranquility to shreds. Chen Nian arrived nearby and saw the chaotic vortex-like portal, with monsters crawling out every now and then. They were mostly Tier 1 monsters around level 10, so firearms could still cause effective damage. Bang, 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 bang! Both sides were in a heated exchange, with the middle filled with a hail of bullets and monster corpses. How was he supposed to get across? Chen Nian was stumped. But time was ticking, and he didn't want to wait around, so he decided to charge through. Agent feels such a size as a stage horns. What a new hope connected to the freight. Zolomasi's count the Pharaonics. Then was born. The woman was parent of the change. You think you think all Thor. Size spent stoic Henry Stemfeld. Stop! A spirited female officer called out to Chen Nian. She was likely in charge of evacuating the area. Don't you see how dangerous it is here? Get away! Don't come any closer. Chen Nian looked troubled. Sister, I'm trying to go. Are you trying to die? The world has suddenly changed. Even we have suffered heavy casualties, and we have no time to look after civilians. Go home and hide. Wait for the official announcement. Another male officer nearby shook his head. These rich people living in villas have no common sense, wandering around at a time like this instead of hiding. You've worked hard, Sister Ya. The female officer wiped her sweat. It's fine. All I can do is help with the evacuation. Every life counts. Is that a violent roar erupted from ahead? Boom. The ground even shook with the impact. The sky in front of them was instantly lit up by firelight. It's a grenade launcher! Someone was already using grenade launchers? The terrifying shockwave made the female officer retreat, and when she looked, her pupils contracted. What kind of monster is that? As the smoke cleared, what stood before them was a giant tiger covered in black scales. The giant tiger was about 2 meters tall, the size of 3 grown men. Its black scales as hard as armor. It was completely unharmed by the grenade fire. Chen Nian furrowed his brows calmly. He knew this thing, one of the newbie killers, called the Black-Scaled Tiger, Tier 1, Level 50. It was a mid-tier existence among all Tier 1 monsters, and he was only Tier 1, Level 3, completely crushed in levels. A normal awakened person would just be slaughtered. Of course, these normal officers with guns had no chance of threatening it. Run! Before Chen Nian could move, the female officer pulled him and ran backward. Hurry up and find a place to hide. Don't go out. Do you hear me? After saying that, she rushed back to the front line. Riot shields! Move forward! Snipers, aim for its eyes. Keep the suppressive fire going. They poured all their firepower onto the black-scaled tiger, but it only resulted in clanking sounds without causing any substantial damage. Finally provoked, the giant tiger launched its first attack. It lunged with lightning speed, knocking over the officers with riot shields, its terrifying fangs tearing through the armor instantly. Damn it, haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? The captain gripped his radio tightly, teeth clenched, breaking into a sweat. Zoya, is the evacuation done? Reporting, the evacuation is complete. No sooner had the captain asked than he saw a boy in a thin t-shirt cross the warning line. You didn't evacuate anyone. Stop that kid now. Everyone else, retreat. Repeating, retreat. We are no match for this monster. Joya turned around and saw the boy she had just chased away rushing back inside. She was furious and ran with all her might to stop him, but she never expected that she couldn't even keep up with him. The boy was as agile as the wind. Stop! What do you think you're doing? Stop him! Hurry up! Damn it, is this kid tired of living? Chen Nian ignored all the shouts. He bypassed the defense line, used a riot shield as a springboard, leaped high, and landed firmly on the black-scaled tiger's head. Incantation, Judgment Gold Sword. The obscure syllables transformed into invisible blades, slashing dozens of times in a heartbeat. By the time people reacted, the boy had already charged into the portal alone and disappeared. And that terrifying monster, which no one could resist, shattered into countless pieces, dissolving into black smoke. Everyone was stunned. P.S. The protagonist awakens his divinity a little later in the chapters, so please be patient. The 99+ comments below are all praise from readers who have read further ahead. Besides the 3 main heroines, there are princesses, successors to gods and goddesses, the 9 heavens' mysterious maiden Chang'e, and the awakening of gods. The plot is absolutely epic. Trust the author. I have written many books with multiple heroines, I have plenty of experience, and the later parts are very solid. It's currently at 1.2 million words and still has tens of thousands of followers. Feel free to read. Silence fell over the scene. Everyone stared blankly at the portal, lost for words. Only one officer, who had been knocked to the ground and pinned under a riot shield, was still wailing away, unaware of what had just happened. Help! Someone help me! But after shouting for a while, he suddenly noticed the eerie silence outside and slowly peeked his head out. He discovered that the terrifying monster was gone, and his colleagues were all standing there blankly, looking as if they had seen a ghost. What happened? Where is that monster? It was killed in an instant by a teenage boy. What? Joya felt a lump in her throat, the shock in her eyes refusing to fade. She finally understood now the boy from just a moment ago was no ordinary person, but a player of the game Calamity, a true transcendent. If it weren't for him, she didn't know how many of her colleagues would have died today. It was a good thing he was there, and she had actually scolded him, trying to drag him away to escape. Thinking back on it now, her face burned with embarrassment, and she felt quite flustered. He is so strong. Is this the power of a transcendent? No! The captain shook his head. I have met a few volunteers before. While they have transcendent powers, they are nowhere near this strong. This person is an exception. But why did he enter the portal? Joya couldn't help but ask. He has ambition. The captain's eyes showed admiration. His primary goal is probably not protecting others, but making himself stronger first. In the future, perhaps only sufficiently powerful transcendents will be able to stand against those powerful monsters. The world is about to change. Only then did Joya realize, and she nodded. Should we track his information so we can recruit him later? No, we must not restrict their development in any way. They will be the main force in maintaining peace in the world in the future. After Chen Nian passed through the portal, he arrived safely outside the main city. Since the fusion of the game and reality, Linghai City, where Chen Nian lived, was divided into 4 city gates, and there were monsters in the areas outside these gates. Killing that Tier 1 level 50 black-scaled tiger just now had earned him 100 points of genetic energy. Level 10. Upon reaching level 10, Chen Nian successfully learned a new word spirit. Sequence 10, Word Spirit Lightning Flash. One of the basic word spirits that can summon lightning strikes to attack enemies. Quite practical. At the same time, his attributes had also changed. Name Chen Nian. Talent Word Spirit Saint. Genetic level, level 10. Uni. Physique, 10. Affects strength and body durability. Agility, 10. Affects speed and reaction. Transcendent, 10. Affects all transcendent powers. Normally, every talent grants 1 point to all attributes per level up, so being ahead in levels provides a massive advantage. Chen Nian's task was simple. Level up. So many Tier 1 monsters. Looking around, there were monster auras everywhere. It wasn't clear yet if these monsters would respawn after being killed, so it was a matter of first come, first served. They are all experience points! Of course, Chen Nian definitely couldn't use high-risk word spirits with terrifying power, such as the Judgment Golden Sword, casually. For one, the energy consumption is huge. He can't use it many times. For another, it's easy to be recognized by players who know him well from the game, especially those fangirls. Back when he played Calamity, there was a wealthy woman who once offered a bounty of 1 million in cash for Chen Nian's real-life contact info. There was no other way. Since he was immune to any influence in the game, many people tried to reach out through reality. Later, that price was driven up to over 10 million. As long as one could provide Chen Nian's real address, name, and appearance, one could collect 10 million from that rich woman. Terrifying. Boys really need to protect themselves when online. Being too popular can be dangerous too. Fortunately, Chen Nian had always been careful about protecting his information, even using virtual IPs when online, and spending a fortune to build the most secure network firewall, all to avoid being doxxed. He was afraid that if he were exposed, it would ruin his normal life. And now it was even more impossible to let it slip. If he were exposed, the best-case scenario would be being hunted by infatuated wealthy women. The worst would be being targeted or even assassinated by nations, because in the game, national wars would be unlocked in the later stages. Chen Nian's existence would undoubtedly place immense pressure on other countries, making him someone who must be eliminated as quickly as possible. Thinking about that was useless for now. Chen Nian had already started the process of mob pulling. The most efficient way to level up was to pull a wave of mobs and kill them all at once, commonly known as a wave clear. Goblins, netherwolves, silver-toothed snakes, all familiar tier 1 mobs. Chen Nian sprinted in a circle and attracted over a dozen of them. Word spirit, lightning flash. The obscure syllables transformed into thunder in the night sky, striking down without warning. Boom. The ground was blasted apart. Several tier 1 monsters were turned to ashes on the spot. Genetic energy plus 10. Genetic energy plus 10. Genetic energy plus 10. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment Iron Wrist Guards. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment Steel Leg Guards. Fine. Chen Nian was overjoyed. Equipment dropped! Who would have thought that killing monsters in reality would also drop equipment, exactly like the game's mechanics? Equipment is divided into 7 grades: common, fine, rare, epic, legendary, mythic, and heavenly work. The better the equipment, the lower the drop rate. To have dropped a fine piece of gear from just killing a group of small monsters, his luck wasn't bad at all. Iron Wrist Guards, hey, defense 10, attack 0, attribute bonus none, special effect none. Steel Leg Guards, fine, defense 30, attack 0, attribute bonus physique plus 5, special effect none. Chen Nian immediately equipped both pieces. Equipment automatically integrates with what you are currently wearing, leaving no sense of burden, only adding the attributes. Defense plus 40, physique plus 5. Chen Nian's attribute panel had also changed. Chen Nian Word Spirit Saint. Genetic level, tier 1, level 14. Physique, 19. Agility, 14. Transcendent, 14. Second bonus, defense bonus, 40. Combat power assessment, 8 stars. Of course, this so-called combat power assessment only targets current attributes and does not calculate other factors. If Chen Nian's high-level word spirits were calculated in, the combat power would probably be impossible to grade. Resting for a moment, he opened his phone to check on his classmates. This is so cool. I just killed a monster and got a mage talent card, ha ha ha. Killing monsters can drop talents? Seriously? Does that mean everyone can become a transcendent? Ooh, is there any big brother who can carry me to kill monsters? I can warm your bed later. Looking for veterans to carry me, QAQ. Bunch of noobs, I'm already level 7. My god, level 7? Brother, you are too savage. Have you just been killing monsters to level up? I haven't seen anyone that high level yet. I bet no one in our school is more savage than you. Can I add you as a friend, brother? Please. Chen Nian said nothing. If he said in the group that he was already level 14, his phone would probably be blown up in an instant. Compared to class group chats full of newbies, those hardcore gaming groups are a completely different story. Almost every player who has experienced Calamity immediately thought of leveling up. They also understood that the era of the players had arrived. Only by becoming stronger can you be more competitive and survive even greater disasters. Level 7 magic swordsman looking for a team, super strong, need a squad for fast leveling. Level 6 Spirit Channeler, pretty and sweet voiced healer. Are there any strong players who can clear mobs fast? I will make it worth your while. Buying talent cards and common gear. Private message me if you have stock. Fair prices. Level 10 Qigong Master, carrying people for grinding. Private message me. Physical payment accepted. Young ladies preferred. Chen Nian is a lurker. Even when he speaks in the group, he never reveals his identity. After all, he is the god in the eyes of every player in Calamity. Woo you. If he isn't careful, people might track his social media accounts to find his real identity, and that would be trouble. Better keep leveling up. The priority is to keep increasing my level. If I can run into a field boss, even better, as killing field bosses usually yields generous rewards, including but not limited to rare gear, skill scrolls, and upgrade crystals. For 2 whole days, Chen Nian spent his time in the wild killing monsters. Sunset dusk. Level 35. Chen Nian's level has soared to 35. His leveling method is the most efficient and the most sustainable. Pull a wave of monsters, then wipe them all out in one go. Although every use of a word spirit consumes the extraordinary power within him, leveling up boosts his power, creating a perfect balance. Others get tired and need to rest. He doesn't. After leveling up, he unlocked several more word spirits, leading to a leap in combat capability. Sequence 9 Eagle Eye. Sequence 19 Flame Burst. Sequence 33 Wind Demon Slash. At the same time, Chen Nian acquired a full set of elite gear, increasing his attributes significantly. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Saint. Genetic Tier 1, level 35. Seize 36. Agility 42. Extraordinary 42. Attack bonus 1010. Defense bonus 260. Combat evaluation 25 stars. With his current defense, he can simply ignore the attacks of those low-level Tier 1 monsters without taking any damage. And Chen Nian no longer needs to use word spirits to kill monsters. He can use physical attacks, making it much easier. This is the advantage of being a high level! 2 days have passed since the game Calamity merged with reality, and the city has largely stabilized. Extraordinaries with talents are either being recruited by the public security team, becoming private thugs for corporations, or heading out to grind for levels. According to Chen Nian's observations, anyone over level 20 is being treated like a superstar wherever they go. Big corporations are offering starting salaries of over 500,000 a month. But Chen Nian knows that working for others will only slow down his growth and limit his future potential. Hey buddy, are you out here to kill monsters too? Chen Nian was sitting on the ground catching the breeze when a trio approached him. 2 men and a woman. The leader smiled and said, "We are players of Calamity too, and we're pretty high leveled now. Want to team up?" "No thanks, I'm used to being alone." Chen Nian refused coldly. If you join a team, the experience points are split. If he can kill monsters without any pressure by himself, why split the spoils with others? Buddy, it's not easy being a lone wolf these days. Once you die in reality, you can't respawn. You'd better think this through. Thanks, I'm good. Seeing that Chen Nian was unyielding, the man gave the woman beside him a look. "My boss is a level 21 magic swordsman. It's your honor to join us. Not only will you level up fast, but you can also challenge powerful monsters." The woman looked proud. She believed that once she mentioned he was level 21, this guy couldn't possibly refuse. Who doesn't know that anyone above level 20 is a top-tier expert? Not interested. You? What an ungrateful brat! The woman was furious. She hadn't expected this person to be so arrogant. Unable to persuade him, they had no choice but to leave. After walking a short distance, the woman couldn't help but spit in frustration and start complaining. How pathetic! Does he really think he's something special? Forget it, it's not like the 3 of us can't take down that boss. I just wanted to use that kid as cannon fodder, but he's pretty cautious. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. After we finish the boss, let's go back and slaughter him. Anyway, the real world is in chaos now and no one can stop us. We might even snatch some useful items from him. Haha, sis is right. After entering the forest, the 3 of them moved forward cautiously, closing in on their target. Ahead of them stood a 5-meter-tall treant. In Calamity, its official name is the Calamity Treant. Its branches can turn into blades that pierce through armor, and both its attack power and defense are terrifying. It is level 70, a high-ranking existence among Tier 1 monsters, and as a boss-level monster, it has extra attribute bonuses. The difficulty is extremely high. If it could be defeated, the rewards would be immeasurable. We're barely level 20. Can we really kill this level 70 treant? Xumeng chuckled. Forget who I am? I soloed this boss in the game before. Its attack pattern is very simple. We just need to be careful and chip away at it from range. Besides, if we get some treasure, we'll be rich. The other 2's eyes lit up instantly. They're all following Xumeng. He was a big shot in the game, so they're bound to live well. All 3 launched their attacks simultaneously. At first, the Calamity Treant's attack patterns were within their expectations, but gradually they started to feel overwhelmed. Because in reality, performing various actions requires stamina, which isn't the case in the game. They forgot that they were fighting personally, not using a keyboard and mouse. Ah! The woman's thigh was pierced by a steel-like branch. No, we're no match for it. Ah! The other man was also viciously swiped away, hitting the ground with a bloody wound across his chest. Xu Meng was unable to handle it alone. His weapon was knocked away, and his expression was extremely grave. The second difference between the game and reality. Being injured will significantly affect your ability to act, unlike the emotionless health bars in the game. For the first time, the three of them felt the terror of death. Just then, a lean figure leapt down from a tree standing in front of them. If you don't have the strength, don't come here seeking death. Chen Nian was expressionless, his tone indifferent. It's him. It's that guy from before. The woman was in total shock. It was one thing for him to hide in the dark and watch, but to actually come out. This is a level 70 boss level monster. We couldn't even beat it working together. Is he here to throw his life away?
Having finally come across a field boss, Chen Nian was certainly not about to give up. He made his move solely for the sake of the boss rewards. As for saving these three, that was merely out of humanitarian concern. Whether they lived or died didn't matter much to him. Level 70 Calamity Treant, Chen Nian felt no pressure in dealing with it. The Calamity Treant has a trait. If hit with fire attacks for a prolonged period, it has a chance to mutate into a flaming Calamity Treant. Its level would also rise from 70 to 80, making it much more powerful, though naturally more likely to drop rare items. What is he doing? Is he trying to challenge a level 70 Calamity Treant all by himself? Never mind him. Let's focus on healing ourselves. Xu Meng and the others were in mortal danger, but with Chen Nian making a move, they could take advantage of the monster being distracted to heal and escape. Awakened superhumans possess genetic energy far beyond that of ordinary people, allowing most injuries to recover slowly. Now it was a race against time! They had to recover as much as possible before that kid got killed by the Calamity Treant. Chen Nian extended his palm and softly chanted a few cryptic syllables. Spirit, speech, flame burst. Boom! A ball of explosive fire detonated on the Calamity Treant. The Calamity Treant let out a harsh, low moan, its branches dancing like countless serpents. Is he a fire mage? You idiot! Stop using fire abilities on the Calamity Treant! Xu Meng roared hysterically. Fire skills will make this monster mutate. Are you trying to get us all killed? Chen Nian was in no mood to pay attention to the shouting behind him. With an expressionless face, he continued to unleash his spirit speech. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions went off continuously on the Calamity Treant, looking just like fireworks. The pupils of those three were lit up by the flames. The Calamity Treant began to change, its entire body of branches catching fire and erupting into a raging inferno. Madman! He is absolutely a madman! Xu Meng felt a chill run down his spine, his face filled with terror. After mutating, the Calamity Treant would not only gain a massive boost in stats and attack range, but its flames would make it impossible to get close. It would be incredibly difficult to take down now. It's all the fault of this ignorant novice. Run, hurry, and run! Once it finishes mutating, it will create a fire barrier, and we'll all die in here. Back when he was a rookie, Xu Meng had witnessed a team of 12 trying to take down a Calamity Treant. When it mutated, the flames trapped them inside, killing every single one of them. The three stopped caring about recovering and stumbled as they scrambled to escape for their lives. Unfortunately, it was too late. Woo! A long howl signaled that the Calamity Treant had fully completed its mutation. The Calamity Treant spewed out countless flames, which spread like unfolding petals, scattering all around them. The entire surrounding area was sealed off by raging fire. The air warped from the intense heat, and scorching winds carried clouds of hot dust. All four were trapped in a towering cage of flames. There was only one way out. Defeat the mutated flaming Calamity Treant. It's over. It's all over. The woman fell to her knees, staring at the terrifying monster engulfed in flames, her face ashen with despair. It's all his fault. That ignorant fool. The anger and resentment of the group were all directed at Chen Nian. If he hadn't forced the Calamity Treant to mutate, they might have had a chance to survive, but now there was truly no hope left. A level 80 field boss, the flaming Calamity Treant. At this stage, who could possibly stand against it? Anyone who comes here is just throwing their life away. Not to mention that this kid is just a fire mage. His fire skills would be useless against this monster and couldn't cause any damage at all. He really is crazy. They stared blankly at Chen Nian's back, their mouths agape, words caught in their throats. They saw that figure strolling casually and composed, walking step by step toward the flaming Calamity Treant. Yes, in their eyes, he had become a reckless madman. After all, no one could have guessed that he was the #1 player in the world of Calamity. Boo you. I hope the loot that drops later won't disappoint me. Chen Nian looked at the giant before him, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Countless branches wrapped in flames came flying toward him. There was no room to dodge. If hit, Chen Nian would instantly become a human pincushion, dying in the most agonizing way possible. However, he didn't need to dodge. His lips moved slightly, and the cryptic sounds transformed into a spirit speech. Sequence 33. Wind Demon Cut. Chen Nian waved his palm casually, and intangible wind blades, the sharpest of weapons, severed the branches filling the sky. He strolled through the countless broken branches, walked through the flames, looking like a king descending to his throne. No. That's impossible. He's not a fire mage, but a rare class, elementalist. The three stared at Chen Nian, their pupils filled with shock. And just like that, Chen Nian walked as if there were no one else there, right up to the giant flaming Calamity treant. He could feel the intense heat hitting him. It was so hot that his skin felt like it was about to burn. At that moment, golden light ignited in Chen Nian's eyes. Spirit Speech, Judgment Gold Sword. Within this domain, all things can be judged, including temperature. Once the temperature was severed, Chen Nian could no longer feel the heat. But the monster before him clearly wouldn't accept defeat, launching desperate attacks as waves of flames rushed toward him. Those flames were also severed one after another, failing to get anywhere near Chen Nian. Finally, the flaming Calamity treant entered the domain of judgment. Crack! Its massive body split apart without warning and rapidly disintegrated into thin air. Congratulations! You have defeated the mutated boss Flaming Calamity treant. You have received the epic equipment Flame Treant Cloak. You have received a high-grade skill scroll. You have received the talent card Demon Hunter. Genetic energy plus 1025. Your level has increased from 35 to 43. A series of notifications appeared before Chen Nian, and all the items fell directly into his inventory. The first thing Chen Nian did wasn't to check the effects of that so-called epic equipment.
What surprised him the most was the high-grade skill scroll.
In Calamity, a player's various abilities cannot be unlocked simply by leveling up. Those rare and powerful abilities must be awakened through dropped skill scrolls or skill synthesis, and the conditions are extremely harsh. This was even more true for Chen Nian's Spirit Speech Envoy class. Every one of those ultra-high-risk spirit speeches required him to pour his heart and soul into unlocking them. Spirit Speech Death, one of the ultra-high-risk ones, required killing 1,000 players to unlock. Spirit Speech Candle Dragon, one of the ultra-high-risk ones, required diving into the deepest, most terrifying volcano for 3 days and 3 nights. Spirit Speech Wrath of the Gods, one of the ultra-high-risk ones, required collecting 7 bolts of world-ending thunder. But with a high-grade skill scroll, there was a chance to learn them directly. What a bountiful harvest! On the other side, the 3 of them were completely stunned. The 3 of them couldn't even dream that the kid had soloed a mutated Calamity treant. Am I dreaming? The woman blinked frantically, taking deep, gasping breaths. Even now, she couldn't bring herself to believe it. Even a high-level player like Brother Xu Meng, who possesses a rare talent, is only in his 20s. In front of a mutated Calamity treant, we were all just lambs waiting for the slaughter. But him, monster, a total monster. He used fire-type spells on the Calamity treant on purpose? Xu Meng let out a slow, long breath. Why? Wait, he was so sure he could kill the mutated treant that he intentionally triggered the mutation. As she said this, the woman couldn't help but gasp in shock. Everything was under his control. This guy is no ordinary player. He must be one of the top experts in Calamity. Brother, we contributed too. We can't just let him take all the rewards. Shh, don't go looking for death. Xu Meng shook his head with a solemn expression. He wouldn't dare provoke such a big shot. He wouldn't even know how he died. As Chen Nian approached, he immediately stepped forward, fawning over him with a flattering smile. Brother, you were incredibly fierce. Thanks to you, otherwise we wouldn't have made it out alive, haha. The woman chimed in quickly. Yeah, brother, I've never seen anyone as amazing as you. What's your name in the game? Maybe we've heard of you? You talk too much. Is a big brother's privacy something you can just ask about? Sorry about that, brother. No offense meant. From now on, we're your little underlings. Just let us know if you need anything. Chen Nian ignored them. They weren't on his level, and there was no reason to associate with them. He turned and left, intending to count his loot before heading to the next area to level up. He's really full of himself. Chich! He must have gotten something good. That's why he's in such a rush. Hey, he's not getting away. A sinister glint flashed in Shumeng's eyes. Brother, didn't you say we shouldn't mess with him? We can't take him alone, but he has good loot on him. Why not call more people? Don't forget our other brothers. Great foresight, boss. That's right, we still have so many guys. Shumeng made a phone call immediately. Hey, Brother Tian, bring the guys over immediately. I've run into a real beast here. He soloed a level 80 Calamity Treant. What? You heard me right. He killed a wild boss all by himself, insanely strong. He's definitely carrying good stuff, and the items dropped by the Treant alone would be worth over 100 million if sold now. High-level equipment like that would be snatched up by wealthy bosses. It's priceless. This is definitely a huge score. All right, I'll get the brothers together right now. Don't lose him. Today's the day we get rich. After hanging up, Shumeng looked at the retreating figure in the distance, a smile creeping across his lips. Only the ruthless can survive in this new world. Times have changed. After leaving, Chen Nian began to tally his current gains. Firework Tree Cloak. Ec grade. Requirement level, Tier 1. Defense, 150. Attack, 30. Bonus attributes, Physique plus 10. Agility plus 10. Special effect, Fire Resistance grants significant resistance to flame attacks. This piece of gear is absolutely top tier for the early game. The defense provided by this single piece of gear is worth more than almost all of Chen Nian's current refined equipment combined. It also provides 20 additional attribute points and a special effect for fire resistance. Truly worthy of the epic grade. After putting it on, Chen Nian's stats changed significantly. Chen Nian, Saint of Ling, genetic level, Tier 1, level 43. Physique, 60. Agility, 55. Transcendence, 50. Attack bonus, 130. Defense bonus, 350. Combat power assessment, 32 stars. Such base stats would be considered top tier anywhere. It's no exaggeration to say that Chen Nian's current stats could ignore grenade fire, and average transcendent beings would likely be unable to break his defense. With this gear, Chen Nian is invincible against any monster under level 50. System. Detected first player to equip epic gear. Trading space is now open. Is this the first epic gear in the entire world? Out of curiosity, Chen Nian opened the trading space to have a look. The first thing he checked was the currency exchange rate. In this so-called trading space, gold has incredible purchasing power. Players can freely list and sell any items they have obtained. At the same time, people can communicate freely in the channel. To protect privacy, everyone's name is anonymized. For instance, Chen Nian was changed to Chen Nian, with different characters. Bailey, my god, who got epic gear? That's insane. Ling Yu? Damn, I'm still in all basic gear, don't even have refined gear, and this guy already has epic? Xiao Tianzi, terrifying. No idea who it is, but they must be an ultimate pro. In the chat channel, everyone was excitedly discussing which big shot had reached the new milestone. A skyscraper with a penthouse. A woman sat by the window. Her red dress highlighted her perfect figure, and her long, snowy white legs were incredibly captivating. The woman had long, wine-red hair and a beauty that could outshine any top-tier actress. Ye Hongling, the beloved daughter of the Dragon Nation's great general. In Calamity, her name is Qi Ling, the fire magic queen who has captivated millions, a pinnacle existence among female players. The man she loves is the undisputed strongest in the world. His ID is Bu Yu, also known as Chen Nian. Oh, epic gear? Looking at the newly opened chat channel, Ye Hongling seemed thoughtful, a charming smile appearing at the corners of her lips. Bu Yu, you've been running from me in the game for a lifetime. Now that the game is merging with reality, let's see if you can escape from my grasp. Achoo! Chen Nian sneezed out of the blue. Someone thinking of me? He checked his phone and saw a message from that woman on WeChat. Qiling. Little brother Bu Yu, if I'm not mistaken, this first piece of epic gear is yours, right? This woman is quite sharp. Chen Nian replied immediately. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. Qiling, still pretending. Don't tell me you really think that by setting up a virtual IP and hiding your info, I wouldn't be able to find you? Chen Nian. Qiling. Someone posted online about seeing huge flames in a certain area that disappeared, as if a great battle had taken place. Qiling. Jiangnan Province, Linhai City, right? Chen Nian felt a chill run down his spine. I never thought she'd be able to find a lead even from this. Chen Nian, you're crazy. What do you want now that you've found me? Qiling, coming to you for a long-distance delivery. Chen Nian, I'm a 40-year-old fat otaku, you believe that? Qiling, guess. If you guess right, I'll show you my legs. Chen Nian, I know your legs look good. Can you stop sending photos every day? Qiling, I only send them to you, baby. Chen Nian. Chen Nian's top priority was to sell the talent card, Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter isn't a rare talent, but it's better than the average ones. Once everyone starts hunting monsters, these will be everywhere. So, the sooner I sell it, the better. That way I can earn my first pot of gold, which can be converted into real-world currency or used to buy what I need. Always stay one step ahead. Chen Nian talent card Demon Hunter is now listed. 10,000 gold, direct trade, no haggling. The moment he posted the message, it instantly ignited the entire channel. What? Someone is actually selling a talent card. That's good stuff. With this, you can evolve into a transcendent directly, but 10,000 gold is way too outrageous. That's equivalent to 1 million in real money. Is this guy a robber? Yeah, Demon Hunter isn't rare in the game. You'll be able to buy it for 10 gold later on. I'll offer 100 gold. Deal? Chen Nian's second message consisted of only 4 words. First come, first served. Even though wealthy people who truly understand the game wouldn't spend a fortune on a card like Demon Hunter, there's never a shortage of suckers in the game. Huang Long has requested a trade with you. Do you accept? Accept! Chen Nian placed his item and the other party didn't hesitate, transferring the money immediately. Trade successful. Chen Nian's account instantly gained 10,000 gold, which is basically making 1 million in a minute. This is the benefit of being a step ahead. Others will always be left eating your dust, and all the trash you discard is a treasure in their eyes. And Chen Nian intends to always be faster than others, to be the fastest pioneer, and to become the strongest. That is his goal. Women only slow down my leveling speed. I hope that woman never finds me. The most important loot Chen Nian hasn't used yet. A high-tier skill scroll. I hope to unlock a practical and powerful word spell. Use! In an instant, Chen Nian felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. In the pitch-black darkness, it felt as if thousands of ghosts were surrounding him, dragging him into the depths of hell. Sequence 127, Death God, has awakened. Chen Nian? Holy crap, it actually unlocked Death God, which has such demanding requirements. This is awesome. Such a massive profit. Death God creates a domain that strips all living creatures of their vision. During this period, you gain Death God possession, significantly increasing your attack power for 30 seconds. Reap. Each time you kill a player, Death God possession's attack power increases permanently by 10. This word spell is something Chen Nian only obtained in the late game after defeating an 8th tier monster and fulfilling extremely harsh conditions. It is incredibly powerful, and this spell gets even stronger as you progress. It could even surpass the Golden Sword of Judgment. Is someone following me? Chen Nian sharply sensed 2 pairs of malicious eyes behind him. Word spell, Eagle Eye. Chen Nian activated Eagle Eye, his field of vision expanding several times over, taking in everything around him. 2 hiding in the bushes, 2 in the trees, 1 under the hillside. There are at least 5 people following me in the shadows. It seems those 3 were polite to me on the surface, but in reality, they still can't get over the benefits I received. Fine, then I'll let you all sharpen the blade for Death God. Chen Nian's gaze turned cold. But I absolutely cannot strike here, because that woman Qiling is chasing me. This location is already exposed, and if I start a massacre here, my true identity will inevitably be revealed. I need to escape to a desolate, uninhabited place first. Of course, it would be even better if more of their reinforcements come along. Chen Nian made up his mind and began to quicken his pace to flee. He discovered us. Want to run? Think you can get away? Follow him? Our people are all rushing here. It doesn't matter if he discovered us. He's already a turtle in a jar. Xu Meng was calling his brothers. Did you all see just now? An epic piece of equipment has appeared. My guess is that it's on that kid. He killed a level 80 Calamity Treant. Everyone be careful. That kid is no simple target, but his stamina must be drained. As long as we have enough numbers, we can definitely take him down. If we can sell the epic equipment, hey, striking it rich starts today. Hearing this, the brothers were all excited. Everyone was here for the money. The times have changed. As long as I can profit, what does it matter if I kill someone? 5 people, 10, 20, 50. Xu Meng called everyone he could. These people were all acquaintances from Calamity, and now everyone is a transcendent. 50 transcendents hunting one person. They figured they had given Chen Nian the greatest respect. Boss, is that kid really that terrifying to warrant all of us coming to get him? Nonsense. He single-handedly slaughtered an 80th level boss. Can you do that? Once we take him down, we're rich. Chen Nian had crossed nearly 20 kilometers. He had fled to the remote mountains outside the city. It looks like the fish have been lured in enough. Chen Nian noticed a cave ahead and prepared to slip inside. Later, they'll think he has nowhere to run and will gather all together. That makes it easier for me to finish them off all at once, so none slip through the cracks. Just as he entered the cave, a sharp, urgent female voice rang out. Who is it? By the light of the fire on the cave wall, Chen Nian saw the other party clearly. A young girl looking about 18 with a delicate and petite face. Small in stature, wearing a hoodie and shorts, she looked like someone you'd want to protect just by looking at her. She was crouching on the ground, seemingly injured. Chen Nian recognized her. Not just Chen Nian, most teenagers in school recognized her. Qin Yu, you have the wrong person. The girl hurriedly pulled her hood down, trying to cover her face. Just debuted for a year, captured countless fans with your cute face and sweet voice, becoming the ideal girl in the hearts of many men. Singer Qin Yu, aren't you? Chen Nian pulled up the photo he found on his phone. You? Qin Yu was so angry that she ground her teeth. She didn't expect this man to pull up a photo right there. Now she couldn't pretend even if she wanted to. Chen Nian was speechless. I didn't expect to bump into someone here. Chen Nian actually didn't follow the entertainment industry. The reason he knew Qin Yu was because once, in a public interview, the host asked this question. Host, Xiao Yu, besides singing, what hobbies do you have? Qin Yu, I like playing games, a game called Calamity. I enjoy the process of exploring and adventuring there without restrictions. Host, I didn't know our Xiao Yu was a loyal player of Calamity. May I ask if Xiao Yu knows about Bu Yu? I heard he is the world's strongest player. Qin Yu, I know him. Bu Yu is my idol. He's the pride of our Dragon Kingdom. It's a pity my skills are too amateur. I don't qualify to play with him. Host, haha, who knew Xiao Yu had an idol of her own? If Bu Yu happens to see this interview, maybe he'll take the initiative to play with you. Of course, Chen Nian had never taken her to play in the game. There were too many girls circling him every day, each with an even more terrifying status than the last. A singer like Qin Yu really couldn't squeeze in. I never expected to meet my little fangirl in a place like this. Are you hurt? Oh, I'm fine. Qin Yu looked up with a start. She looked at Chen Nian with her big sparkling eyes, looking cute and naive. She had not expected that this man would show no fanatic reaction at all after recognizing her identity. Instead, he was calmly showing concern for her. It was so strange. All right, whether you are hurt or not, here is some advice. Leave this place immediately. Qin Yu stared at him in disbelief. This man wanted to chase me away the moment we met. Does he not know how to cherish a beautiful girl? He is so cold-hearted. No, why should I listen to you? I am not leaving. If you do not leave now, you will die here. Chen Nian said solemnly. There are about 50 people outside hunting me down, and I expect they will surround this place completely very soon. What? Qin Yu was shocked once again. What kind of terrible things did this man do to be chased by so many people? Are we not all leveling up separately these days? She did not believe him, so she stood up and stumbled toward the exit, wanting to see for herself. Her limping gait was clumsy and extremely adorable. When she reached the entrance of the cave, she took one look outside and was terrified. There really were dozens of people gathered outside, almost sealing the place off completely, and they all looked hostile. Ah, it is actually real. Qin Yu was scared. However, she forced herself to stay calm and comforted herself by thinking that these people were not here for her and had nothing to do with her. Excuse me, may I leave? If you are looking for him, he is inside, Qin Yu said timidly. Unexpectedly, a burst of laughter erupted all around her. This girl is not bad at all. That body, that face, TSKTC. You ignorant fool. Do you know who she is? She is that new singer. I have seen her on TV. Tin something, right? Wow. I never expected a singer to be a transcend and out here grinding for levels. This era has really changed. A man wearing a leather jacket with dyed yellow hair stepped forward and said, "This has nothing to do with you. You can go." "Really? That is great." Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Let the brothers have some fun with her first. "We have never tasted a singer before." "Ha ha ha ha! Brother Dao is the boss!" "Damn, I am drooling just looking at her." Chen Yu. When the game merged with reality, the world had already changed. Only the strong command the truth. These people had completely revealed the ugliness in their hearts and would never let her go. So she had no choice but to rush back into the cave. Back beside Chen Nian, she wore a mournful face, as if the world were coming to an end. "What should I do? I cannot get away either. Sorry about that, I got you involved." Chen Nian felt quite helpless too. Who would have thought there would be people in such a remote corner? "Is an apology useful? We are both going to die in here. Why are you still so calm?" Chen Yu was almost in tears. She was truly desperate, not expecting to get caught up in such a situation out of nowhere. "So what were you doing in here, and how did you get hurt?" Chen Nian decided to just chat with her. "There is a dungeon in this cave. I went in and got hurt by a monster, then I escaped and called a few friends to come clear it with me, and then you showed up." Ooh. Qing Yu wiped the tears from her eyes and sobbed. While crying, she picked up her phone to tell those friends not to come near, or they would be implicated too. "You are quite kind-hearted," Chen Nian smiled. "Being kind is not going to stop you from killing me. I will haunt you as a ghost." "Ha ha! You are still laughing. You woo-woo, you bad person." Qin Yu cried pitifully, looking so wronged with tears streaming down her face. At that moment, the group outside finally finished gathering and prepared to strike. The man in the black leather jacket leading them was Brother Dao, the boss of the group. Xu Ming said with a smile, "Brother Dao, that kid is quite strong. Why don't we just blow up the cave to avoid any of our brothers getting hurt?" "Fine, since you found him, we will do as you say." "What about the woman? If she doesn't come out, she can die in there with him." "Here is the problem. How do we blow this place up? That kid wasn't even afraid of the flame Calamity tree man, so normal methods probably won't move him." "Brother Dao, I have a good item here. A flame dragon scroll. It requires 10 people to activate it together, but it is extremely powerful and will surely kill that kid instantly." "That is definitely a good item. Get 10 people ready." In the back, a 3-person team was hiding quietly, not daring to show their heads. They were the friends Qin Yu had called. "What do we do? Little Yu is still in there, and they are clearly planning to kill them. What can we do? Do you think the 3 of us can beat dozens of them?" Little Yu is so unlucky. Going to a dungeon and running into this, everything is over now. Although some of them had called the law enforcement team, the city had too many problems to deal with, and the team had no interest in coming outside to handle this. In terms of strength, all 3 of them were only level 20-something, so going up would just be suicide. "Look, what are they doing? Is that a large magic scroll? I saw it in the siege battles in the game before." "They actually have something like that!" A scroll floated in the air, and 10 people chanted the incantation simultaneously. The temperature rose continuously, and the air warped from the intense heat. Countless flashes of fire condensed in mid-air, gradually turning into a red flaming dragon, nearly 10 meters long. At the current stage, this thing can at least one-shot any player under level 70. "Kid, today, whether you are god or ghost, you are going to die. Go!" The flame dragon broke through the air. In an instant, it rushed into the cave in the most brutal and savage manner. Terrifying flames filled the cave entrance in a split second. "Heh! I reckon they will be roasted in less than 2 minutes." Brother Dao smiled and patted Xu Meng's shoulder. "You have done a great job. You can keep 20% of the loot yourself." "Ha ha! Brother Dao is the best!" Inside the cave, violent shaking. Chen Nian looked at the petite girl next to him who was holding her head. "If you want to live, come here." "Huh?" Before Qin Yu could react, a large rock fell from the ceiling and knocked her out. Chen Nian. This girl really does not have much luck. Helplessly, Chen Nian had to hold her in his arms, feeling how light and delicate she was. Boom! The flame dragon crashed in and swallowed Chen Nian in one gulp. The entire cave turned into a flaming hell, with hot air expanding rapidly in the enclosed space and exploding violently. Debris filled the sky like fireworks going off. "Good!" Watching the fireworks bloom, the 50 or so people outside couldn't help but applaud. In their eyes, 2 human lives were not worth getting emotional over. At this moment, these people were filled only with endless greed. "Let's go and take a look." Daoji took the lead, preparing to inspect the spoils of war. But a slight movement from within the pile of rubble brought everyone to a halt. Boom! The rubble exploded. A young man carrying a girl slowly walked out of the ruins. His clothes were clean and he was completely unharmed. No! Impossible! The circle of dozens of people instinctively began to retreat, their hair standing on end. A profound fear, like an invisible dark hand, slowly gripped everyone's heart. How could anyone at this stage possibly block a fire tornado scroll? What kind of monster is he? As a veteran gamer, Daoji had led teams through many battles. Now that the game had merged with reality, he was the first to gather his team to level up. All for the sake of achieving something great. But at this very moment, his grand ambitions were being crushed step by step. The young man before him was too terrifying. Terrifying enough to make his legs tremble so much that he could barely stand. The three people hiding outside were also stunned, especially seeing Chen Yu being carried unharmed, their hearts already churning with shock. Who is that person? I don't know. Since when did Xiao Yu have such a powerful friend? But he is only one person. So what if he came out? Can he face the siege of dozens? I have a premonition that this person has already exceeded our imagination. Chen Nian gently placed Chen Yu on the ground. His indifferent gaze swept across the crowd. He is only one person. So what if he came out? Slaughter him! Xu Ming was in a total panic. He had thought the kid was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong.
Hey, that's right! Don't be afraid, there are many of us!
Although some were trying to rally courage, no one dared to actually move forward. If you won't make a move, then I will. Violent winds raged around Chen Nian and countless pieces of rubble danced and spun at his side. With him as the center, darkness quickly spread from beneath his feet, like ink splashed on a canvas. Word Spirit, Death God, a terrifying high-risk sequence 127 Word Spirit. The moment it was activated, it ruthlessly stripped everyone of their vision, turning this place into a pitch-black abyss. What's going on? I can't see anything! People roared and screamed in confusion. The total loss of direction made them fearful, panicked, and helpless. At that moment, a phantom of the Death God appeared behind Chen Nian. A skeletal right hand gripped a giant scythe, while the left hand held the Book of Life and Death, radiating suffocating pressure. You have entered the Death God possession state. Attack power plus 300%. 30 seconds of Death God possession. Chen Nian's attack power bonus had already reached 390. Even without activating Death God possession, he could crush this group with his base stats alone. With his attack power now skyrocketing, no one could withstand his strikes. Like a wolf among sheep, every strike of the Death God Phantom behind Chen Nian claimed a life. This group was like fish on a cutting board, waiting to be slaughtered. Chen Nian's figure moved through the crowd at lightning speed. Wherever he passed, no one survived. Death Scythe attack power plus 10. Death Scythe attack power plus 10. Every time he killed someone, the Death God's attack power would permanently stack. The further it goes, the more terrifying it becomes. Chen Yu's three friends were scared out of their wits. Their eyes couldn't pierce the darkness. They couldn't see what was happening inside. They could only hear scream after scream. What is happening in there? The group was trembling uncontrollably. However, it didn't last long. 30 seconds ended quickly. The pitch-black domain receded like a tide, and the visibility of the scene gradually became clear. Severed limbs, blood splattered everywhere. Except for that terrifying youth, there were no survivors. Everyone was dead. A thick smell of blood filled the air. The youth stepped elegantly over the strewn corpses as if he were strolling through a garden. Death God would also forcibly strip away all of Chen Nian's emotions, turning him into a true killing machine without a shred of pity. A truly high-risk word spirit. Now that Chen Nian's emotions had returned, he only felt a sense of disgust. Guilt or remorse. Not a bit. The next time I use Death God, the attack power bonus will become 300% plus 500. Chen Nian was very satisfied. The more he grew, the stronger he became. The ground before him was covered in dropped equipment and items. Another huge harvest. He began to collect them one by one into his backpack. I remember now, I remember. The bespectacled fat man sat down on the ground, his lips trembling uncontrollably. His breathing became more and more rapid. I've seen this ability before. He is... The other two were anxious. Tell us, what is he? Wu Yu. He is Wu Yu. I've seen this ability. In the whole world. Only he can use it. During the World War, he charged into the enemy lines and used this ability, killing thousands in less than a minute. He struck fear into the hearts of everyone on the other side. After hearing this, the other two were stunned in place for a moment, unable to process it. The next moment, they immediately covered their mouths with their hands to prevent any gasps of shock from escaping. He is the world's strongest player. Will you?
Who else could it be but him? Who else could be this strong? Wiping out dozens by himself, could you do that?
He can inherit his in-game talents, so it's only a matter of time before he becomes the world's strongest again. I never expected we would be this lucky. This is great. This is wonderful. I never thought I'd get to see him in my lifetime. Heaven knows how excited these few were. If we're lucky enough to get to know Wu Yu, who would dare mess with us in the future, this is a massive backer. Prompts kept popping up before Chen Nian's eyes. Obtained common equipment, bronze helmet. Obtained fine equipment, spirit rhinoceros earrings. Obtained skill, scroll fireball. Obtained skill scroll, half moon slash. Obtained material, gray wolf skin. These were all items randomly dropped by the group after their death. One could say he had made a killing. I'll sell them all at the trading market later. Nice! But before that, I need to handle matters here. Those people over there have been peeking for a long time. You can come out now. Chen Nian said lightly, "Give you 1 minute. Don't make me come looking for you." Upon hearing this, the three of them shook violently. They hurried to crawl out from their hiding spot, one of them even nearly falling to the ground. Seeing Wu Yu for real, they were speechless with shock. They hadn't expected the world's strongest player to be such a refined youth. "Big brother, I'm sorry, we weren't trying to peek on purpose. Please, you are a generous man, don't lower yourself to our level." They were even trembling while they spoke. Chen Nian knew these three were friends of Qin Yu, so he didn't plan to give them a hard time, but he still needed to project some intimidation. "Keep what you just saw a secret." We definitely will. We didn't see anything. Big brother, you can rest assured." Group promised for all they were worth, almost swearing a blood oath. They wouldn't dare lie to Chen Nian unless they wanted to die. Chen Nian nodded with a smile. "Get all of these together for me." "Yes!" The three resisted their disgust and carried the bodies to one spot. Chen Nian used the word spirit fire explosion to burn them all together. Just as things were cleaned up, two coughs came from behind. It turned out Qin Yu had been woken up by the thick smoke.
Qin Yu woke up. Just as she came to, she dazed out and touched her face. I'm not dead? She only remembered that her head had been hit by a rock at the end. She thought she was a goner, but to her surprise, aside from a slight headache, she was perfectly fine. The joy of surviving a catastrophe welled up in her heart. But what exactly happened? Qin Yu looked ahead and saw a roaring fire, with her three friends and that annoying man all there. He's fine too? Wait, weren't those dozens of people targeting him? Qin Yu rubbed her head and walked over. Xiao Yu, you're finally awake! What just happened? Do you guys know where those people went? Haha, that bunch of people were paper tigers. They looked imposing, but they were actually low-leveled, and we beat them all off. The bespectacled fatty spoke up immediately. He didn't dare say that Bu Yu had killed them all, and was currently burning the bodies in plain sight. Luckily, we have a water mage who cleaned up the surroundings thoroughly. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to fool Qin Yu. Really? That's great. Hey, shouldn't you thank us for saving your life? Chen Nian turned his head and smiled at the adorable, naive pop star. He looked quite handsome when being serious. Qin Yu turned her head slightly. Just make sure you remember. Tell me, how are you going to repay us for saving you? Unexpectedly, these words made the other three panic sweat, instantly breaking out on their foreheads. Sister Yu, you really shouldn't. We don't really need any reward. It's only right to help each other out. Yeah. Xiao Yu, this guy is innocent too. Don't be so petty. When Qin Yu heard this, she was nearly fuming. These three were her close friends from the game Calamity, and they had a rock-solid relationship, so why were they now siding with an outsider? Why are you guys helping an outsider? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Where did this fire come from and what are you burning? It started during the fight. Don't worry about the details. By the way, Xiao Yu, didn't you say you found a dungeon? Where is it? It's right in there. Mentioning the dungeon immediately piqued Qin Yu's interest. Come on, follow me. Wait, Xiao Yu, let's bring this brother along too. Huh? Qin Yu arched her slender brows, her face full of confusion. I risked my life to find this dungeon. Why should I bring him? He almost caused me to get hurt earlier. The other three complained internally. You don't know anything. Being able to have Bu Yu take us through a dungeon is a massive honor, okay? We should be begging for it. And who knows what kind of dangers we'll run into inside. With a master like Bu Yu, Won't he just crush everything in seconds? It's fine, don't be so petty. Sharing is caring, and besides, there's safety in numbers, right? Me? Petty? Chen Yu pointed at her own nose, nearly hyperventilating. What is wrong with these people today? Why do they keep siding with an outsider? However, she was genuinely magnanimous, and without knowing Chen Nian's true identity, she actually agreed. Fine, let him follow then. But I'm saying this first. Once we enter the dungeon, you must listen to my commands or don't blame us if you get into trouble. Chen Nian nodded with a smile. All right, I'll follow your command. The other three were twitching internally. Making Bu Yu listen to your command? Who do you think you are, Xiao Yu? You really think you're someone special? Ahem. But they didn't dare say it. They could only cough frantically to clear their throats. Thus, Chen Yu led the four of them all the way to where the dungeon was discovered. In the corner of the ruins, there really was a chaotic vortex. Dungeons in this world seem to refresh randomly. Only those destined can find them. If we can clear this, we'll make a fortune. Don't get your hopes up too high. This dungeon has a high level. I got hurt even just trying to go in once. Chen Yu pouted and muttered. Anyway, be careful. If you see something wrong, run out. It's not worth losing your life over. I fit you call of them people. Chen Nian also cooperated with her quite actively. Dungeons are truly rare and highly rewarding. If we can clear it, we should. They touched the chaotic vortex and were all sucked into the dungeon. You've successfully entered the dungeon fire abyss. The group saw the text prompt at the same time, all feeling shocked. It's an entirely new, unseen dungeon. Chen Yu had already been in once, so she wasn't surprised. Be careful, the mobs in here are also very strong. We must stick together and not fight alone. If there were any other time, they would definitely feel nervous, but now, what's there to be afraid of? With Master Bu Yu here, what dungeon wouldn't be easily crushed? Let's go, keep up, we're fighting our way through. Chen Yu was still quite motivated when it came to exploring and leveling up, which is why she loved playing games. The group pushed forward along the path. The whole area felt like being inside a volcano, consisting mainly of magma and rocks. And the monsters were mostly fire elementals. With the group working together, clearing the mobs wasn't difficult. Gene energy plus 20. Gene energy plus 25. Their experience points were constantly increasing along the way. It's just that Chen Nian was slacking off the whole time. He was quietly fiddling with the loot he had picked up. Skill scrolls, 9 in total. All class talents unlock certain skills gradually as you level up. But those rare and powerful skills won't unlock with levels. They must be unlocked with skill scrolls. Take the most basic swordsman, for example. One with the rare sword move, Flying Moonbreak, will be a tier stronger than one without it. The reason Chen Nian was a freak was that his talent Speech Saint was already powerful, and he had unlocked top-tier high-risk speeches like Judgment, Golden Sword, and Reaper. Rare skill scrolls can be obtained through synthesis. 3 in 1. Each synthesis has a chance to result in a rare skill. What Chen Nian needed to do now was to use all 9 of these skill scrolls for synthesis. If he synthesizes a rare skill, he wins big. If he can use it, great. If not, he can put it in the trading space to sell for a fortune. Flame Spear plus Ice Spear plus Wind Rising and Cloud Surging equals Demon Hunting Slash. Moonhook plus Water Dragon plus 8 Wastelands Palm equals Thunder Step. Heaven's Protection plus Flame Meteor plus Mental Interference equals Tiger Demon Roar. Regrettably, none of the 3 syntheses yielded a rare skill. Chen Nian synthesized the 3 new skill scrolls he got once more. If it turns out to be a common skill again, he'd be at a loss, but he got them for free anyway, so he wouldn't feel too bad. Demon Hunting Slash plus Thunder Step plus Tiger Demon Roar equals Void Spirit Snake. Chen Nian. Sequence 53 Speech, Void Spirit Snake. Good heavens, I didn't expect to actually synthesize this thing. Void Serpent, a rare skill, it is incredibly practical. After using the incantation, it summons an invisible serpent with decent attack power and extremely high stealth. It is essentially an invisible and agile summon that hits exactly where you point. Chen Nian, we are all working hard to fight the monsters. Why are you always slacking off? Chen Yu grumbled with dissatisfaction. Although they did not need to go all out to clear these small mobs, she felt unbalanced seeing Chen Nian slacking off. The other 3 were shocked to the core. Oh my god, Xiao Yu, you really have some guts. In the whole world, you are probably the only one who dares to scold, not speaking for slacking off in a dungeon. Impressive. With his strength, isn't using him to fight these small mobs like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? We will still have to rely on him when the real critical moment comes. Xiao Yu, it is fine. We can easily handle these monsters. No need for Brother Chen to act. Yes, Sister Yu, maybe Brother Chen's abilities just aren't suited for these fire spirits. Don't be too strict on him. Chen Yu's eyes widened upon hearing this. No, did you guys take his money? You were speaking for him everywhere, making me look like an outsider. It is truly absurd that a friend I have known for a year is not even comparable to a stranger. They are even thinking about him and tolerating him and everything. What is going on? The other three complained in their hearts. Xiao Yu, if you knew he was the idol in your heart, not speaking, you would be even more biased than us. Blame it on yourself for fainting earlier. Let's keep moving forward. I have a feeling we will meet the boss soon. Urged by the others, Chen Yu felt embarrassed to continue pestering, otherwise she would just look small-minded. After dealing with a few more elite monsters on the way, the five of them finally reached the deepest part of the dungeon. There was a lava pool about the size of a basketball court. The entire rock wall illuminated deep red, and the hot air was almost distorted by the high temperature. Hot! It is too hot! Chen Yu's fair neck was already covered in beads of sweat. If she were not a transcendent with a stronger constitution than an average person, she probably would not have been able to stay here. This is the deepest part of the dungeon. Where is the boss? If we stay here any longer, we will probably be roasted. Just as they were feeling puzzled, the lava beneath their feet suddenly exploded. Bang! With the splashing lava, the monster that had been sleeping in the magma finally awakened. Rolling lava flowed down from its body, and a terrifying pressure washed over them. Fire Rock Giant! It looked as if it were pieced together from giant rocks, with bright red light flowing through the gaps, and its pupils looked like two small suns. This is the boss. Chen Yu subconsciously took half a step back and said timidly, "It looks a bit powerful. Can we beat it? Maybe we should just retreat." A conservative estimate was that this boss was at least tier 1 level 50. It's okay, Xiao Yu, we can do this. This big guy might look scary, but it could just be a paper tiger. Chen Yu? She felt like she was going crazy. Under normal circumstances, these guys would have run away long ago. After all, they were more cowardly than her. But today, they were all so calm. Did they take the wrong medicine? It is too ridiculous. Watch out, it is attacking! Dodge! The lava giant slammed down with a punch. Boom! It literally smashed a section of the ground until it collapsed, sinking into the rolling magma. Yu was terrified, her face turning pale, but she still gathered the courage to fire an arrow. Her talent was a standard archer. A green arrow shot precisely into the head of the rock giant. At that very moment, Chen Nian activated the incantation Void Serpent. The invisible serpent broke through the air and just happened to strike the rock giant's head as well. Another ear-splitting roar echoed. The Void Serpent smashed a small half of the rock giant's head in, but Chen Yu could not see the serpent, thinking it was the effect of her own arrow, and was both shocked and delighted. You were right, this really is a paper tiger. My arrow actually managed to deal damage to it, hey? The other three, you really have absolutely no self-awareness. Of course, they knew it was Chen Nian acting in the shadows. They kept marveling in their hearts. So strong. To strike from the invisible and deal such powerful damage, one can only say that he truly lives up to being the strongest player in Calamity. Whoosh! Chen Yu fired another arrow. Chen Nian cooperated with her, perfectly maneuvering the Void Serpent to attack. The Fire Rock Giant suffered another heavy blow, with a huge hole blown into its chest. Yay! Chen Yu was ecstatic, her eyes shining brightly. This Fire Rock thing looks big, but its defense is pathetically low. You guys don't even need to help, I can take it down myself. Yes, Sister Yu, you are too strong. Impressive, Xiao Yu, keep it up. The other three cheered for Chen Yu with deadpan faces, while actually keeping their eyes fixed on Chen Nian, marveling at his godlike technique. Oh, Chen Yu, they say that when God closes a door, he opens a window. You are so pretty, it is only natural that your brain might not be as sharp. You could not even handle those small mobs on your own. And this is a boss, yet you actually think it is your own power. But this is fine too. Saves us from having to think of ways to fool you. Chen Yu drew her bow continuously. The Fire Rock Giant's body was constantly ravaged by Chen Nian's incantation, becoming riddled with holes and falling apart. Finally, with a loud boom, it collapsed and sank entirely into the lava. Chen Nian then quietly retracted the Void Serpent, and a string of text notifications appeared before his eyes. Congratulations on defeating the boss, Fire Rock Giant. Genetic energy plus 900. Level up 43 to 45. Congratulations on obtaining the epic great equipment Flame Bow. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon Fire Abyss. Congratulations on obtaining the skill scroll Phoenix Soaring. Congratulations on obtaining the talent card Elemental Sharpshooter. Good lord. Chen Nian was stunned seeing the rewards. A profession talent card, an epic bow, and archer skill scroll. It dropped an entire set. These things are useless in Chen Nian's hands, other than selling them for money. And the only archer in the team is Chen Yu. We cleared it. How about it? Did you guys get anything good? I got a rare grade armor? Hee hee! Chen Yu was as happy as a little rabbit. The other three also had their own gains and were incredibly excited. The feeling of being carried through a dungeon by a big shot like not speaking is simply amazing. We didn't even have to use much effort in the boss fight. We cleared it easily. If we had gone to challenge this boss ourselves, we might have suffered a lot. They even wanted to bow down to Chen Nian on the spot, but since they couldn't expose his identity, they gave up on the idea. Huh, I brought you through the dungeon and you didn't even say thank you. Chen Yu put her hands on her hips and huffed at Chen Nian. Thank you? That thank you almost made the other three kneel down on the spot. You are killing us here. Damn! So did you get anything good? Chen Yu asked again. Yes. Chen Nian took the flame bow out of his inventory. The epic grade equipment shone brilliantly, looking like burning fire feathers, and was quite eye-catching. The moment she saw this new gear, Chen Yu's eyes became brighter than the stars. Wait, what is this? Chen Nian said calmly, this dropped from the dungeon just now. It seems to be epic grade gear. Epic grade! Hearing this word, the people around him couldn't help but gasp. You have to realize it wasn't long ago that the first piece of epic gear was discovered worldwide, which led to the opening of the trading hub, and now they were seeing one with their own eyes. Terrifying. At this stage of the game, epic grade items are truly worth an astronomical price. It is no exaggeration to say that this bow in front of them is equivalent to a villa by the sea. Even if epic gear gets phased out quickly later, there will still be wealthy players willing to buy it, as it significantly boosts combat power. Wait, why is Boss Chen Nian so calm? A terrifying thought sprouted in their minds. Could it be that the first piece of epic gear was dropped by Chen Nian, which is why he is not surprised at all? That must be the only possibility. He truly is the strongest player in Calamity. In just a few days, he has reached a height unreachable for us common folks. Hold on! After the initial shock, Chen Yu finally caught on. Why is such a great piece of gear in your hands? Wasn't it me who killed the boss? The others couldn't help but giggle. Why did the gear land in Chen Nian's hands? Because when partying in a dungeon, 80% of the loot goes to the one who lands the final blow, while only 20% has a chance to drop for someone else. It is perfectly normal for Chen Nian to get the best loot. Maybe it's just my good luck. Do you want it? Chen Nian asked with a smile. Chen Yu stammered. I'm an archer myself. Of course I want it. But this is epic grade gear. Would you really give it to me so easily? No. I was the one who defeated the boss. Can't you just... No. Chen Nian's repeated cold responses left Chen Yu speechless. She wanted this piece of gear more than anything. If she could get it, her strength would surely skyrocket, putting her far ahead of everyone else. Well, I can pay you, she said, gritting her teeth. How much? 3 million. Chen Nian still shook his head. 5 million. Are you squeezing toothpaste out of a tube here? 10 million, that's all the money I have. Can't you just give it to me for the sake of the effort I put in? The young girl bit her delicate lip, her eyes turning red. Heaven knows how wrong she felt. She faced mortal danger for no reason, was knocked unconscious by a rock, and it was her who found the dungeon, brought Chen Nian along as an outsider, worked hard to kill the boss, and in the end still had to pay a huge sum for the gear. Sen like I'm sure trolls new film stories and the chemistries watch and little mere peelish and flesh. She was actually willing to spend money to buy it. Still not enough. A playful smile suddenly tugged at the corner of Chen Nian's mouth. This time Chen Yu completely snapped. Wiping the tears from her eyes, she asked with red-rimmed eyes, pretending to be firm, "Then what do I have to do for you to give it to me? A simple condition? Be my girlfriend and name?" Chen Yu's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, and she was stunned on the spot. The other three were even more shocked, covering their mouths in utter disbelief, unable to utter a single word for a moment. Chen Nian's request wasn't because he was interested in Chen Yu's beauty. It was because having a girlfriend by his side would avoid a lot of trouble and make it easier for him to act. Wu Yu was a well-known loner. Countless beauties fawned over him, from glamorous young married women to lively high school girls. There was no shortage of girls throwing themselves at him. But Bu Yu never touched a single one because he firmly believed that online relationships were unreliable and that they were all just after his gaming skills. But in other people's eyes, rumors even circulated that he was sexually impotent. Why wasn't he rumored to be gay? But the people I've added dark eyes is them bright. I try so that they want to kiss. No, me will, you know, my shirts out so that my shirts, my shirts, me door, the red German. If he had a girlfriend now, it would reduce the chance of his identity being exposed. Also claimed us 20 Westminster heavyweight bunkers. That woman's status, power, and methods were far superior to a simple girl like Chen Yu. They weren't on the same level. If Yi Hongling really showed up, it wouldn't be easy to handle. So using Chen Yu as a shield couldn't be better. After hearing this, Chen Yu's 3 friends were so excited they couldn't speak, their hearts filled with wild joy. Boss Buyu wants Xiao Yu to be his girlfriend. That's wonderful news. What does this mean? It means Xiao Yu has found an ultimate backer. We can benefit from this too, why not? No way! How can I just casually become your girlfriend? Even though I really want this piece of gear, I can't treat myself as a bargaining chip. Chen Yu didn't hesitate for long and refused outright. I said in name only. Still no. I don't want to do things I don't like. Change your condition. The chubby guy with glasses immediately stepped forward. Xiao Yu, you need to think this through carefully. Don't refuse so quickly. That's right, Xiao Yu. This is a once-in-a-lifetime piece of epic gear. You can't just give it up. Even if not for yourself, think about us. Chen Yu glared. You guys. Sister Yu, you are so beautiful, and you are constantly harassed by all kinds of people every day. Wouldn't having a boyfriend be a better way to protect yourself? But a scandal-ridden boyfriend will ruin my career. In this world, who cares about a career? All we need to do is fight monsters, level up, and try to get stronger. Otherwise, it's hard to even survive. Chen Yu was completely dumbfounded. What is wrong with these people? Why are they so desperate for me to agree? I'm a girl who cares about my dignity, you know. I've never even had a boyfriend. Relax, when I say a name only, I mean it. I have no interest in you. Chen Yu. This sentence completely made the kitten bristle. No interest? You actually have no interest in me. Do you really think you're something special? Fine. I will definitely make you regret saying that. Fine, I agree. Very well. Happy to do business with you? Chen Nian readily handed over the flame bow. After receiving the equipment, Chen Yu immediately checked the attributes. Flame bow, Ep for gray. Defense, 30. Attack, 140. Attribute bonus, Constitution +7, Agility +12, Transcendence +5. Special effect. Arrow shot are imbued with fire properties, significantly increasing destructive power. Such powerful gear, Chen Yu didn't expect that this guy would actually hand over the equipment to her just like that. This is epic grade. It's equivalent to Chen Nian buying her a villa by the sea. He's actually quite trustworthy. Chen Yu felt a rare glimmer of goodwill toward Chen Nian, but she was still determined to make him regret it. When you actually want me to be your girlfriend, you'll know what regret feels like. Chen Nian left his contact information and then headed out. The harvest from this trip was immense. However, having used powerful divine speech spells too often, even with his rapid leveling, his internal supernatural power was starting to run thin. He really needed to get some rest. On the way back to the city center, Chen Nian noticed that things had gradually stabilized, and all the low-level monsters causing trouble had been cleared out. The player base for Calamity is massive, and now that they can inherit their in-game talents, this power is definitely not to be underestimated. Plus, even ordinary people who haven't played Calamity can enter the path of the supernatural by buying talent cards. The future will be an era where everyone is a supernatural being. Survival of the fittest, where the strong are supreme. That will become the new rule of this era. Returning to the villa area, he happened to be spotted by his neighbor while passing by, and she rushed out from her courtyard. Little Chen! Where have you been these past 2 days? I was so worried. Lucy finally felt a weight lift off her heart. You saved me last time, and I still haven't found a way to thank you properly. Chen Nian smiled. It was the right thing to do. Neighbors should help each other out. You are such a good person. If there is ever anything you need help with, just let me know, and I will definitely be there for you. All right. By the way, have you eaten? If not, come over to my place and join me? Sure. Chen Nian went to Lucy's house, and soon the beautiful neighbor brought him a piping hot bowl of beef noodles. Sister C, do you live here all alone? Yeah, my mom passed away when I was young, and my dad is busy with work and doesn't have time to look after me. He mentioned getting a housekeeper, but I didn't want one. Chen Nian nodded. That sounds a lot like me. You too? My parents are divorced, and they both remarried. My dad thought I only knew how to play games all day, so he kicked me out of the house to make my own way. Hehe. In truth, Chen Nian's father just wanted to teach him a lesson, to let him experience how tough life is without financial support, so he would eventually come back to inherit the family business. Little did he know, Chen Nian would stick to the path of gaming through thick and thin, with no intention of ever turning back. So his family has no idea that he has already bought a villa by gaming, and is even about to become the strongest person in the world in the new era. If they found out, I wonder what kind of expressions they would have. After hearing Chen Nian's background, Lu Si gave a gentle smile. Don't worry about it. You can come over to eat at my place often. My cooking is actually pretty good. Alright, thank you, Sister Sai. Hurry up and eat. The noodles are getting cold. Chen Nian had just returned home. He was preparing to put the equipment he had scavenged on the trading platform to sell and continue building his financial strength when suddenly he received an unknown call. He answered the phone, and a strange man's voice came from the other end. Nice to meet you, little brother Chen Nian. My name is Lu Xing-chen, the current CEO of Neonlun Real Estate. You should call me brother. The other person's tone carried a condescending arrogance. Chen Nian had heard of this name before. His dad had found a new stepmother, and Lu Xing-chen was her son. Neonlun Real Estate was his father's company, named after the character Nian in his own name. To think that this newcomer was already the CEO, it seems his father is quite satisfied with him. So what? Chen Nian's tone was indifferent. Ha ha ha! I thought you'd be a bit more excited. After all, I'm only 2 years older than you, and I've already reached this position, trusted by our father. Lu Xing-chen sneered, his tone full of amusement and mockery, just like a rich young master talking down to a commoner. I heard you were kicked out by Dad for being addicted to games. How about this? I'll give you a chance, brother. Come work under me at the company, and I'll give you a monthly salary of 100,000. Chen Nian almost laughed out loud. Selling a random piece of gear could fetch him 100,000. The temptation of that monthly salary was just so incredibly huge. He couldn't even be bothered to deal with this clown. He had no interest in family affairs. As long as they kept to themselves, everything would be fine. If that's all, I'm hanging up. Don't be in such a hurry, little brother. Let me be honest with you. If Dad hadn't asked me to persuade you, I wouldn't waste my precious time on you. Oh. Hey, I just negotiated a 1 billion deal for the company yesterday. Dad is very happy, which is why he wants to give you another chance to turn over a new leaf and let me take you under my wing. Understand? Oh? Maybe you have those supernatural powers from that game? Perfect. The company is looking to hire a dozen supernatural beings as security guards. Interested? Chen Nian originally didn't want to engage with the clown. But since the clown kept jumping in his face, he wouldn't mind slapping him once. What if that 1 billion deal of yours falls through? Haha! What kind of nonsense are you dreaming about, little brother? The people are already set to sign the contract at the company this afternoon. You say it's gone and it's just gone? Back at the office, Lu Xing-chen sat in his boss chair, laughing uncontrollably, his legs comfortably crossed on the desk. Brother, you don't really think you can just go to Dad and whine for sympathy, do you? Wake up, the crying baby doesn't always get the milk. All right then, I wish you a smooth contract signing this afternoon. Chen Nian hung up the phone. He was perfectly fine living his own life, not wanting to manage anyone and not looking to provoke anyone. But since someone insisted on digging their own grave, then he had no choice. Chen Nian opened a gaming chat group. The group name was Peace Throughout the Realm. Group motto, may our country's mountains and rivers remain unscathed. May our nation be forever at peace. This was the gaming guild Chen Nian founded in Calamity. It wasn't large, only about 1,000 members, but every single one of them was an elite. These so-called elites weren't just elite in the game, they were the top talent in all walks of life. Some were CEOs worth billions, some were heirs to massive shopping malls, some were titans of the live streaming world, senior executives of global top 100 companies, tycoons on the rich list. Chen Nian was the world's #1 gamer. How could there be any mediocre people in a guild he founded? They were either commoner masters or big spending heirs. This was Chen Nian's most terrifying network, but he rarely spoke in the group, because once he appeared, even if he just sent a simple ahem, the group would turn into this. My God, Brother Buyu is actually speaking. Brother Buyu, you finally showed up! The brothers have missed you like crazy! Big brother, what level are you at now? Give us a hint. Big brother, was it you who dropped the world's first epic equipment? Nobody in the group knows where it came from, but I just know it must have been you. Brother Yu, I love you. Brother Buyu, is there any chance you can take us on a real-life dungeon run? Get lost. You really want to waste Brother Yu's time? I'll pay 10 million. I'll send a private jet to pick you up. Brother, come visit and play for a couple of days. Big brother, when are we going to organize an offline meetup? We're all just waiting for you to lead us to do something big. The administrator has enabled all member muting. Xiao Qi, you are all so loud, can you please be quiet? Xiao Qi was the administrator of this group. Her in-game identity was the strongest female sword immortal in the Dragon Kingdom. Her real name was Su Jinyu, and she was the daughter of a top 100 global conglomerate.
Xiao Qi, Brother Buyu, go ahead and speak.
Chen Nian, ask Xiao Qi to organize any offline meetups. I don't have time. Chen Nian, I have a batch of gear here, Xiao Qi. I'm handing it over to you. Take it and distribute it to the brothers who need it. Xiao Qi. Wow, Brother Buyu is the best. With that, Chen Nian gave away all the gear he had scavenged. While not top tier, there was always someone who needed it. Both that work our implants. Like, they could steal up me fear affiliates, just above point, as I'm fearing Koro, because brothers, it's my right. Brother Yu is so generous. Thanks for the gear, Brother Yu. Hee.
That's incredible. He's giving all this gear to us, which must mean Brother Yu has already upgraded to something better, right?
Duh. With our big brother's strength, why would he care about this junk? After a round of fawning from the group members, Chen Nian spoke up again. Chen Nian, anyone have connections in real estate companies? I have a matter here that needs a favor. As soon as they heard their big brother needed a favor, the group went wild. Doing a favor for Buyu was a huge win in itself. Brother Yu, me. I'm a chairman with over a dozen branches nationwide. Just come to me if you need anything. My company deals entirely in real estate related business. Brother Yu, just say the word anytime. Big brother, I work at the Market Supervision Bureau and my uncle is in tax auditing. Can I help with that? Everyone scrambled over each other, eager to do something for Chen Nian. In the game Calamity, Chen Nian had always been especially good to the guys, building deep friendships. But that was just in the game! Now that the game and reality were merging, Chen Nian's potential was terrifying. He might just become the world's strongest person in the near future. Being on good terms with Chen Nian was like finding a golden ticket. Compared to a relationship with Chen Nian, money was worthless. Finally, Chen Nian picked someone. Chen Nian Goose, you're the one, message me privately. Seeing that Chen Nian already had a chosen candidate, everyone else was devastated. Big brother, if he can't meet your requirements, pick one of us instead. Goose, screw you guys. Even if I have to give up half my company's shares, I'll satisfy Brother Yu's requirements. And so Chen Nian told him his requirement. It was simple. Sabotage the billion-dollar deal that Neolin Real Estate was about to close. Shh, that's way too easy. They're offering $1 billion, I'll offer $1.5 billion. I'll get people on it right away. Those punks in Linhai City can't possibly refuse to give me some face. If you want, big brother, I can just run that company into the ground. Chen Nian, that won't be necessary. I owe you one. Goose, you're very welcome. That afternoon, in the open-air garden conference room, Lu Xingchen sat with his legs crossed, assistant by his side, waiting for the client to arrive. Today, they were discussing a massive billion-dollar deal. This was the first deal since becoming CEO that would prove his worth. Once closed, everyone on the board would see him in a new light. Most importantly, his father would finally value him more instead of pining for that loser son of his. The female secretary in the tight skirt walked over with a smile. Mr. Lu, here is your tea. Remember to wear black stockings next time. I like those. Oh, Mr. Lu, you're such a tease. Lu Xingchen jokingly patted her backside, sipped his tea, and soaked up the sun, feeling refreshed. It couldn't have been more pleasant. Truly, he was riding high, enjoying the peak of his success. With everyone revolving around him, having a secretary to handle work and other things, the feeling of being in a high position was just wonderful. That loser son of mine didn't know how to play the game. If he'd just come back and work for me, he could have had a stable job. Out there, who knows when he'll die. But that's fine. When the old man kicks the bucket, I'll inherit all the assets anyway. Just then, the client arrived. Liu Xingchen immediately stood up, beaming with a smile, ready to greet them. The other party was a business tycoon, so he couldn't afford to be rude. After the contract was signed, they could go get a foot massage that night to solidify the relationship, but he froze as soon as he stood up. The esteemed tycoon didn't show up. Instead, it was just one of his female secretaries and no one else. Liu Xingchen frowned. It's almost 3 o'clock. Where is your boss? I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. The boss sent me to tell you that this deal might not be the right fit. We'll cooperate another time. You mother? Liu Xingchen suppressed his anger, gritting his teeth as he asked. Everything went great in the video conference 2 days ago. You at least owe me a reason. Well, a competitor offered $1.5 billion to acquire this project, so we naturally chose to work with them. What? Liu Xingchen trembled all over, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. An acquisition at $1.5 billion? How would they make any money? This project doesn't have that kind of profit margin. Are they insane? I wouldn't know about that. Sorry, Mr. Liu. Goodbye. Liu Xingchen stood there dazed for a long time before his strength gave out, and he collapsed back into his chair. He muttered words like impossible to himself. For him, this was like the sky falling down. Mr. Liu, please calm down. The secretary reached out to comfort him, but Liu Xingchen pushed her away roughly. Get out. He looked deathly pale, unable to say another word. Before this deal, he had signed a gambling contract with his father, taking full responsibility for the project. If he succeeded, his position as CEO would be secure. If he failed, he would have to step down and continue his training from the bottom. Liu Xingchen had been so confident because he had connections with the client. With those ties, the probability of closing the deal was 9 out of 10. But some lunatic had come out of nowhere and ruined it. Just then, a text message arrived on his phone. The message was only one sentence long. "Did you enjoy the contract negotiation?" It was from Chen Nian. This sentence acted like a final fuse, causing Liu Xingchen to lose his mind on the spot. It was him. He was the one pulling strings in the background. Impossible. He's just some loser gamer. How could he have this much influence? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be a coincidence. If I just talk to the competitor, there must be a chance to turn this around. Yes, that's right. For a $1.5 billion project, it wouldn't be hard to find out who the competitor was. Liu Xingchen immediately made the call. Is this Mr. Zhang? Hey, how are you? My name is Liu Xingchen and I am not interested. Click, yeah. The phone slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor, leaving him as still as a statue. A blatant insult like a heavy, forceful slap that left his face swollen. Did you enjoy the contract negotiation? Recalling Chen Nian's words, Liu Xingchen felt his skin crawl and his heart shrink in terror.
Brother Buyu, it's done. I had my company outbid them for that project. Ha! With the task complete, Dai excitedly went to report back to Chen Nian. A president of a large corporation, a middle-aged man nearing 40, was now happily glued to his phone waiting for a reply from Buyu. That's right, just like a desperate simp chasing after a goddess. Chen Nian, good, I owe you one. Da trembled with excitement and immediately replied, Don't mention it, brother, it's my honor to help you. Chen Nian, if I recall correctly, your talent is knight? I'll keep an eye out for anything relevant for you. Da, ha ha ha, you're too kind, brother. Thanks in advance. No sooner had he said that than he immediately went to the group chat to show off. Being able to help Buyu was definitely a major achievement worth bragging about. To say the least, his status in the group would rise. That's the influence of Buyu. Awesome day. From now on, we have to call you Brother E. Brother E, I'll be your underling from now on. Please look out for me. Dai's vanity was instantly satisfied. If nothing else, this alone felt worth it. Everyone in that group was an elite. In the world of the future, those were all powerful connections. Building a good relationship with Buyu meant having connections. Having connections meant having power, and having power meant being able to stand firm in the new era. He was clear-headed enough to understand these interests. Chen Nian went silent in the group immediately. This was just a minor lesson. He hadn't taken Liu Xingchen to heart at all. It was just a clown trying to dance on his head, so he gave the clown a casual slap. There aren't many people capable enough to make him take notice. Only someone on the level of Yi Hongling would count as, but now that I have a girlfriend, she shouldn't be able to track me down so easily. Chen Nian's plan was simple. Continue to rest for 2 days until his supernatural energy fully recovered, then go out to level up again. Supernatural power comes from gene unlocking within the body. Overusing it would overdraw and collapse his genes, leading to irreversible consequences. Important notice. All students are to return to school tomorrow as usual. The school will open new martial arts departments for supernatural beings to learn and grow, with potential for government recruitment. Please take note, all students. This was the pinned announcement in the school's main group. Is the school resuming operations? I suppose that makes sense. Even if games have merged with reality, the real world must keep running. Otherwise, how would people make a living and survive? It's not just schools, public facilities, entertainment venues, and all walks of life are recovering rapidly. The only difference is that the most sought-after talent in this era has become the supernatural being. The school wants to cultivate supernatural beings. Chen Nian received another call, surprisingly from his girlfriend, Qin Yu. Hello, Chen Nian. What is it? I have to report to Linhai University tomorrow to join the martial arts department. Could you accompany me then? Qin Yu's voice sounded hesitant, seemingly a bit shy. Chen Nian was actually attending Linhai University himself. That was quite the coincidence. It's probably those 3 friends of hers playing tricks behind her back, trying to give her a chance to see more of me, so they coaxed her into coming here. After all, they know my true identity. Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing his silence, Chen Yu clearly showed a bit of a young girl's temper. What about your talent agency? Is no one taking you? My manager said that since I have a boyfriend, he should be the one to drop me off and pick me up, and that we could find a time to officially announce it on Weibo. Chen Yu lay on her bed, burying her reddened face deep into her pillow, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. She hadn't expected her agency to just stop caring about her entirely. Fine. Fine what? Isn't it expected for you to pick up your girlfriend? Ha! See you at the university gate tomorrow then. Don't stand me up or I'm finished. Kring Yu knew that, given her status, once she entered the campus, she would surely be mobbed by crowds. Without a manager or bodyguard by her side, she wouldn't be able to handle it at all. I wonder if this guy Chen Nian is reliable. The next morning Chen Nian headed out. Although he was a homebody, as long as he dressed cleanly, his looks were in no way inferior to anyone else's. With messy, naturally fluffy hair paired with a loose t-shirt, jeans, and white sneakers, he looked every bit like a handsome college student. Chen Nian didn't drive, he took a taxi. Unfortunately, there was a traffic jam. On this street, the entire flow of traffic was heading straight for Linhai University, because Linhai University's martial arts department was opening for public enrollment. It wasn't just existing college students. As long as you possessed supernatural power and were of the right age, you could apply. Joining the university meant receiving systematic training and opportunities to cooperate with the authorities. For the vast majority, this was definitely better than going it alone. Bad luck! Another jam! Another red light! The driver cursed, lit a cigarette, and struck up a conversation with Chen Nian in the back seat. Young man, are you heading to the university for the enrollment too? Yes. Sigh, if you ask me, young people should learn a real trade to live peacefully. What's the point of all that other stuff? The driver blew a puff of smoke out the window. My second nephew was into that stuff. He thought he was going to become some hotshot, but yesterday his body was sent back by the law enforcement officers. Chen Nian, fighting those monsters isn't easy. Young people just have hot blood. Living a steady life is the right path. Chen Nian shook his head. Driver, there's no such thing as peace and tranquility. Someone just has to carry the weight for us. Carry the weight? That shouldn't be up to you, little kids. Just then, on the sidewalk ahead, a little girl with a backpack was skipping across the road. Boom! The manhole cover on the side of the road flew into the air like a cannonball. Several pitch-black tentacles shot out from the manhole, wrapped around the girl's arms and legs, and dragged her into the sewer. A deafening scream erupted on the street. Pedestrians fled in terror. Xiaokei! Xiaokei! The girl's mother screamed her daughter's name like a madwoman and tried to jump in, but a male passerby grabbed her and held her back tightly. Let go of me! My daughter was taken by a monster! Let me go! Don't be impulsive! Don't be impulsive, ma'am! The driver stared blankly at this scene, likely scared senseless on the spot. In broad daylight, a monster comes out of the sewer and drags away a living little girl. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Chen Nian put on his mask and opened the car door. With a sudden burst of speed, he darted out, shoved his way through the crowd, and nimbly jumped into the sewer. Driver? That boy's movements were too fast. So fast that before he could even react, the boy had already jumped into the sewer. What just happened? A boy jumped in, I saw it. Is he crazy? There's a monster in there. People buzzed with discussion, pulling out their phones to film the sewer entrance, while only the mother, having lost her daughter, wailed in grief nearby. As soon as Chen Nian entered the dark and damp sewer, he heard the girl's screams echoing from deep within. The monster was fast, seemingly intent on dragging the girl deeper to eat her. There was no time to lose. Spirit speech, void serpent. Obscure and complex syllables erupted from Chen Nian's mouth. Chen Nian stepped onto the invisible spirit serpent, using it to speed ahead. After diving about 200 meters deep, he finally caught sight of the monster. A giant pitch-black octopus. Go! The void serpent tore through the air, and in two swift movements, it severed the octopus's tentacles. The trapped girl fell to the ground. The octopus, in pain, tried to escape, but Chen Nian wouldn't allow it, commanding the void serpent to strike again. Before long, dozens of bloody holes appeared on the giant octopus, and it died on the spot. Done. Only then did Chen Nian hurry to the girl's side. Rah! Wah! The girl was still crying her heart out. She was not only terrified but also hurt from the fall. Her pretty little dress was covered in sewage and her fair, delicate face was smeared with filth. What child could handle all that? It's okay now. Good girl, brother will take you back to your mom. Chen Nian hadn't the slightest clue how to comfort a little girl, so he just held her in his arms, whispering words of comfort while slowly walking back. Listen to your brother. It's all over now. We'll be out in a second. Chen Nian checked the time. He was afraid he wouldn't make it to pick up Chin Yu, which made him feel a bit sorry. However, he didn't dare let the girl be frightened again. Through his careful comfort along the way, she finally stopped crying. Thank you, brother. She sniffled, looking wronged and pitiful. Such a good girl. Soon they were near the sewer entrance. Chen Nian knew without thinking that the place above must be swarming with people. Not just ordinary citizens, but likely law enforcement and a crowd of reporters. If he showed his face, he would definitely be reported. Absolutely not! Appearing on television would certainly increase the risk of exposure. Once his identity was exposed, Chen Nian would surely become the center of global attention. Not only would countless girls chase after him, but to various nations he would be a threat even greater than nuclear weapons. Brother will drop you off here. Go ahead, run over there. Okay. The girl ran toward the exit. Chen Nian prepared to exit from another side, as long as he kept a low profile. Move! Everyone get back! Officers in uniform arrived at the scene, setting up caution tape to hold back the crowd. A number of reporters who had gotten wind of the incident also gathered around. According to witnesses, a little girl was snatched into the sewer by a monster a short while ago. A youth, suspected to be an extraordinary, went down to rescue her, and his status remains unknown. Our channel will continue to cover this story. Stay tuned. Suddenly, an officer shouted loudly, "Look, the child is back!" What? Quick, get her up here! Soon, the little girl was pulled up to the surface by the officers. Though she was covered in dirt, she didn't seem to be injured. Cow! Cow! Mommy! The mother and daughter embraced, weeping. Many people at the scene couldn't help but feel a stinging sensation in their noses. Reporters scrambled to capture the moment. It is currently 9:20. The little girl has been safely rescued and is unharmed. But we wonder, where did that kind-hearted stranger go? The crowd around them were also filled with questions. Yeah, where is that young man? How come we don't see him? It's been so long, why hasn't he come out? Someone who does such a good deed deserves praise. If it wasn't for him, maybe this mother and daughter would never have seen each other again. Faced with their questions, the little girl told the truth. The brother had already left. Honey, be a good girl. Go to the hospital with the doctor for a checkup first, okay? No, I want to thank the brother too. Mommy said you must always have a grateful heart. The little girl said stubbornly. Everyone was stumped. They couldn't find the young man, so where would they go to thank him? Just then, the driver rushed out. I know. The young man was in my car just a moment ago. He was heading to Linhai University to report for school. Hearing this news, the reporter's eyes lit up. If they could go straight to Linhai University to find the boy and get the scoop, it would definitely hit tomorrow's trending topics. A viral story. Ma'am, would you like to go to Linhai University with us? You can thank him, and we'd like to interview him. Okay. Surrounded by reporters, the mother and daughter were put into a car and rushed toward Linhai University. Chin Yu didn't get to wait for Chen Nian. At first, she stood alone beside the school gate of Linhai University, dragging her heavy suitcase without attracting much attention, because she was wearing a mask. But her temperament and figure were simply too extraordinary. A jasmine white camisole dress accentuated her slender figure and shapely legs. Her skin was as white and flawless as snow, and her beautiful wavy hair fell loosely behind her back. How could such a beauty walk down the street without being hit on? The reason Chin Yu wanted Chen Nian to pick her up was precisely to avoid such advances and the trouble that comes with them. Little did she expect that Chen Nian wouldn't show up on time at all. Pretty lady, are you here to report too? Should I help you with your suitcase? No thanks. Chin Yu had to handle wave after wave of people hitting on her until she was finally recognized. She is Chin Yu! The new pop singer Chin Yu? My God. No wonder she has such a great aura. I didn't expect her to come to our university too, ha 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 ha. Quick, let's take a picture. Tea-stick, tis-cake, tis-cake, look at that beauty! She outshines everyone, even with a mask on! The crowd grew larger and larger. Chen Yu felt like a monkey in the spotlight, forced to just stand there and let people take photos. She opened her phone, found Chen Nian's number, and angrily called it. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. That deadbeat man who doesn't keep his word. After receiving the epic level gear from Chen Nian last time, Chen Yu had felt somewhat guilty. So this time, coming to see him, she had even prepared a gift. The gift was a luxury watch, a custom-signed edition that fans would kill to get their hands on. It was sitting right in her suitcase. To think that Chen Nian wouldn't even show up. Well, I suppose we are just nominal lovers after all. In the end, it was campus security that dispersed the crowd and ushered Chen Yu into the university. In the Combat Science Class 1 classroom, over 100 people with special talents gathered preparing for their assessment. Breaking news, Chen Yu has arrived at our school. For real? Is it the Chen Yu I'm thinking of? The singer who made it big on her looks? Yeah, that's her. She used to play Disaster as well, and now that she has become an awakened, she's coming to our school for advanced combat training. My God, I can't believe I'll get to see the dream girl of every man up close. This is awesome. Hearing this news, Xiao Wen frowned instinctively. As the campus belle of Lin University, she had always been the center of attention. The line of boys who had pursued her could stretch from the canteen to the convenience store, but she always played the card of being pure and single, rejecting everyone. The feeling of keeping many fish on the hook at the same time gave her a sense of superiority as the center of the world. It felt great. But now that Chen Yu is here, that so-called campus belle title would probably change hands. Just 2 days ago, Xiao Wen had voluntarily slept with the rich kid Sun Jing to obtain the Wind Mage talent card and successfully become an awakened. She had intended to rely on Sun Jing to climb up the ladder. She couldn't let him slip out of her control. A girl in a white camisole dress walked into the classroom. It was Chen Yu herself. The moment she entered, the classroom fell silent. The boys looked as if they wanted to dig their own eyeballs out. They couldn't bear to take their eyes off her, as if they were drawn by magnets. God, she's even more beautiful than on TV. Her figure and skin are so well maintained. Is she really an awakened? She truly is the dream girl of thousands of men. So beautiful. Xiao Wen's so-called campus belle radiance immediately dimmed like candlelight meeting moonlight. She couldn't compete with her at all. She couldn't help but grit her teeth, especially since even Sun Jing, who had just slept with her, looked like he was about to drool. Until today, Sun Jing had been her admirer. Damn it! She gnashed her teeth in secret, but she never expected that Sun Jing would actually walk straight toward Chen Yu right in front of her. Hello, I'm Sun Jing, and my talent is Beast Tamer. Sun Jing wore a confident smile. He believed that as soon as he revealed his talent, he would definitely catch Chen Yu's attention. Beast Tamer is one of the rare talents. His family spent a huge fortune to acquire this talent, which immediately put him a step ahead, right at the forefront of the new era. With his family's wealth and an outstanding talent class, he was above the rest wherever he went. Since Chen Yu had come to Lin University, picking her up would be a delightful prospect. Who wouldn't want to sleep with the dream girl of countless men? Oh! Unexpectedly, Chen Yu's reaction was quite cold. She was filled with endless resentment toward Chen Nian and had no mood to bother with others. Sun Jing felt like he had been doused with cold water, his expression struggling to remain composed as he forced a smile. By the way, Xiao Yu, the instructor for today's test, is a friend of my dad's. If you need anything, just let me know and I can handle it for you. Oh, no thanks. Chen Yu's answer remained as flat as before. Sun Jing walked back with a gloomy face. It was his first time ever experiencing a failed attempt at picking someone up. Does she really think she's something special just because she's a celebrity? Being so stuck up, does she really think I can't handle a girl like her? Suddenly, a middle-aged man in combat boots stepped into the classroom. Thump, thump, thump. His heavy footsteps sounded like lead weights. His camouflage short-sleeved shirt was stretched tight over bulging muscles, and he had 2 scars on his face. One look told you he wasn't someone to mess with. This was a true powerhouse who had battled monsters many times. Shut up. Those 2 words made the 100 people in the classroom fall into dead silence. My name is Jiang Li. Talent is Qigong Master, level 35, first tier. I am your executive instructor for this test. Level 35? Hearing this, the whole class couldn't help but gasp. This level is definitely at the top of the world. The instructor must have hunted countless monsters to reach such a high level. He's definitely a ruthless man. Regardless of who you are, since you've decided to enroll in the combat science department, then you'd better listen to me. Roll call. In the serious atmosphere, roll call began. Everyone carefully and cautiously shouted, "Here!" Not even daring to meet the instructor's eyes, for fear of being eaten alive. Chen Nian? Silence in the classroom. Chen Nian? The classroom was eerily silent. Everyone realized one thing. Chen Nian wasn't here. Xiaowen curled her lips into a slight smile. That sycophant dared to be late. He was going to be in trouble. This instructor clearly had a short temper. Bang! The instructor slammed his hand on the desk, leaving a clear indentation in the hard surface. Anyone who knows Chen Nian can tell him he doesn't need to come. Next. When the name Sun Jing was called, the instructor's face softened noticeably. He had been specifically told to take care of Sun Jing. Just as the roll call ended, a crisp knock sounded at the door. Who else could it be but Chen Nian? Qin Yu's gaze immediately shifted over, surprise hidden in her eyes. "Sorry, I was held up on the way." Chen Nian didn't say this to the instructor, but looked toward Qin Yu. He was apologizing for ditching her earlier. As for the instructor, he didn't care about him at all, but he was greeted by a thunderous roar. "Who allowed you to come in?" "Get out!" The deafening voice roared like a wild beast, causing everyone to tremble violently. Chen Nian is in trouble now. Serves him right. The combat science department just started. The instructor definitely needs to assert his authority. It looks like the instructor is killing the chicken to scare the monkey, and Chen Nian is definitely the first chicken. What a loser. Most of the students felt a sense of schadenfreude. He was so cocky with me earlier, and now he's in this state? Xiaowen couldn't even help but laugh out loud, thinking this man really had the soul of a loser. She had thought that after the game world merged, this shut-in nerd might actually make something of himself, but he was still as useless as mud that couldn't be plastered onto a wall. I overestimated him. Just then, the school broadcast system chimed in. Announcement. Student Chen Nian of Combat Science Class 1 performed a heroic deed on the road today, saving a girl who had been snatched by a monster. His bravery and selflessness are worth learning from for everyone. He is hereby commended. Announcement. Student Chen Nian of Combat Science Class 1 performed a heroic deed on the road today, saving a girl who had been snatched by a monster. His bravery and selflessness are worth learning from for everyone. He is hereby commended. The broadcast echoed throughout the entire school. The classroom immediately broke into a buzz of discussion. Chen Nian actually saved someone on the way here. Oh my God, it's true! Check the trending news! People immediately opened their phones to check the trending searches and saw a story that was skyrocketing in popularity. Girl dragged into a sewer by a monster. Brave teenager intervenes and rescues her, leaving no name. Below were a bunch of photos from the scene, including one of a teenager wearing a mask whose build was indistinguishable from Chen Nian's. Qin Yu's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. So, he couldn't come to pick me up on time because he was saving someone on the road? The instructor's face darkened, looking somewhat unpleasant. Just then, a series of footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor. Come right ahead is the newly established Combat Science Class 1. The person you are looking for should be in there. That child is always helpful. Haha, the media should really give him some good coverage today. The principal's voice?
That's right, the president of Lin University is here. Along with him came a crowd of reporters, the mother and daughter involved in the incident, and even the driver. Because only the driver remembered what Chen Nian looked like. Chen Nian's real name was also found through the driver's ride-hailing records. I'll go call Chen Nian out in a moment. Please wait a bit, everyone. This kid did a good deed without seeking credit. His character is truly commendable. If a student from his school does a heroic deed and gets covered by the media, it would be extremely beneficial for the school's publicity. The president, of course, was delighted. Besides, there were even reporters from the official news station among them. Those were true guests of honor. All right, everyone, we have arrived. As soon as the president led the group outside the classroom and saw Chen Nian still standing there, he frowned immediately. Why are you standing outside instead of going in? Principal, I was late, and the instructor wouldn't let me in, Chen Nian replied honestly. Hearing this, the instructor inside couldn't help but twitch his face. The president didn't know he was Chen Nian, so his expression darkened immediately. Punished to stand for being late. This is a bad look, especially in front of so many reporters. It makes the school lose face. Suddenly, an exclamation came from behind. It was the taxi driver. That's him. He's the young brother who performed the heroic act. At the same time, the little girl being led by the hand also recognized the big brother and called out timidly, "Brother, thank you." The mother walked over quickly, thanking Chen Nian repeatedly, with tears welling up in her eyes. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The reporters couldn't hold back anymore. They immediately pulled out their cameras and started snapping away. Flashes of light illuminated Chen Nian's face. "Oh man, I'm done for. It looks like I have to be on TV now." Sigh. "Since it's unavoidable, I at least need to come up with some other disguise so that my identity as Wu Yu won't be exposed." "So you are Chen Nian? Good, good, good. What a fine young man." The president was even more dramatic, instantly switching expressions like a Sichuan opera performer, smiling broadly while patting Chen Nian on the shoulder. "Student Chen Nian, your act of heroism without seeking fame is worth learning from for all our students. This is also the purpose for which our Linhai City University Martial Arts Department was founded, to let those with the capability help the weak and maintain the peace of our home. Today, on behalf of the school, I award student Chen Nian a bonus of 50,000 yuan. The president announced loudly. A round of applause broke out all around. The students in the classroom were already stunned. Previously, many were gloating, mocking Chen Nian for being late on his first day and being made an example of. But who would have expected such a twist? It turned out he was late because he was saving someone and couldn't make it to roll call. Seeing Chen Nian receiving such praise, Jia Wen felt deeply uncomfortable, unable to say a word, feeling as if ants were crawling all over her. Chen Nian. That guy was his loyal admirer not long ago. But not anymore. Seeing him looking so impressive now, Jia Wen was naturally distressed, because she couldn't benefit from it, and she felt a sense of regret for having misjudged him. Yes, she never thought Chen Nian was so capable. And at this moment, Qin Yu's sadness and resentment had vanished completely. It turned out that Chen Nian wasn't just being late, he was saving someone. This is a good deed, a noble cause. Qin Yu was of course completely understanding and supportive, so her mood suddenly became exceptionally cheerful, and there was even a faint sense of pride. After all, he is her boyfriend in name. The reporters gathered around to start asking questions. "May I ask why you left in such a hurry after saving the person?" The reporter from the official TV station held out the microphone. Chen Nian thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. "Doing good isn't for the sake of reward. This was inspiration I got from my girlfriend. She has also anonymously donated to disaster areas." The reporters were overjoyed when they heard this. Based on past experience, young boys like this usually get shy, stuttering and brushing off questions when faced with cameras. So the interview results were usually mediocre and couldn't spark much discussion. But this boy named Chen Nian was clearly different. His answers were very tactful and had depth, like mentioning his girlfriend, which was definitely a good angle. After hearing this, Xia Wen's mind went blank and she was stunned. A girlfriend? Impossible. This guy Chen Nian was still chasing me just a few days ago. How could he already have a girlfriend? Then, student Chen Nian is your girlfriend among the students here. Could you let us meet her? In the classroom, Qin Yu's heart started beating faster. Chen Nian smiled and said, "Of course, she is right inside the classroom." Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's gaze followed Chen Nian's look. They all landed on Qin Yu. People's eyes were filled with disbelief. Qin Yu is Chen Nian's girlfriend. This is absolutely insane. One is a nerd who had no presence until today, and the other is the goddess in the hearts of countless men. Even novels wouldn't dare to write it like this. Sun Jing, the rich kid, subconsciously clenched his fists. The thing he hated most in life was someone else taking the woman he wanted. However, when he saw Qin Yu get up and walk out, his eyes widened and he was filled with rage. Jia Wen was subconsciously tense, watching helplessly as this girl, who was better than her in every way, walked toward Chen Nian. Every step she took shattered her pride to pieces. Impossible. How is this possible? He's just a nerd. How does he deserve it? Even bloodshot veins appeared in her wide eyes. Qin Yu lowered her head, staring at her toes. She was no longer afraid of the cameras, just purely shy. She didn't expect Chen Nian to pull something like this. Qin Yu. It really is Qin Yu, my god. The reporters were ecstatic. They didn't expect to get an unexpected scoop while interviewing Chen Nian. Pop singer Qin Yu. She is someone you can't even get an interview with usually. Unexpectedly, she already has a boyfriend, and it's not a rumor, it's confirmed. This is too explosive. May I ask, Ms. Qin, when did you start dating? Ms. Qin, aren't you afraid that this exposure will affect your career? Ms. Qin, does your agency know about this? A barrage of questions was fired like machine gun fire, and it was until the school security led the reporters away that the matter finally came to an end. Chen Nian's goal was achieved. He was exposed as having a girlfriend, which had absolutely nothing to do with the emotionless Wu Yu. But if it were ever found out, whether it was that woman Yi Hongling or his little housekeeper Xiaoqi, there would be a brutal romantic mess ahead. As soon as the outsiders were sent away, the president walked into the classroom with his hands behind his back and scolded the instructor severely. "I brought you here to teach at Lin University, not to mess things up. You almost ruined a good deed today, you idiot." After a thorough scolding, the president turned to Chen Nian with a polite tone. "Zhao Chen, don't take today's matter to heart. Just focus on preparing for the upcoming tests." "All right, President."
Move out to the playground. Including Chen Nian, about 100 people were summoned to the soccer field. They were gathered at the playground, preparing to start their first combat course assessment. The purpose of the test is to evaluate the students' talents and strengths. Those who excel can be recruited by the official law enforcement teams and secure an iron rice bowl for life. Average students can receive professional guidance, including growth advice, equipment selection, and combat training to help them develop into top talent. As for the inferior ones, they are left to develop naturally. Before today, Chen Nian had planned to just coast through it, acting as someone with low talent so he could develop freely, which also fit the style of Wu Yu. But he had just been filmed by a reporter, so he figured it would be written up as a news story any minute now. He couldn't keep a low profile anymore. So, Chen Nian had no choice but to do the opposite and go for a high profile instead. In the game Calamity, Wu Yu was an extremely low-profile person who kept all his personal information tightly guarded, never even using voice chat, communicating only through text. By creating this contrast, Chen Nian could hide his identity even more effectively. He was already prepared to take the assessment slightly more seriously. Meanwhile, some people were up to no good lurking around. The rich second-generation kid Sun Jing had connections with instructor Jiang Lai. Under the pretext of going to the restroom, Sun Jing made a phone call to Jiang Lai. "Instructor Jiang, I hope you take it a bit seriously with Chen Nian, don't hold back. As it happens, I don't really like the kid much either. If you can, breaking an arm or a leg would be best, heh." Sun Jing revealed a sinister smile. Walking out of the restroom, he saw Qin Yu and Chen Nian walking together, and his disgust intensified. Jiang Li had been berated by the principal, losing face and authority on the spot, all because of Chen Nian. He hung up the phone with a smirk on his face. The school took this assessment extremely seriously. In addition to the principal and leaders, several investors in the combat program were here. It was a talent development project, and these bosses were quite forward-thinking. Dressed in suits with shiny leather shoes, the bosses sat down in the viewing area. One of them, wearing sunglasses and a light gray suit, was an old acquaintance of Chen Nian. Liu Xingchen. He used to be the CEO of the Nianlin real estate company, but after botching a billion-dollar project, he was heavily reprimanded by Chen Nian's father, Chen Huarong. Chen Huarong wanted to strip him of his position, but couldn't withstand his wife's desperate pleading for Liu Xingchen, so he gave his son another chance. "This time I will definitely win back everything I've lost." Liu Xingchen's foresight was indeed good. He moved his next project into talent cultivation, actively investing in Lin University, hoping to train a batch of gifted individuals. Chen Nian. When he saw that figure in the crowd, Liu Xingchen almost slammed the table and stood up right then and there. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes burned with fury. He never expected that Chen Nian would actually be participating in this batch of combat training. "Oh, what a coincidence, my dear little brother." He slowly loosened his clenched teeth, and a smirk returned to his face. "Last time it must have just been a coincidence. Now that you've fallen into the hands of capital, let me show you the power of money. I hope Dad won't blame me if I leave you crippled." "Mr. Liu, are you feeling unwell?" the principal asked hurriedly. "I'm fine." Liu Xingchen sat back down, called his secretary over, and whispered, 1 million. Bribe that instructor and tell him to properly guide my dear little brother. The assessment begins. Split yourselves into groups of 3 and take turns fighting me. I will give you a rating based on your performance in the match. The highest is S rank and the lowest is E rank. The higher the rating, the easier it is to get preferential treatment and prioritized training from the government. After finishing the rules, Jiang Lai suddenly ripped off his jacket, revealing his muscular build in just a white tank top. Across those dark, knotted muscles were scars that hadn't completely healed. All the students were shocked. "Are you kidding me? We have to fight the instructor right away." "Even 3-on-1 won't work. I heard this instructor is level 35 and he's got tons of combat experience. He's way too strong for us." "Don't worry, the goal certainly isn't for us to win, but to show off our capabilities. Everyone just do your best." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's group up." When forming a trio, your teammates are crucial. If your teammates are strong enough, you have more room to shine, and you might stand a better chance of getting noticed. Not everyone is brave enough to go out into the wild to level up alone. Humans are social animals. Most seek to join groups, find steady work, and get professional training, as that's much safer and keeps them from getting killed by monsters all the time. Brother Chen, want to group up? My class is Pugilist, and I'm already level 15. Pick me, Brother Nian. We're close buddies. I want to stick with you. Brother Chen, can I join you too? Suddenly Chen Nian became the center of attention. Because he had just saved people from monsters, everyone knew he was definitely strong, and he was quickly swarmed by the crowd. Of course, there were also many horny guys rushing toward Qin Yu, wanting to team up with her. Who doesn't want to show off in front of a beauty? "Sorry, I have a boyfriend. I'm grouping up with him." Qin Yu rejected them flatly. "I have to say, the boyfriend shield really works wonders." Sure enough, as soon as those guys heard it, they left looking discouraged, though a couple of creeps were still saying things like, "Having a boyfriend is even better." Xia Wen, the former school beauty, was now left completely ignored. In terms of looks and figure, she had been totally outclassed by Qin Yu. As for strength, she had only just gotten a job class card from Sun Jing through improper means and hadn't had a chance to test it, so why would anyone want her? Once the center of attention for all, she was now like a blade of dogtail grass that nobody wanted, left standing alone in the corner. She looked at Chen Nian, seeing her own past self in his position. A nerdy guy with no name and no apparent merits had now become the most popular person there. And she, on the other hand, was being shunned. She couldn't accept it. How could it be like this? Why? He was clearly just a simp for me. Suddenly, a twinge of regret arose in her heart. If only I hadn't humiliated Chen Nian so much back then, and had kept leading him on with a few sweet treats instead. However, Xia Wen quickly dismissed that thought, wiggled her hips as she walked toward Sun Jing, and instinctively put on a pathetic, innocent look. "Brother Jing, do you still need someone here? Can you take me along?" Sun Jing frowned. "Do you think you're worthy?" For a rich kid like him, the women he couldn't have were the best ones like Qin Yu. But the ones he already had lost most of his interest, like Xia Wen. "You." Xia Wen's eyes were full of disbelief as she grabbed Sun Jing's clothes. "You said you would protect me for the rest of your life." "Heh, I say that to all the women when I'm in bed with them." Snickers erupted from those around them. "Looks like the trashy man and trashy woman have found each other. Get away from them, don't bring bad luck."
Xia Wen felt as if the sky were falling. Only now did she remember how good Chen Nian was to her. He would hand her mineral water after PE class and run over to bring her an umbrella whenever it rained. Rich second generations might offer fleeting satisfaction, but a down-to-earth geek gives you a sincere heart. She stood where she was, watching as most people had already formed their groups. Yet Chen Nian's group still only had 2 people. A flicker of hope suddenly rose in Xia Wen's heart. Could this last spot be one that Chen Nian intentionally saved for her? He used to be my loyal simp. Even if he has a new girlfriend, he shouldn't be so heartless, right? As she pondered this, she actually saw Chen Nian walking straight toward her. Great. He still has me in his heart. She had even prepared her expression for accepting his invitation, but all she felt was a gust of wind brushing past her ear. Chen Nian brushed past her, reached the instructor, and said, "Instructor, my group will just have the 2 of us, that's enough." Jia Wen was almost driven to death by anger on the spot. He would rather have one person fewer than come and invite me. This man is truly despicable. To think there's someone so petty in this world, such a small-minded weakling. She cursed Chen Nian in her heart using every word she could think of, yet it couldn't change the fact that she had been left behind. Very well, Jiang Lai nodded with a smile. He had originally intended to target Chen Nian, so since Chen Nian took the initiative to propose a two-person challenge, he naturally wouldn't refuse. The other students were all shocked. Chen Nian is being way too arrogant, participating in the challenge without a full team? Showing such disrespect to the instructor, he'll find out when he gets taught a hard lesson later. Exactly, the instructor is still an instructor, after all. He should show basic respect. Isn't this clearly a provocation? Even Qin Yu felt that Chen Nian was being reckless. She felt a bit uneasy. Chen Nian, are you sure about just the two of us? What else? Then you better perform well later and don't end up being carried by a girl. Qin Yu wrinkled her little nose and grumbled with a pout. In the eyes of other boys, this was simply flirting, and they were mad with envy. What kind of incredible luck did Chen Nian have to get such a cute girlfriend? Just as everyone finished grouping up, a neatly dressed troop suddenly walked onto the playground. They were official law enforcement officers in camouflage uniforms. At the lead was a female officer wearing black leather boots, sporting a crisp, clean ponytail, and with her sleeves rolled up casually, carrying a sense of fierce charisma. She went straight to the spectator stand, pulled out a chair, sat down, and crossed her legs nonchalantly. The rest of the officers stood in line behind her. Holy crap, it's Li Yunwei! Seeing this female officer, the students were no less shocked than when they first saw Qin Yu. Isn't this the power woman who appears on TV all the time? Word is she's almost level 40, even stronger than the instructor. I know her. She's probably the strongest officer in our Linhai city. She's led teams to eliminate many of the monsters in the city. My god, she's so cool. Such a strong and charismatic woman is popular with both men and women alike. Since she's here, she must be looking to scout talent. I must perform well this time. I'll give it my all. If I could work under Sister Li, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Regardless of gender, everyone was filled with 200% energy at this moment. The test officially began. We'll go first. A 3-person team took the lead. I heard that guy is level 20 and quite strong. Looks like he wants to show off, some whispered. But the result of the battle left everyone stunned. In the first 30 seconds, Jiang Lai only defended and didn't attack, relying solely on his movement to dodge, remaining completely unscathed. He stayed still until he made his move, and it was breathtaking. He threw a punch from a distance, and a terrifying shockwave sent the 3 flying several meters back. The Qigong Master's air-breaking punch. Chen Nian recognized this skill immediately. My god, too strong! The students exclaimed one after another. Jiang Lai twisted his neck, next group. Even that was him barely making a move. The main event was yet to come. The second group stepped up. I'll give you 30 seconds to show what you've got. Come on. Jiang Li beckoned. 30 seconds later, the second group was likewise blown away by a powerful air current, falling down in a mess. Gosh, the instructor really doesn't hold back at all. This is what a real expert is. He at least gave us 30 seconds to display our skills. Everyone was a bit afraid of the instructor. Especially the girls. Girls care about their appearance and value their reputation. If they all ended up falling and making a fool of themselves like that, how embarrassing. After about 20 groups, everyone had received varying evaluations. Only a handful of 3 people managed to engage the instructor for over 10 moves and were rated A level, while most were below B level, and there was not a single S level. Jia Wen also went up. The instructor didn't show women any special treatment and struck just the same. There was only one exception, Sun Jing. He actually managed to trade dozens of blows back and forth with the instructor, and only lost at the end in a less humiliating way. Sun Jing A-level. Wow, Brother Sun is still impressive, the first one to be able to trade blows with the instructor. Brother Sun is great, a well-deserved A-level. Amidst the praise, Sun Jing also got cocky and couldn't help but look toward the female officer, hoping to get her approval. But unexpectedly, Li Yunwei was just calmly sipping tea in her seat, unmoved. The principal couldn't help but ask, "Team Leader Li, this Sun Jing has good talent. Would you be interested in taking him under your wing to train?" Not interested. Li Yunwei put down her teacup calmly. With her strength, how could she not see that the instructor was deliberately holding back? She didn't even care to look at someone so mediocre. Where is the kid who acted as a hero earlier today? Team Leader Li, are you talking about Chen Nian? Look, it's his turn to go up now. Yes, Chen Nian and Qin Yu had already arrived at the center of the playground. They were the only two-person team. Finally, Jiang Lai twisted his wrists, making crisp clicking sounds. He had been waiting for a long time. Everything before was just a warm-up. Although Kaigong looks flashy, it doesn't do fundamental damage. As long as he wanted to get serious, Qigong could directly shatter a human's internal organs. It wouldn't just be a simple fall. And there wouldn't be any outward sign of it either. After some time, the air currents channeled into the body would begin to destroy it, and by then, there would be no way to pin it on him. Good, finally it's your turn. Sun Jing waited expectantly. I want to see what ability you have to act so arrogant. Xia Wen felt even more resentment in her heart. In the investor's seat, Liu Xingchen finally perked up, took off his sunglasses, and stared intently at the front. Little brother, you better perform well and don't let me down. All at once, Chen Nian became the focus of everyone's attention.
The test for Chen Nian and Qin Yu has officially begun. By tradition, the instructor gives them 30 seconds to attack first to demonstrate their abilities. Qin Yu felt quite nervous. Her level is not low at all. In fact, she is a standout among these students, but she is worried that Chen Nian won't be up to the task. This instructor seems to hold quite a bit of hostility toward Chen Nian. Start, Jiang Lai gestured with his finger. I'll give you 30 seconds to attack first, then I'll use a powerful Qigong blast to take that brat down, he thought to himself. Qin Yu launched the first attack. Her specialty is the archer class, and combined with the epic equipment she previously acquired, the firework bow, her overall strength is truly in a league of its own. The arrow pierced through the air, but unexpectedly Jiang Lai easily dodged it with a sideways movement. Not bad, you've got some skills. Jiang Lai was slightly surprised. He could feel the power contained within that arrow. Continue. Qin Yu gritted her teeth and kept attacking. One glowing arrow after another flew out as she agilely darted across the training ground, like a nimble leopard. It is fortunate she changed into sportswear before the fight, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to make such wide-ranging movements. Damn, Qin Yu is so fierce. Her strength is greater than most of us. Her level must be quite high. While everyone was shocked by Qin Yu's strength, they noticed something else strange. Chen Nian hadn't moved. The precious 30 seconds were ticking away, yet he was just standing there motionless. What is Chen Nian thinking? He is probably just trying to act cool by being different. I hope he doesn't end up being a clown, getting eliminated without doing anything at all. After all, he is our university's #1 hero for chivalry, Sun Jing said, shaking his head with a laugh. Chen Nian's calm and composed demeanor made Liu Xingchen feel uncomfortable all over. It was as if countless ants were crawling on his back. He was like this last time too. Last time, Liu Xingchen called Chen Nian trying to provoke him, but Chen Nian spoke with that same indifferent tone. That same afternoon, $1 billion project of his was snatched away. No way, it can't really be his doing. How could he have the capability? Liu Xingchen instinctively clenched his fists. This kid is quite interesting. Li Yunwei crossed her arms over her chest, watching Chen Nian with great interest, wondering how he would respond. I hope he can hold out a bit longer, otherwise this selection would be too boring. The person most speechless in the entire arena was Qin Yu. Chen Nian Yu. She was both anxious and angry. She had expected Chen Nian to coordinate with her, but he just gave up entirely. Why was he so confident about teaming up with me? Just to show off? Or did he think he could face the instructor head-on without needing this 30-second window? That is way too arrogant. Time is up. Jiang Li grabbed the arrow flying toward him. Snap! He crushed it into pieces. He grinned, now it is my turn. As soon as he spoke, he set his stance with terrifying Kong energy gathering in his 5 fingers. Dust swirled under his feet, and a violent wind rose up. Firstly, he personally didn't like Chen Nian. Secondly, Sun Jing also didn't like him and wanted him to be taught a lesson. Furthermore, during the break just now, an investor had approached him and paid a high price to ensure Chen Nian was taken down. With all 3 factors combined, he prepared to use his full strength to finish his goal in a single punch. This punch... Far away, Li Yunwei narrowed her eyes, detecting energy in this punch far exceeding his previous ones. A Qigong master's moves are invisible, so others couldn't tell, but Li Yunwei was a professional after all. Is the instructor trying to deal a vicious blow? However, as a spectator, she had no reason to interfere. Watch out! Qin Yu's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly raised her arms to block the impact. 90% of the students before had been blown away by this Qigong punch. She could not be careless. Aside from Li Yunwei, Chen Nian could naturally feel that Jiang Li's fist power was extraordinary, unlike before. Is he trying to take revenge on me? Was it because of that last incident, or did someone bribe him? Chen Nian looked back and his gaze landed on Liu Xingchen in the VIP area, seeing a faint smile on his face. Oh, so it was you. Very well then. Boom! The terrifying Qigong fist finally exploded in midair. Thousands of violent air currents, accompanied by a deafening gale, surged toward Chen Nian and Qin Yu indiscriminately. Spirit word, skyscaping spirit snake. Chen Nian whispered, and the invisible spirit snake instantly shot out, wrapping tightly around Qin Yu. That is right, it can be used for defense as well. As for himself, he didn't need it. Relying on his high level and the elite gear he was wearing, he could simply ignore this kind of attack. After the wind and dust settled, the students stared with wide eyes. Chen Nian and Qin Yu were both still standing there, not having moved in half a step. But what just happened? Sun Jing and Liu Xingchen were also stunned. Logically, the instructor should have landed a heavy hit, so why did Chen Nian look perfectly fine? Good. On the field, Li Yunwei, the only one who understood the situation, instinctively exclaimed good. She could tell that Chen Nian had withstood that terrifying punch with his own body, and admiration appeared in her eyes. The most shocked person was Jiang Li himself. He knew perfectly well that he had used his full strength in that punch. Not only should it have blown them away, but it should have also left a hidden force inside them to damage their internal organs later. How did they block it? Looks like the instructor is finished, now it's my turn. Chen Nian, you... Before Qin Yu could finish, she saw Chen Nian bolt out like a gust of wind. A simple, unadorned punch to the instructor's face. Jiang Li hurriedly raised his arms to block, but the moment his arms made contact with Chen Nian's fist, intense pain shot through them. Crack, bones shattered. The fist then smashed heavily into his face, knocking him over instantly. With one punch, Jiang Li collapsed to the ground. Pure physical power, that is the strength of high-level stats and attack power. Jiang Li lay bleeding from his nose and mouth, knocked unconscious. Around the arena, waves of gasps echoed. Everyone was stunned. See, is that Chen Nian? Damn. Only the crudest language could express their profound shock. Chen Nian took down an instructor with one punch, who would have thought? It's just fucking ridiculous. Everyone thought Chen Nian was just trying to act cool, never imagining that he was simply dismissive. If you can finish it in one punch, what do you need 30 seconds for? Qin Yu stood there stunned, her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word for a long time.
Chen Nian knocked the instructor down with one punch, and the whole audience went silent. No one had ever imagined such a situation. These students, even if they were lucky enough to inherit talents from the game or obtain talent cards, lacked real combat awareness. But the instructor was different. Having been a veteran soldier, he was a true elite who had been fighting monsters all along. Yet, such an instructor was actually knocked unconscious by a single punch from Chen Nian. The principal stood frozen like a statue, smacking his lips and muttering to himself repeatedly. Our Lin University has produced a genius, a real genius. Well hit. Li Yunwei even stood up on the spot to applaud. This student impressed her and shocked her, making her feel as excited as if she had found gold in the sand. More importantly, it felt satisfying to see that instructor who didn't follow the rules get beaten up. Chen Nian S rank. S rank. The graders spoke almost in unison. A well-deserved S rank with no objections whatsoever. Chen Nian, you are so amazing. Qin Yu trotted excitedly to Chen Nian's side, her beautiful eyes filled with joy and excitement. The fact that her boyfriend was so impressive made her feel proud as well. But weren't you a bit too heavy-handed? Not at all. Chen Nian knew that the guy had intended to cripple him just now, so killing him wouldn't even have been excessive. Chen Nian is amazing. Brother, you're freaking insane. I don't even respect my own uncle, but I respect you. Brother Nian is mighty. I'll be your underling from now on. Please take me under your wing. Deafening cheers finally erupted at this moment, and the students swarmed around Chen Nian, while the instructor could only be carried away by the medical staff. The strong are always respected and admired. Xia Wen covered her mouth, a lump forming in her throat, her trembling pupils filled with extremely complex emotions. Just thinking that this boy who was now the center of attention had previously been chasing her made her feel incredibly awful. Why? Why did a loser like him suddenly rise to greatness? If only he still liked me, but... The girl standing by Chen Nian's side now is Qin Yu, who outclasses her in every way. Xia Wen irritably yanked out a few strands of hair, venting her frustration. Sun Jing felt even worse than her. Liu Jingchen looked as if he had eaten something foul, his face livid, unable to utter a single word. He never imagined that Chen Nian was truly a powerful person, strong enough to make it into the frontline troops, and that even this instructor was no match for him. Today's turmoil actually ended up boosting his fame. Damn it. Let's go. Liu Xingchen got up, ready to leave. The principal asked hurriedly, Boss Liu, we haven't finished discussing the investment yet, why the rush? Sorry, but I'm suddenly not interested in this project anymore. Wait, Boss Liu, look, we still have other genius students here with great potential. Just then, Chen Nian suddenly called out loudly. Boss Liu, aren't you leaving a bit too hurriedly? This shout drew everyone's attention, wondering what Chen Nian was up to. Liu Xingchen looked at Chen Nian coldly, do you need something? Of course I do. Why don't we talk about why this instructor suddenly decided to attack so ruthlessly just now? Chen Nian turned his gaze to the woman from the enforcement team. Captain Lei, what do you think? Li Yunwei strode over and nodded with a smile. It is true. That man attacked ruthlessly just now. If it weren't for Chen Nian's exceptional skills, he could have been crippled for life. What? The principal's face was filled with disbelief. Others also cast their eyes over, whispering among themselves. Could there be some hidden story behind this? Liu Xingchen naturally couldn't afford an investigation. Once that instructor started talking, his own people would be exposed. Considering that no serious harm was done, if Director Liu donates 10 million to our school, we won't pursue this matter further, Chen Nian proposed. You. Liu Xingchen's eyes widened sharply. Asking him to donate 10 million just like that was like a lion opening its mouth. If word of this got back to the company, wouldn't it be like another scar on his reputation, making him a laughingstock? He was unwilling to do it a million times over. But Chen Nian's next sentence completely broke his defense. What's the matter, Director Liu? 10 million shouldn't be much compared to a billion, right? This sentence was like a steel needle stabbing deep into Liu Xingchen's chest. He almost couldn't catch his breath. He couldn't let them make this matter public, otherwise, it would damage the company's image. Fine, I'll donate 10 million. Director Liu is very generous. The principal was overjoyed. This was 10 million picked up for free. Today, not only did the school's image get a good start thanks to Chen Nian, but they also gained a $10 million investment out of thin air. How is this any different from a pie falling from the sky? Chen Nian is truly a treasure for Lin University. The infuriated Liu Xingchen didn't want to stay for another second and left quickly. Li Yunwei, however, saw Chen Nian out. Little brother Chen, would you be willing to come and work with me? The official benefits are all guaranteed, and we will do our best to nurture you. She offered the most sincere conditions right from the start. The other enforcement team members were stunned. This was the first time Captain Li had personally recruited someone. This shows just how outstanding this young man's talent is. Others were already drooling with envy, wishing they could be the one chosen. Why is Chen Nian still hesitating? Why hasn't he agreed yet? Exactly, this is a golden path to success. Following the officials means no future worries, and he might even get priority in selecting skills and equipment. But Chen Nian's answer made everyone's jaws drop. I wouldn't mind having a nominal position and checking in when I'm free. A nominal position meant coming and going as he pleased, neither refusing nor fully committing. Chen Nian would still be able to utilize this network in the future. Good kid, quite cunning, Li Yunwei laughed. Fine, I'll pull some strings for you and grant you a nominal role. Let's go, this trip was quite worth it. Li Yunwei didn't intend to pick any other students and left stylishly with her troops. Chen Nian's goal had been achieved. Since becoming famous was inevitable, he might as well become even more famous. A heroic boy who fought for justice, a genius from Linhai University, the boyfriend of pop star Qin Yu. None of these identities fit the persona of Wu Yu. This way, even if those old friends saw him, they wouldn't suspect that he was Wu Yu. Having recovered his strength, Chen Nian set his next plan in order. Go back to the wild and continue leveling up. As for the school's grooming, he didn't need it. No one can teach him, he is the strongest.
Chen Nian had achieved his goal and had no intention of wasting any more time here. I am only a registered student at the academy, so I won't be joining everyone for the group training. Ah. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look disappointed. What a pity, I can't cling to his coattails now. But it makes sense. Why would a genius like him hang out with nobodies like us? Wouldn't it just be holding himself back? The principal, however, had no objections. Chen Nian had already brought significant benefits to Lin University, and just having his name on the roster was an honor for the school. Little Chen, if you need anything at all, just let us know. The academy will do its absolute best to meet your requests. The test came to an end, and only after the crowd dispersed did Chen Nian find Qin Yu. Sorry, I couldn't make it to pick you up on time today. It's fine. You were saving people, so it was the right thing to do. Oh right, I prepared a gift for you. Qin Yu nervously took out an exquisite watch from her backpack. This is for you. Even though we are only a couple in name, we should still go through the motions, she added sunderly. Thanks. Chen Nian felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't like receiving gifts for free, so he took the elemental sharpshooter talent card out of his backpack. I don't have much to give back, so take this. This is... Qin Yu took the item from Chen Nian, her beautiful eyes immediately filled with intense surprise. An elemental sharpshooter talent card. This meant she could promote from an ordinary archer to an elemental sharpshooter. The difference between talents was immense, and rare talents were a level above ordinary ones, making them extremely precious. On the market, this kind of thing was absolutely priceless. She didn't expect Chen Nian to just give it to her like that. Qin Yu was overwhelmed by the favor. She wondered if even a real girlfriend would receive such treatment. Chen Nian was truly generous. She was a bit incoherent for a moment, not knowing how to express her gratitude. Want to thank me? Come on then, give me a kiss, Chen Nian said, tilting his cheek. Kiss you? But... Qin Yu panicked, her little face turning red visibly. Didn't you say that even a couple in name should go through the motions? Then I'll kiss you next time. Why wait until next time? Because, if I kiss you now, it feels like I'm being bought off by you, and that's not good. So you want to kiss me sincerely? In your dreams? Chen Nian didn't tease Qin Yu any further, because at that moment, a message came to his Buyu Persona social media account. It was from Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi, Brother Buyu, we've decided to hold an offline meeting in Shanghai in 2 days to discuss how to resist the Blood Moon Calamity. Blood Moon Calamity countdown, 24 days. That was the first catastrophe in the game that relentlessly slaughtered all the players. If a concrete strategy wasn't decided, it would be an unprecedented catastrophe for all of humanity. As the most powerful player guild in the Dragon Kingdom, Shani Yongan had to make preparations in advance. With great power comes great responsibility. Chen Nian, alright, I understand. Xiaoqi, Brother Buyu, will you come? Chen Nian, you know me, I never show my face in public. Xiao Qi. But you are our backbone. If you don't come, I'm afraid some people won't be convinced. Xiao Qi. And can't you come because Xiao Qi wants to see you? Xiao Qi, my birthday happens to be in 2 days. After a moment of silence, Chen Nian replied. Then happy early birthday. Xiao Qi, I hate you. Chen Nian thought for a moment and bought a ticket to Shanghai for the day after tomorrow. He could go, but he couldn't let Xiao Qi know. He had to go secretly. In Shenyongan, most people were either extremely powerful or had high social status and immense wealth. Once they met offline, they would inevitably be arrogant and refuse to submit to one another. If Chen Nian didn't go, Xiao Qi really wouldn't be able to hold the floor, even if she was the heiress to a world top 100 group and the strongest sword immortal in Calamity. The problem is, a wealthy heiress like Xiao Qi doesn't lack anything. What kind of birthday gift should I get her in 2 days? Chen Nian's plan was already drafted. First, go to the wilderness to level up, then fly to Shanghai for the offline gathering. Inside Qin Yu's talent agents, the executives were worrying about how to handle the PR for Qin Yu's private relationship. Undoubtedly, Qin Yu was a rising star and a huge cash cow. But if she had a boyfriend, especially a civilian, she would lose a large number of husband fans, her earning power would decrease significantly, and many fans would leave. Xiao Yu is so reckless, how could she go and get a boyfriend? Sigh. If it were an industry celebrity, we could capitalize on it and create a couple buzz, but it just had to be some unknown civilian. I don't know what her agent is thinking. Why didn't he stop her from dating? Qin Yu's agent was that fat guy, one of the 3 people who knew Chen Nian's true identity, and he was the one desperately trying to bring Qin Yu and Chen Nian together. If we don't announce it, it will be a different story when the fans dig it up and it starts to ferment. Sigh. These young female stars really have no sense of boundaries. Wait, look at the news. Just as they were discussing heatedly, someone suddenly shouted excitedly. Look at the news. What news? Qin Yu's boyfriend has been exposed. He's the teenager who rescued the girl. Huh. Not only that, he is also a genius teenager from Linhai University. My god, he knocked down an instructor with 1 punch. Everyone, huh? That sounds way too absurd. Everyone hurriedly opened their phones to check the news, and to their surprise, everything they just said was true. Qin Yu's boyfriend is named Chen Nian. He bravely rescued a girl from a monster, received official commendation, and stood out in the testing at Linhai University. He is an absolute genius. More importantly, his looks are top-notch. With a bit of dressing up, he wouldn't lose to any of those traffic idols. My god, good, that's great. Announce it immediately, announce it loudly, preferably with a photo of the 2 of them together. Ha 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 ha, heaven is helping us. Now Chen Nian has many auras and a positive social image. If we expose his relationship with Qin Yu now, most fans will buy it, and some might even ship them. Didn't expect Qin Yu's boyfriend to be so outstanding. She really hit the jackpot. Quick, buy a trending topic immediately and get it to the top. And so Qin Yu's relationship was officially announced. As expected, fans sent in crazy congratulations and blessings. It's so good that Xiao Yu found such a good boyfriend. Yeah, and he's a good person who saved someone without leaving his name. Wishing you guys long-lasting happiness. Teary-eyed, Xiao Yu found a good man. You must be happy. When is the concert? I'm going to buy all the tickets. The affair between Qin Yu and Chen Nian had become a beautiful story. When she saw the countless blessings from fans, she felt inexplicably happy and proud in her heart. Qin Yu created an alternate account and left a comment under the official announcement Weibo post. Xiao Yu is a good woman. Chen Nian, you must treasure her. After posting, she couldn't help but like it herself.
Chen Nian is leveling up in the wild. A day passes in the blink of an eye, and he finally reaches level 50. His leveling speed isn't the fastest. Many mages grinding large numbers of monsters are even quicker, but Chen Nian doesn't care as he can kill monsters above his level. He went home to get some sleep, bringing his body back to its peak state. The next morning, it is time to set off. Tonight will be the guild's first offline meetup. Chen Nian changed into conservative clothing, put on a mask, and boarded a plane to Lucheng. Just as the plane took off from the airport, a notification suddenly popped up in front of him. Announcement. The highest level player in this region has broken through level 70. The world boss has spawned. Defeating the world boss will unlock the Calamity summon feature. Time limit 1 day. The world boss has appeared. Chen Nian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that in the Linhai City area. The fastest player had already broken through level 70. It seems he has been slacking off for too long. If the world boss is not defeated within the specified time, the Calamity summon feature will not be unlocked, which would be a huge blow to players in Linhai City, as one of their channels for advancement would be cut off. More importantly, if the world boss is not killed on time, the Blood Moon Calamity will arrive early. That is the most lethal part, lethal enough to destroy Linhai City and cause the deaths of millions. Chen Nian gazed at the city getting smaller below through the airplane window and muttered to himself, "You are leveling up so fast, I hope you all can successfully deal with the world boss before I return." If they cannot solve it, Chen Nian will have to come back and handle it himself, which is quite troublesome. The world boss has appeared. My god, it really is the world boss. I never thought it would be triggered this way. Have the top tier players already reached level 70? Damn, that's fast. I'm only level 10. Don't even mention it. I haven't even received my talent card yet. Everyone in Linhai City received this message at the same time, and it was absolute chaos on the spot. Especially the official law enforcement troops. Quick, deploy all available drones to locate the world boss. Issue a recruitment order, gather high-level players, and prepare to raid the world boss. It must be killed within a day. Real players who have played Calamity were all panicking. Like Li Yunwei. "Captain Lai, what's wrong? Why do you look so worried?" a colleague asked. "If we don't kill the world boss within a day, the Blood Moon Calamity will arrive early." What? Li Yunwei looked extremely grave. If the Blood Moon Calamity descends early, players at the current level and gear stage simply won't be able to defend against it. The final outcome will most likely be our destruction. How could this be? After hearing this, her colleague staggered back 2 steps, his face turning deathly pale. He never imagined the consequences would be so severe. We can only hope those top-level players step up. The safety of the entire city rests on them. Within half an hour, the world boss location was captured. It is in the wilderness south of Linhai City. A massive pitch-black sphere has appeared in the space there, and you can't see anything inside. Video footage. When the footage was projected, everyone was shocked. That is right, there is a giant black sphere in the wilderness. That is the world boss's barrier. Only by entering the barrier does one qualify to challenge the world boss, Li Yunwei said in a deep voice. Quick, send the gathered volunteers to the target location and begin the raid immediately. Everyone, take action. The emergency mobilization in Linhai City began, but Chen Nian wouldn't be seeing it. He arrived in Lucheng that afternoon. However, his phone was blowing up with calls from all sorts of people, including one from Li Yunwei. Chen Nian called back. "Chen Nian, where are you? The world boss has appeared, and we are urgently gathering volunteers to raid it." Li Yunwei's tone was urgent. In her eyes, Chen Nian was also a powerful contender. "Sorry, Sister Li, I just left the city and can't make it back." Beep, beep, beep. Li Yunwei hung up the phone directly without wasting any more time. Chen Nian shrugged and then muttered to himself, "A mere world boss shouldn't require me to step in, unless those people are just brainless slackers who only know how to level up." Soon, night fell in Lucheng. The streets were bright with neon lights, bustling and prosperous. Chen Nian, wearing a black hoodie and jeans with a mask on, boarded a giant cruise ship. This 3-deck luxury ocean cruise ship had been chartered for the night. The person who chartered it was none other than Xiao Qi. The grand ballroom on the cruise ship was the designated spot for the offline meetup. "Hello, please present your exclusive QR code." As he stepped onto the deck, a waiter asked Chen Nian to show his QR code for identity verification, which only group members possessed, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. "Verification successful, please come in." Chen Nian put on his hat and walked into cruise ship. He was quite nervous for his first offline meetup. Even though these were his subordinates, they were all big shots. The resplendent central hall was illuminated brightly by crystal chandeliers, and the gold-threaded carpet on the floor showed nothing but luxury. People were walking into the hall one after another. Among them were businessmen in suits, fashionable and wealthy young masters, young students, and older uncles. Chen Nian knew very well the people gathered here could shake the world with a single stomp. They held noble and prominent identities, billionaires, business tycoons, heirs and heiresses of prestigious families. What was even more terrifying was that each of them was exceptionally powerful. However, upon entering the ship, these people seemed like different individuals shedding all their airs. My god, you are Dai? Haha, I never thought you'd actually look like a goose. You say you are Meng Meng? Damn it, wasn't Keek supposed to be a cute girl? That's my daughter, her name is Meng Meng. And you, Nan Mo? Didn't you say you were 18? Damn it, your belly is as big as a balloon. Men remain boys until they die, don't you get it? Jasmine, your photo looked like a high school girl. Did you grow up for 20 years at super speed? You believe Photoshop pictures. I was even cyber dating Yuner, and who knew it was some old guy using a voice changer to scam people. Brother Jan Yun, you could be my brother or even my father, a 50-year-old berserker, my god. Catfishing, men pretending to be women, women pretending to be men. Voice changers, disappointment upon meeting. The various situations of internet friends meeting in person were unfolding endlessly here. Just as everyone was laughing and chatting, the speakers suddenly went off and a soft, cute voice came through. Welcome everyone to Lucheng. Quiet, quiet, everyone shut the hell up. Everyone fell silent instantly, all looking toward the central stage. A young girl walked out.
A young girl walked into the center of the stage. Instantly, she captured everyone's attention. Her black evening gown highlighted her noble and elegant temperament. Her smooth and lustrous long hair rested gently on her shoulders, and those bright, lively eyes were as beautiful as the stars. Her delicate and perfect features formed an exquisite face, causing waves of gaspies from the crowd below. Is that Xiao Qi? My god, Xiao Qi is just too stunning. Xiao Qi's looks could totally overshadow those famous actresses TSK. Who would have thought that such a young and beautiful girl is the most powerful sword immortal in the game? Chen Nian watched the beautiful girl in the spotlight from the corner, unable to help but exclaim in admiration. Although Xiao Qi sent him selfies every day, seeing her in person was even more breathtaking than the photos. She truly is a little beauty who could topple kingdoms. Is Xiao Qi a name for you all to call? That is a nickname exclusive to Brother Bayu. Let me formally introduce myself. My game ID is Kaiyan, my real name is Sujinyu, and I am the organizer of this offline meetup. The reason I gathered everyone here, from so far away, is to discuss countermeasures for the Blood Moon Calamity in 20 days. Chen Nian nodded slightly. I didn't expect this girl to be so capable. She got straight to the point in just a few words. The Blood Moon Calamity is coming soon. We should each be focusing on leveling up and getting stronger. Why waste time holding a meeting? Someone below voiced their dissatisfaction. Everyone present was a proud elite. They wouldn't easily submit to anyone, especially not such a young girl. I agree. Just the time spent flying back and forth is a huge waste, and our levels have already fallen behind during this time. A wave of whispering followed. Sujinyu immediately realized the situation was slipping out of her control and said in a deep voice, "Quiet everyone. The world is currently facing a massive crisis. As the strongest guild, we should naturally strengthen our cohesion to facilitate united combat in the future. Fighting alone won't deal with the calamity. Not everyone is Brother Buyu." She had intended to use Buyu's reputation to suppress the crowd, but she hadn't expected it to have the exact opposite effect. A man wearing trendy clothes, an earring, and a neck tattoo spoke up. His name is Gu Xiu, the son of a big oil tycoon. His family literally has oil wells. Little girl, can you stop bringing up this Brother Buyu all the time, okay? Haha, for such an important offline meetup, he didn't even dare to show up. What's the point of mentioning him? Gu Xiu's 2 sentences were like a fuse, igniting the dissatisfaction in many people's hearts. Of course, several of them had been bought off by Gu Xiu. He wanted to boost his status in the guild, and even become the leader by tearing down Bayu. Bayu has always kept his personal information tightly guarded. Doesn't that just mean he doesn't consider us his brothers? Yeah, otherwise why would he always be afraid to show his face? Stop talking about him. Maybe he's still secretly leveling up right now, leaving all the troublesome work to us. Of course, there were also many people speaking up for Buyu, including Xiao Qi. But with hundreds of people at the venue, there were simply too many. The noise was like a surging tide, impossible to suppress, and the situation was on the verge of losing control. Su Jinyu was desperately worried, and in her helplessness, she directly activated her ability Sword Control. Her talent is called Sword Immortal, the strongest among all sword-related talents. Shut up, all of you. What? Are you trying to use force to suppress us now? We called you Sister Qi to give you some face, but now that everyone's levels are about the same, do you really think you're invincible? Gu Shu sneered. Su Jinyu, I heard it's your birthday today. You've liked Boyu for so long, and he won't even come to see you on your birthday. Yet you handle every little messy detail for him every day. Can you even live with yourself? Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu's eyes trembled slightly. The several sword shadows hovering above her head slowly faded away. Her pupils were filled with loneliness, and her head dropped. She recalled the scene where she invited Bayu and was rejected and felt an emptiness in her heart, as if something was missing. Just then, a darkness spread from the corner of the hall, covering the entire place at an incredible speed. The grand, glittering hall turned pitch black in an instant. All light was swallowed by the endless darkness. Everyone stopped arguing, because they felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was as if a scythe was hanging over their necks, and their lives could be taken at any moment. It's him. He's here. Someone slumped to the ground, their voice trembling. Spirit speech, Death God. Step, step, step. Crisp footsteps echoed, heading forward all the way. In the darkness, Su Jinyu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, her heart filled with intense joy. An indifferent voice resounded through the hall. Why stop the arguing, everyone? No one dared to answer. The hundreds of people present seemed to have been muted. You could hear a pin drop. The pressure from the spirit speech Death God was too terrifying. They could clearly feel that Buyu was in a very bad mood, and no one dared to provoke him. Even Gu Xiu, who was arguing the loudest moments ago, now only dared to keep his mouth tightly shut, not even daring to breathe loudly. If there is a next time, you can try and see if you can make it out of the Death God's domain alive. A naked threat. A threat from the world's strongest player, Bu. Hundreds of people were drenched in cold sweat. 30 seconds passed quickly, the darkness receded, and the hall returned to its grand splendor. Of course, Chen Nian had already quietly departed. For everyone else, those 30 seconds felt longer than an entire century. It was too terrifying. Many people even collapsed on the spot, barely able to stand up. Bayu, he has already acquired the Death God. Is he even human? I remember that was a super high-risk spirit speech he only acquired in the very late stages of the game. Before, I still thought that with the start of the new era, Buyu might not be the world's strongest anymore. Now I realize I was just being too naive. Gu Xiu's hair was completely soaked in sweat. Beside him, Dai patted his shoulder. Bro, if Buyu wanted you dead, you'd already be dead. Gu Xiu slumped onto the floor right then and there. Where was the demeanor of a noble young master now? Brother Buyu really does care about me after all. Su Jinyu was overjoyed. Her heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. Because this was the first time the world had ever seen Buyu in the real world. He came here specifically for me. Thinking of this, she was so happy she couldn't speak, only giggling like a fool. Sister Xiao Qi, should we continue our discussion? We'll all follow your lead, Sister Xiao Qi.
Chen Nian did not leave the venue, but instead continued to stay in a corner, keeping a low profile. This time, everyone became incredibly obedient. Whatever Su Jinyu said, they followed, not daring to disobey in the slightest. Then let's consider this settled. Before the Blood Moon disaster arrives, we will build teleportation arrays between the major main cities to facilitate mutual support. Let us weather this storm together and protect our homes. Meeting adjourned. A sumptuous banquet has been prepared in the venue, so please enjoy yourselves. With everything arranged, Su Jinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ignoring the others, she ran out to search for Brother Buyu, but after checking all 3 levels of the ship and the deck, he was nowhere to be found. Not long after, the cruise ship docked. The first offline gathering was a complete success. Next, Everyone would return to their own cities to continue getting stronger and prepare for the arrival of the Blood Moon disaster. The night view of Lucheng is truly beautiful. Su Jinyu did not walk with anyone, strolling alone through the bustling streets. Wearing a delicate black dress, she looked like a little princess escaped from a nightclub, a stunning sight wherever she went. Today is her birthday, and also the most special one she has ever felt. Since there was a first time, there will be a second. There will definitely be a day when we can truly meet, he. Suddenly, a person in a Rilakkuma plush costume blocked her path in front. The fuzzy big bear looked quite cute. The big bear walked straight toward her, seeming to hold something in its hand. "Is this for me?" Su Jinyu asked, pointing to herself in confusion. The Rilakkuma nodded and pointed behind it, as if saying, "Someone asked me to give this to you." It was a greeting card. Filled with excitement, Su Jinyu slowly opened the card and saw a line of small text written on it. "Jiaoqi, happy birthday." In an instant, the sound of countless fireworks bursting into the sky echoed all around. Boom, boom, boom. Colorful fireworks exploded in the night sky, lighting up the entire horizon in a flash. Clutching the card, Su Jinyu's eyes shimmered with tears. "Brother Bayu, I knew you were the best to me." While she was moved, the Rilakkuma turned to leave. Yes, it was Chen Nian in disguise. Unexpectedly, just as Chen Nian was about to slip away, the girl behind him pounced and grabbed his arm. "Boyu, you are Brother Buyu, aren't you? Otherwise, why won't you speak? Speak to me." "I heard your voice earlier. I've already memorized it. Speak if you dare." How could Chen Nian dare to speak? If he spoke, wouldn't his identity be exposed? Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have tried to show off and let my voice slip. He expected the girl to forcibly rip off the costume, but instead, Su Jinyu just hugged the bear's arm and said happily, "Don't worry, Brother Bayu, I won't force you to reveal yourself, but you have to accompany me for my birthday tonight. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as you've agreed, he. A strange scene unfolded. A beautiful girl in a black dress was walking around the night market, hugging a giant Rilakkuma. Seeing how happy she was, Chen Nian sighed and decided to go along with it. After wandering for half the night, Su Jinyu finally grew tired, pulled Chen Nian to sit by the street to chat, and eventually fell asleep leaning against him. At 2 in the morning, a person and a bear snuggled on the street. 2 in the morning. Chen Nian calculated the time. The world boss in Linhai City would be appearing tomorrow morning. There was still no notification that it had been defeated. Oh well, I'll stay with this girl a little longer and rush back in the morning. 5 in the morning. Chen Nian took off the Rilakkuma costume and contacted a wealthy woman in Lucheng to pick up Jiaoqi. Then he quietly slipped away. At this hour, taking a commercial flight would be too late. Wait, someone in the guild owns an airline. I'll catch a ride on their private jet. Just as Chen Nian left, Su Jinyu immediately woke up. To be precise, she had never really fallen asleep, but had been feigning it for 3 whole hours. The goal was to lower Chen Nian's guard. Having rarely met her crush, how could she waste that time sleeping? She made a phone call. "I want all the surveillance footage from this area. That's right, from every angle." With so many cameras around, surely one of them caught him. Don't think you're safe just because you're wearing a mask. This is the era of high technology. I'll catch you eventually. Returning to earlier, Linhai City was frantically recruiting experts to help take down the world boss. Countless superhumans gathered on the plains. Knights, swordsmen, mages, archers, rangers, and hundreds of masters with special talents were all gathered here. Before them was the world boss's massive black barrier. There was only one entrance. Above the light gate at the entrance, a number read, 1000. As more people entered, the number decreased, meaning only 1000 people could enter. This is the world boss. Looking at the giant beast sprawling on the plain, and then seeing the information above its head, people felt their scalps tingle. World boss, mountain-carrying magic turtle, Tier 1, Level 90. The turtle was about 100 meters long, and on its massive gray-black shell, it carried a mountain that reached into the clouds. People felt like the smallest ants in the world, completely unable to fight back. Is this really a monster we can defeat? It's too big, it's just way too big. I feel like my attacks wouldn't even count as a scratch on it. As more people entered the barrier, and the main force finally assembled, the official raid on the world boss began. Inside the barrier, countless superhumans launched their attacks at the mountain-carrying magic turtle. For a moment, the sky was filled with dazzling streams of light. But whether it was blades, spears, swords, or the power of elements, none caused any significant damage to the world boss. It didn't even poke its head out, staying retracted inside, motionless, as if it were asleep. After 2 hours of frantic attacks, people still couldn't see any progress. Oh my god, how are we supposed to fight this kind of monster? We've been at it for so long and there's no effect. We can't break through its defense at all. We have to fight, even if we can't win. If we don't defeat the world boss within the time limit, the Blood Moon disaster will arrive early in our region. Linhai City's first world boss encounter reached a stalemate. P.S. The protagonist hiding his identity is setting the stage for their official reunion later. The upcoming plot will be top tier. I guarantee you won't be disappointed.
Li Yunwei was on the scene, serving as the commander-in-chief of the subjugation mission. She knew full well that this group of people alone could never defeat the world boss. Because the top-tier Transcendent players leading the rankings hadn't even shown up. Tier 1 Transcendent players, level 60 to 70. Tier 2 Transcendent players, level 40 to 60. Tier 3 Transcendent players, level 20 to 40. Most of the people present were only Tier 2 and 3. Their levels were too low and their attack power insufficient to inflict any significant damage on the world boss. Report, Team Leader Li, we have found out that the one who triggered the world boss is named Chu Long, the first level 70 player in Linhai City. Where is he? Why isn't he participating in the world boss subjugation? Team Leader Li, we've already reached out to him, but he said he wants you to invite him personally. Tesk, what a temper. It's said that Chu Long is a guild leader, and his guild is full of high-level elites who haven't joined the battle yet. After hearing this, Li Yunwei put on her coat briskly and said, let's go, let's meet them. In the underground pool hall, about a dozen people were playing pool leisurely. They were all young men and women, dressed trendily, smoking and sporting tattoos. Empty liquor bottles were scattered everywhere, and the television was playing scenes from the world boss battle. Haha, they really think they can beat the world boss. What kind of nobodies are they? A bunch of low-level trash with no self-awareness. The man in the leather jacket speaking was Chu Long, with dyed red hair, looking like a rebellious punk. He was the highest level player in Linhai City and the Tier 1 player who triggered the world boss. Boss Chu, aren't we gonna help? If the Blood Moon catastrophe descends, we'll be affected too. What's the rush? Chu Long puffed on his cigarette and said, obviously, we're waiting for those government people to come and invite us. That makes it easier for us to set our terms. We aren't the ones in a hurry. Haha, the boss is brilliant. Suddenly, with a bang, the closed doors of the pool hall were pushed open. A sharp-looking woman walked in, the sound of her military boots crisp against the floor. Behind her, enforcement officers in uniform lined up in 2 rows, waiting quietly at the door. Li Yunwei casually picked up a cue, took a shot, and knocked the last ball on the table into the pocket. Who is Chu Long? Me. Li Yunwei, commander of the World Boss Subjugation Unit, inviting you to join the battle. Well, we've been grinding levels intensely for the past few days. We're tired. State your conditions directly. Aha, Team Leader Li is a straightforward person. 100 million, and our whole guild will follow you into battle. Deal. Li Yunwei didn't want to waste any more words. Time is money. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. If the world boss isn't dealt with successfully, it will be a catastrophe for Linhai City. Brothers, let's get to work. Chu Long called his guild members, boarded dedicated vehicles, and soon arrived at the world boss area. Currently, there were over 800 people inside the barrier. Exhausted from high-intensity attacks, they were worn out, yet the giant tortoise hadn't moved an inch. Move aside, rookies. Looking at the mountain-like tortoise ahead, Chu Long grinned, a world boss I've never seen before. Let me be the one to break its shell. As he spoke, lightning flickered under his feet, and he slowly ascended into the air. Purple electric arcs swirled around him, and a destructive aura filled the air, forcing those nearby to quickly retreat. He is a lightning mage. No wonder his leveling speed is so fast. The AO capabilities of a lightning mage are top tier. Quick, get back, don't get hit by the shockwave. Chulong ignored the commotion below, raised his staff, and aimed at the giant tortoise. My guess is that its weak point is the mountain on its back. If I blast that mountain apart, it will surely be forced out of its shell. This was the intuition of a high-level player. Biom. A thunder dragon spell roared through the air. The massive, bright purple lightning dragon collided with the mountain, creating a deafening roar and shaking the earth. The smile on Chulong's face slowly froze at that moment. Impossible. His strongest thunder magic couldn't even blast that mountain to pieces. It only dislodged some rubble and debris. Its defense was terrifying. As the highest level player present, even he couldn't fully pierce the tortoise's defense. No wonder everyone else's efforts were in vain. Lei Yunwei's expression became increasingly grave. I didn't expect even him to fail. This is going to be difficult. Among the millions of people in Linhai, is there really no one strong enough to handle it? Kinyu was also on the scene. She had already gone in for a round of attacks, but even with her epic tier equipment, she couldn't inflict significant damage on the boss, so she had to retreat. Xiao Yu still haven't reached Chen Nian, Deng Rongrong urged. He was friend in the game and one of the few who knew Chen Nian's true identity. No, can't get a hold of him. Why do you keep asking me to contact him? Deng Rongrong thought to himself, if we don't count on him, are we supposed to count on you? The entire city is counting on him now, okay? He is the legendary player Buyu. If he were here, maybe we'd have a chance against this world boss. The rest of these players are just clowns wasting their energy. I know Chen Nian is quite capable, but the level 70 guy just went in and it was useless. Does it mean he'd be any different? Besides, maybe he's already inside fighting, Kinyu said. Deng Rongrong shook his head immediately. Impossible. If Buyu were fighting inside, that tortoise wouldn't still be standing there perfectly fine. Are you joking with me? Hey Deng, Chen Nian is my boyfriend, not yours. How come you seem to understand him better than I do? Just saying. Time kept slipping away. The transcendent players of Linhai City fought for an entire night. But they still couldn't blast open the mountain on the tortoise's back. Watching the time pass and the sun slowly rising, people were almost filled with despair. Especially the real players of the Calamity game. It's over, we're actually doomed. The world boss subjugation failed, the blood moon catastrophe will descend faster, and we're all going to die, all of us. I'm done fighting. I'm getting a car out of the city, no, a plane. Escaping Linhai City is the most important thing now, let's go. A large number of transcendents gave up the mission and chose to flee. Even Chulong made the same choice, signaling his guild members to start retreating. There are still so many people fighting here, and you want to run? Stay and die? I don't care about 100 million or even 1 billion, I'm out, Chulong said without looking back. Just then, a plane passed over Linhai City several thousand meters high in the sky. Chen Nian had returned.
Chen Nian is on his way back in a private jet. To spend more time with Xiao Qi while still making it back to Linhai City on time, he had no choice but to leverage the Buyu intelligence network once again. But it is getting late. World boss raid time remaining 60. 1 hour left, that should be enough. Open the cabin door. Yes, sir. Another butler in a black suit said from the cabin. Opening the door of a flying plane is an extremely dangerous act, but a transcendent's physical body is far beyond that of an ordinary person, so it won't be a problem. The door was opened urgently, and a powerful suction force erupted, yet Chen Nian's body wasn't blown away. Instead, he walked forward step by step. With a calm expression, he leaped off. He had no parachute, no safety gear, and just like that, he jumped from thousands of meters in the air. Spoken Spirit, Sky Escaping Spirit Snake. An intangible spirit snake appeared, coiling around Chen Nian's body and guiding his vertical descent. Protected by the spirit snake, Chen Nian can freely buffer his fall and won't take any damage. He passed through layer after layer of clouds, the earth in his sight becoming clearer, but that was not enough. Spoken Spirit Eagle Eye. Chen Nian activated his second Spoken Spirit simultaneously. His vision became several times sharper instantly, as if the entire world were within his gaze. Likewise, he clearly saw the massive black barrier below. That was the area where the world boss was located. He had already obtained intelligence about the world boss beforehand. The barrier can only be accessed through the entrance. Wait. There's someone else in the air? Chen Nian's pupils shrank, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, it's her, Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling, known as Qiling in the game Calamity. Her talent is the top-tier rare Pyromage talent, Crimson Lotus Warlock. Her current level is first rank, level 95, even exceeding the level of the world boss. No one in the world can match her leveling speed. A true goddess tier player. A stunning, peerless, mature woman. Her real-world identity is even more formidable. She is the own daughter of the Dragon Nation's Minister of Defense. A terrifying woman who possesses power, status, beauty, and wealth all in one. Although Xiao Qi is strong, to Chen Nian, she's just a naive girl who is easy to fool. Yi Hongling is different. Her methods are much more terrifying. A large part of the reason for the series of preparations Chen Nian made was out of fear that she would discover his true identity. At this very moment, Yi Hongling is hovering above the world boss area. She is wearing an eye-catching fiery red dress, sitting on a broomstick engulfed in flames, her bare feet dangling, and she is playing with her wine-red hair. Bu Yu, are you really in this city or not? Previously, she had made a guess that Bu Yu was in this city, and had defeated the field boss to obtain the first piece of epic tier equipment. But it was only a guess after all. Now she's just here to verify it. If even this kind of monster can't be solved, then I guess I was wrong. How boring. A small fire fox called Fire Spirit was hovering on her shoulder. Fire Spirit was puzzled. Master, are all the players in this region this weak? If you were to take action, Master, you should be able to finish it off with a single spell. It's a pity I just helped another region take care of a world boss yesterday, and my power hasn't recovered yet, so I can't help. Yi Hongling has already visited several regions and defeated a total of 3 world bosses. That is the key to her rapid leveling. Time is running out, let's keep watching. What if that guy shows up at the very last second? At this moment, Chen Nian is directly above Yi Hongling and he is sweating, which is rare. Only by using Eagle Eye was he able to spot Yi Hongling in time. What now? If I step in and kill this world boss, she will definitely come looking for me, cough, cough. Wait, I have an idea. A super bold plan popped into Chen Nian's mind. If I can pull this off, not only can I defeat the world boss, but I can also prevent myself from being exposed. After killing the world boss, my level will inevitably rise above 55, and at that point, I will learn the new spoken spirit, Shadow Concealment, which will allow me to disappear instantly. I must kill the world boss in one hit. If I can't finish it in one shot, I won't level up, and if Yi Hongling catches up, I'm done for. Accelerate. Chen Nian suddenly accelerated his descent and activated his third spoken spirit. Spoken spirit, Flame Burst. Flames erupted from his body, and he transformed into a massive fireball. Plummeting from the sky at high speed like a flaming meteor, he streaked right past Yi Hongling's eyes. It's him, follow. Flames spewed from her broom, and Yi Hongling also turned into a flaming meteor, chasing closely from behind. The people down below were stunned by what they saw. Look, 2 meteors. Oh my god, really? Meteors are crashing down. Those people had no idea the meteors were actually 2 people in pursuit. They thought they were real meteorites. The 2 were getting closer to the ground and were about to crash into the black spherical barrier. A charming smile curled at the corners of Yi Hongling's lips. You've appeared right in front of me. Do you really think you can escape, trying to kill the boss right under my nose without exposing yourself, Bu Yu? Aren't you being too optimistic? Even if it's you, that's impossible. If you try to kill this world boss today, I will definitely be able to catch you. At this moment, Chen Nian activated his 4th spoken spirit. Sequence 121, Judgment Golden Sword. Ancient, obscure syllables burst from his mouth. Golden light shone in Chen Nian's eyes, and a golden sword hovered above his head like an emperor descending upon the world. With one strike, he forcibly carved an opening in the black barrier. What? Yi Hongling was shocked. Even she was deeply startled. This guy actually forcibly destroyed the barrier protecting the world boss. Is he even human? But the more surprised she was, the happier she felt. At least now it's certain that this person is definitely Bu Yu, and he is indeed hiding in this city. You won't get away. A hole was torn through the black barrier. The giant fireball crashed down, terrifying the people on the ground. What kind of freakish meteorite can even break through the barrier protecting a world boss? It's too absurd. But next, they witnessed the most absurd scene of their lives. The mountain on the giant turtle's back collapsed with a roar. That mountain, which had been attacked by thousands for a whole day without being broken. The unbreakable mountain that crushed the hopes of countless people crumbled like tofu. Debris flew across the sky like giant fireworks. The bottom of the mountain was the giant turtle's heart, an earthy yellow energy crystal. That thing was harder than the turtle's shell. But as the Judgment Golden Sword fell, it was shattered to pieces. The world boss was defeated in one hit.
The Camel Mountain Magic Tortoise, a level 90 world boss with monstrous defense, was killed in one strike by level 50 Chen Nian. The tortoise shell shattered, and the giant monster transformed into a sea of black mist, slowly dissipating into the air. Congratulations, you have defeated the world boss Camel Mountain Magic Tortoise. Genetic energy plus 5599. Level up 50 to 60. Congratulations, you have obtained the Epic Equipment Magic Tortoise Battle Helmet. Congratulations, you have obtained the Epic Equipment Magic Tortoise Leg Armor. Congratulations, you have obtained the rare Forging Material Camel Mountain Magic Tortoise Shell. Congratulations, you have obtained Calamity Summon Scrolls ×3. At the same time, everyone else received the notification. Limited time world boss subjugation successful. Chen Nian had no time to worry about what good loot he had received. After reaching level 60, he learned a new ordinary spirit chant, Invisible Shadow. Without hesitation, he used it immediately. Sequence 44, Invisible Shadow. The power of the spirit chant enveloped him, concealing his figure and aura, making him hard to detect. Chen Nian vanished the moment his feet touched the ground. His plan was executed perfectly. At that exact same moment, Yi Hongling arrived from behind. She looked around anxiously, but to her surprise, she couldn't find the figure that should have been there. Fine, just fine. It seems I underestimated you, Bu Yu. You have quite the skills, killing a world boss in one hit while hiding yourself. Yi Hongling, who thought the victory was in her grasp, never imagined she had been outplayed. The others, unaware of the entanglement between the two, were still stunned by the world boss being one-shotted. What is going on? What happened? Did the world boss just die? It was fine just a moment ago. Look, there is someone there. People finally noticed Yi Hongling floating in midair and began to marvel at her beauty and power. My god, that girl in red is so beautiful. Is she a fire elemental mage? I have never seen such a powerful meteor spell. It is terrifying. One-shotting a world boss with a meteor spell, is she even human? Damn. Wait, there is someone like that in Calamity chilling. Could she be chilling? That top-tier Red Lotus warlock. Most people assumed Yi Hongling was the one who killed the world boss. Yet she herself was furious, not expecting that her rushed pursuit would be exploited by Bu Yu instead. She knew full well that even in her prime with full power, she could not have shattered that black barrier. Only a freak like Bu Yu could do that. Forget it. Since I have confirmed you are in this city, I can find you slowly later. Yi Hongling snorted coldly and turned into a streak of flying flame, leaving the scene. She did not want to stay here and get swarmed by cameras. She is gone. Is she not from Linhai City, but a powerhouse who came to help from elsewhere? Very likely. Chu Long stood there blankly, his pupils trembling, his mouth still hanging open. A minute ago, he was preparing to flee with his subordinates. A minute later, the world boss had already been killed. Boss, you must be joking. A monster you could not even scratch, someone else killed in one hit? That is absurd. Haha, that is chilling, one of the top female players in the world. It is not surprising she could one-shot a world boss. You don't know anything. As a veteran Calamity player, how could Chu Long not see the truth? The Meteor spell and the Thunder Dragon spell are of the same tier. I could not even break the boss's defense, so do you really think she could shatter the barrier and kill the boss? If it wasn't her. Baiyu. Chulong's voice trembled as he spoke the name. In his knowledge, only he could do something like this. And that woman Yi Hongling might have been chasing Baiyu. Every player knows she has feelings for him, and the two have always had an emotional entanglement. Baiyu? Hearing this legendary name, disbelief washed over everyone's faces. Baiyu killed the world boss on the fly while evading Yi Hongling's pursuit. Perhaps that is the full picture. What? Damn, is he even human? It wasn't just Chulong who understood this battle, but also Commander Li Yunwei. I never expected that a world boss in Linhai City would attract two top-tier powerhouses. It is our honor, I suppose. If we had known Baiyu was in Linhai City, why would we have been so panicked? Besides the old Calamity players who could guess the truth, there were also the three friends with Qin Yu. They were getting more excited by the second. Baiyu, it must have been Baiyu. He even broke through the barrier that limits to 1,000 people. This strength is terrifying. As expected of Brother Baiyu, seeing him in action is truly our honor. Qin Yu was a fan of Baiyu, and she was so excited she almost jumped up. Really? Is it really him? Why can't I see him? Where is he? Seeing Qin Yu looking around excitedly, the other three couldn't help but think to themselves, he is your boyfriend, you are blessed without knowing it. But at least Brother Chen Nian came back just in time, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to handle this world boss. While people were stunned and sighing, Chen Nian, using Invisible Shadow, had quietly returned to the crowd, completely undetected. Do you want to enable the global server announcement? Global announcement? No need, that's too flashy. Chen Nian declined. Player Anonymous has killed the world boss. The Calamity Summon feature is now open. While blending into the crowd leaving the battlefield, Chen Nian checked his gains. A significant level boost. 2 pieces of epic equipment. The rare material Camel Mountain Magic Tortoise Shell and the Calamity Scrolls. A very bountiful harvest. The equipment stats also made Chen Nian's eyes light up. Magic Tortoise Battle Helmet Epic Grade. Defense. Attack. Attribute bonus, Constitution plus 15. Special effect. Camel Mountain Magic Tortoise 3-piece set. Full body defense plus 20%. Camel Mountain Magic Tortoise 4-piece set. Full body defense plus 30%, and grants the special skill Counter Shock. Automatically reflect all attacks. Magic Tortoise Battle Helmet Epic Grade. Defense. Attack. Attribute bonus, Constitution plus 15. Special effect, same as above. After reading it, Chen Nian understood. This is an epic set specialized for defense. Its defense is nothing short of terrifying. The material he has, the Camel Mountain Magic Tortoise Shell, can be used to forge armor. But the other piece of epic equipment did not fall into his hands, but into the hands of some lucky player. To complete the final 4-piece set, he has to find that player. Chen Nian's next goal is to assemble this epic 4-piece set and prepare for the arrival of the Blood Moon Calamity.
Chen Nian equipped the 2 new epic items. As the gear morphed and merged into his body, his stats soared to unprecedented heights now that he was wearing 3 pieces of epic equipment. Chen Nian, Saint of Word Spirits, unique. Genetic tier, tier 1, level 60. Physique 100. Agility 2. Supernatural 67. Attack bonus 130. Defense bonus 500. Combat power rating 43 stars. His defense has skyrocketed to 500, his combat rating has seen a significant boost, and his physique has finally hit the 100 mark. A physique of 100 means that even without accounting for his defense stats, Chen Nian can now withstand attacks from light thermal weapons with his bare body. If you factor in his terrifying bonus defense, forget about regular thermal weapons, he could even take a direct hit from an electromagnetic cannon. If his defense continues to rise, ignoring a nuclear bomb might not be out of the question. Meanwhile, the world boss had just been defeated. Many people were letting out sighs of disappointment. Sigh, we worked so hard to kill this boss for so long, and I did not get a single thing. Haha, I managed to get a piece of refined gear at least, so it was not a total waste of time. I got lucky and received a rare material, but I have absolutely no idea what to do with this thing. When a boss is defeated solo, there is an 80% chance that all loot will go directly into the killer's inventory, which in this case is Chen Nian. The remaining 20% chance is randomly distributed to others. In other words, these hundreds of people were fighting over that 20%. Among them, one lucky person actually received a piece of epic equipment. A look of incredible surprise suddenly appeared on Q's face. I got some really good gear. Just a moment ago, she had received a notification. Congratulations on obtaining the epic equipment Magic Turtle Arm Guards. That is right, she was the ultimate lucky one. Seeing her joyful expression, Fatty Deng roughly figured out what happened and quickly whispered a warning. Xiao Yu, do not flaunt your wealth. Epic equipment is bound to make people jealous. If others find out, they might start targeting you. Qin Yu immediately understood, forcing herself to calm down as she began to walk away nonchalantly. However, her unusual behavior had already been noticed by two individuals. That woman seems to have something good on her. Call two guys and follow them quietly. Walking down the road, Qin Yu checked that no one was around, and finally unable to hide the excitement on her small face, she whispered, I obtained a piece of epic armor. What? Deng Rongrong and the others were also extremely surprised. They had no idea Qin Yu was so lucky. To get a piece of epic gear among so many people, she is a true lucky charm. Xiao Yu, what do you plan to do with this equipment? Are you going to use it yourself or sell it? If you put it in the trading space right now, it would definitely fetch a high price. I am not planning on selling it. Then keep it for yourself. It is not like you are short on money anyway, Xiao Yu. I am not planning on using it myself either. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said seriously, I plan to give this equipment to Chen Nian. Huh? The three of them gaped in shock. What is going on? Does this girl already know Chen Nian's true identity? Otherwise, why would she be willing to give him such a valuable item? Well, he gave me an epic piece of gear and a rare job change card before, and I have had no way to repay him, so this is perfect. Such good equipment is wasted on me anyway, so it is better for him to use it. Qin Yu stammered with a blushing face. The three of them let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it seems this girl is not quite that clever yet. Sure, I support that. I support it too. Giving it to Chen Nian is great, after all, you two are a couple. Qin Yu bit her lip. Have you guys managed to contact Chen Nian? We could not reach him before. We should be able to now, haha. The three of them knew full well that since Chen Nian had already taken down the world boss, he must have returned. But at that moment, Deng Rongrong's expression suddenly turned grave. Be careful, someone is following us. Hurry, let's... Just as they picked up the pace, two more people appeared in front of them, blocking their path. 4 people in total, sandwiching them from front and back. Qin Yu's expression changed. Who are you? What do you want? Little sister, if I am not mistaken, you should be hiding something good on you, right? Hearing this, Qin Yu was deeply shaken. I am not even a second-tier player. I do not know what you are talking about. Please step aside. Alright, looking at your reaction, I think I guessed right, huh? The young man in the lead said with a smile, how about this? We will not make things difficult for you. Just hand over the item, and we will spare your lives. Deng Rongrong and the others were speechless. To think they were actually targeted by people with ill intentions. But these guys are too bold, wanting to rob the equipment belonging to Chen Nian's girlfriend. If Chen Nian decides to retaliate, they might not even know how they died. This is not just kicking a steel plate. This is kicking a titanium alloy plate. You are robbing us in broad daylight. Are you not afraid we will report you to the police? Qin Yu said loudly. Haha, do not be so naive, little sister. The rules of the world are not like they used to be. All conflict between players is a survival of the fittest competition. Hilarious, as long as we do not kill you, the law enforcement team has no reason to trouble us. Understand now, little girl? If you do, hurry up and hand it over. Do not force us to take action. Deng Rongrong also whispered in persuasion, Xiao Yu, maybe we should just play along. Forget about the gear, our lives are more important. No. Qin Yu's gaze was firm. This was meant to be a gift for Chen Nian. She could not just give it to someone else. If you refuse to cooperate, then we do it the hard way. I am so mad, I am so furious. I just got my hands on some good gear, and it was snatched away before I could even get used to it. It is all my fault. If I had not reacted so strongly, they would never have known. Qin Yu was so angry she was on the verge of tears. Clearly, they had lost the fight. The value of the equipment was secondary. The fact that the gift she had worked so hard to get for Chen Nian was gone was what she could not stand. Stop being so upset, Xiao Yu. Let's go find Chen Nian. Why go find him? I was going to give that gear to him, and it is gone now. I am not seeing him. But you could ask him to help you get it back. Get it back. He helps me get it back, and then I give it to him? That would be even more meaningless. The three of them thought, does she actually have a point there? Ahem. I wonder what your expression will be when you find out Chen Nian's identity.
Qin Yu fumed. No way. I'm going to report this to the Enforcement Bureau. I don't believe this world just lets people get away with robbery like this. Soon Qin Yu found Li Yunwei. As a female officer, she had a sterling reputation and a straightforward personality, leaving an excellent impression on Qin Yu back at school. However, after she explained the whole story, Li Yunwei's response was quite realistic. Sorry, but the Enforcement Bureau can't handle this case. Why not? Ever since the game and reality merged, there have been thousands of internal disputes over loot. If we had to handle every single one, we'd never be able to keep up. Qin Yu was instantly deflated. Yet, there was nothing she could do but swallow her bitterness. Wait, I recall you're Chen Nian's girlfriend, right? Li Yunwei asked suddenly. Yes, why do you ask? Have you been in touch with him lately? Li Yunwei continued to probe. No, he's probably just busy. After leaving the Enforcement Bureau, the more Qin Yu thought about it, the angrier she got. Xiao Yu, why are you being so stubborn? Let's just tell Chen Nian. He'll have a way to fix this. Deng Rongrong was anxious. She was just one step away from blurting out that Chen Nian was actually the silent one. But he couldn't say it, it was an absolute secret. I'm going to call for backup. Call who? We're going to fight them and take the stuff back. What? Have you lost your mind, Xiao Yu? Since the Enforcement Bureau said they won't handle it, we'll take it back our own way. What's the problem with that? Qin Yu's mind was made up, and she wouldn't listen to any reason. Sis, but where are we going to find people? I'll hire them. Qin Yu opened the regional trading channel on the spot to shout her request. Recruiting high-level mercenaries for a fight, generous pay provided. Yes, she was going to pay to hire people to steal her gear back. The rest of the guys were dumbfounded. A woman who gets serious is truly terrifying. Elsewhere, Chen Nian finally made it back home at a leisurely pace. Reflecting on the trip, it had been close but successful. He met Xiao Qi in person and almost got caught by Yi Hongling. I really don't understand why they focused their attention on me instead of leveling up. As soon as he arrived home, Chen Nian stopped in his tracks. Someone was waiting at his door. It was a stylish woman in a clean, sharp camouflage uniform with a high ponytail. Captain Li, were you waiting here for me? That's right. Where have you been? I couldn't reach you at all earlier. I just got back from fighting a world boss. I'm exhausted. That thing was so hard to beat. Thank goodness some heavy hitters showed up at the end. How come I didn't know you went to fight a world boss? Li Yunwei said in a deep voice. I keep track of everyone who enters the barrier. When exactly did you go in? Chen Nian was shocked. Damn, you remembered all 1,000 people in there. That's insane. I couldn't squeeze in. There were too many people, so I just watched from the outside, Chen Nian replied with feigned calm. You didn't fight? Correct. Then why are you covered in dust and mud? As expected of the Enforcement Bureau. Her insight and sharp observation truly took Chen Nian by surprise. Li Yunwei smiled meaningfully. I'm kidding, let's talk business. Your girlfriend Qin Yu had her gear stolen, and she just came to see me. What gear? Epic grade equipment dropped by a world boss. What? Chen Nian was shocked again. This girl is insanely lucky that's the exact piece of gear I was missing, and it dropped for her. And then she got it stolen. You didn't know? It seems she didn't intend to tell you about this. Chen Nian nodded. She didn't tell me. Would you mind telling me who they are, Captain Lai? We looked into it, their trouble. It's Chulong's guild. He's level 70, his level is practically the highest in the entire city. Got it. I'd advise you not to provoke him. Don't invite unnecessary trouble. Just let the gear go. Anyway, that's all I came to tell you. Thanks, Captain Lai. Sorry to make you come all this way. Just after Lei Yunwei walked a short distance away, she received a call from a colleague. Captain, we've found it. This boy named Chen Nian took a flight to Lu City yesterday, but there's no record of a return flight. I see. Li Yunwei smiled. Things are starting to get interesting. If there's no flight record, how did he get back? This Chen Nian might not be so simple after all. Keep digging. Has anything major happened in Lu City recently? In Lu City, it seems a lot of big shots gathered at the same time. Billionaires, business tycoons, young elites, and wealthy heirs, causing quite a stir. Alright, got it. With so many VIPs in Lu City and Chen Nian going there as well, could he have attended some kind of gathering? Why not use this incident to test Chen Nian's capabilities? If Chen Nian actually manages to beat Chu Long, then his identity would be very interesting indeed. The next day, Qin Yu sent a formal challenge letter to the other side. That same night, at the Linghai City docks, Yang Yan and his crew were waiting for their honored guests. Haha, never thought the little lady would challenge us to a fight. She's got some spirit. Heh, well, she had an epic item snatched away. Anyone would be bitter. She just doesn't know what she's getting herself into. Brother Yang, what's the plan? That woman is a famous star. If we win, can we have some fun with her? Yang Yan was the one who stole Qin Yu's gear. He grinned. That's not up to me. Our boss gets first dibs. Where is the boss? Sitting over there smoking. Does a fight like this even need the boss to step in? Haha, you're right. Yo, here they come. Several cars stopped on the road ahead, and a group of people emerged. It was Qin Yu's team. She had spent 3 million to hire these mercenaries. These were her private savings. Her goal for the day was simple. Even if she couldn't win, she would fight for her dignity. Qin Yu's group of 4, plus 7 high-level mercenaries, made a total of 11 people, with an average level of about 40, a quite formidable lineup. The two sides met face to face. Meanwhile, Chen Nian was standing on the elevated structure above the docks, watching everything below through eagle eye. Li Yunwei was also quietly hiding in the shadows, with only one goal, to see if Chen Nian would make a move today.
Yo, little sister, you brought quite a crowd today. Yang Yan stood up with a smirk, hands in his pockets, looking just like a street thug. But his strength was nothing to scoff at. At level 43, he was already considered a second-tier player. Cut the crap. Qin Yu said coldly, if you lose today, you're giving the equipment back. Fine by me. Yang Yan's smile grew even more brazen. But the question is, what happens if you lose, little sister? But what do you want? Nothing much. Just want you to hang out with the boys, have some drinks and a chat, maybe even get a feel of those legs. Ha 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 ha. A roar of laughter erupted from behind him. This group was used to running wild, and with the game merging into reality, they had gained supernatural powers, making them even more reckless. Throwing their weight around was the norm. Why would they ever fear a girl like Qin Yu? Stung by such blatant humiliation, Qin Yu gritted her teeth in fury and couldn't hold back any longer. She raised her hand and summoned her epic tier equipment, the Firestorm Bow. Whoosh! A flaming arrow shot through the air. Unexpectedly, Yang Yan reacted instantly, throwing a punch that shattered the arrow right in mid-air. How can this be? Tieske, that actually stings a bit. Yang Yan looked at the burn on his fist, then at the bow in Qin Yu's hand, his eyes glinting with newfound interest. With such strong fire damage, that weapon in your hand must be a decent piece of gear, right? Qin Yu instinctively covered her weapon. This was the Firestorm Bow Chen Nian had given her, incredibly precious. She hadn't expected the guy to have such a sharp eye for quality. A weakling like you carrying top-tier gear, everywhere you really are a saint, giving alms to the needy. Alright boys, let's get motivated. Win this fight, snatch that thing from her, and we've got another payday. Ha ha ha, boss Yang has a real eye for treasures. That bow definitely isn't average. It's at least rare tier. I wasn't really feeling it before, but now things just got interesting. The group began to stir, their eyes gleaming with impatience. Qin Yu was truly starting to worry now. If she lost this fight and ended up empty-handed, wouldn't she lose this weapon too? Attack! A battle between supernaturals broke out right there at the pier. The stakes were high, an epic tier piece of gear. After a chaotic skirmish, Qin Yu's side clearly fell behind. After all, the opposition were pros from a gaming guild. In terms of organization and discipline, they were far superior to this ragtag group. They're too strong, Xiao Yu, we can't beat them. Deng Rongrong was frustrated. If only she had told Chen Nian about this, there wouldn't have been any need for such a massive struggle. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths for something he could handle with ease? We can win, there's more of us. To everyone's shock, Qin Yu called in another group, about a dozen more supernaturals. Deng Rongrong was stunned. Xiao Yu, where did you find all these people? Money talks. Qin Yu had known she might lose, so she prepared a swarm tactic. She would just bury them in numbers. If it costs money, so be it. She had the cash, and she was ready to spend it. Even if she had to empty her entire savings, she was going to settle this score today. And so the reinforcements jumped in, and the battle raged on. Still lost. The hired hands were beaten black and blue, falling back one by one. Fortunately, the others didn't dare to kill. If they committed murder, the Enforcement Bureau would intervene, a line no sane person would cross. Damn, this broad can really keep summoning help, huh? Doesn't matter how many newbies she has, they're useless. After 2 waves of fighting, Yang Yan and his crew were starting to wear down, showing clear signs of exhaustion. Just then Qin Yu made another call. A 3rd wave of reinforcements rushed in. Is this woman ever gonna stop? How many people did she actually call? Damn it. Yang Yan and his crew were finally getting annoyed. They learned that a woman who refuses to back down is truly terrifying. High up in the sky, Chen Nian watched and chuckled. Looks like I don't need to intervene after all. Good, it saves me from getting caught by Li Yunwei. With his eagle eye ability, he had a bird's eye view of the entire scene, and naturally, he spotted Li Yunwei hiding in the shadows. But just then, a man walked slowly toward the pier. He took a single step. Lightning pierced the darkness. In the next instant, he was right beside them, faint electrical arcs still crackling on his body. The Thunder Mage Chu Long, president of the Threshold Guild and currently the highest level player in Linhai City. Seeing him arrive, the group bowed their heads. Boss, you're here. Chu Long swept a look of utter disdain across the group in front of him. He raised his right hand, a blinding ball of lightning blossoming in his palm, the flickering electricity dancing like countless snakes. Suddenly, those lightning snakes lunged outward. Following the discharge, a chorus of screams filled the air. Ah! Under the rampage of the lightning, the entire latest wave collapsed, steam rising from their charred bodies. How could they possibly survive an attack from a high-level Thunder Mage? They were wiped out instantly. A bunch of nobodies who don't know their own limits. Chu Long lit a cigarette, not even bothering to glance at the rabble again. Absolute crushing power. Once he entered the fray, there was no chance of victory left for Qin Yu's side. How could this happen? What are you waiting for? Hand it over! Yang Yan yelled impatiently. Don't make our boss get serious. Qin Yu watched as the people she'd spent a fortune on lay on the ground, wailing in pain. Her heart went cold. I never expected them to have such a terrifying powerhouse. Do I really have to hand over my firestorm bow to them? No, this is a gift from Chen Nian. Sigh. Seeing this, Li Yunwei let out a sigh. Looks like there won't be any twists tonight. Chen Nian hasn't shown up, so I must have been overthinking it. It makes sense. Even though he performed well in the instructor test, he's just an ordinary instructor, not even on par with a top-tier player. There's an ocean of difference between him and someone like Chu Long. I was just setting myself up for disappointment by expecting so much from Chen Nian. But right at that moment, someone on the ground stood up. It was a lanky, long-haired geek who looked weak and sickly. The way he stood up was bizarre. He literally hoisted himself up into thin air. But what is going on? The geek, whose name was Xiao Cheng, was just as dumbfounded. He felt something force his back upward. It was incredibly creepy. It was as if something invisible behind him was forcing his body to move. Looking for death. Chulong's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand to blast another bolt of lightning. The lightning, sharp as a blade, tore through the darkness, growing larger and larger in Xiao Cheng's pupils. He instinctively shielded his eyes with his hands and let out a scream. Ah! But what happened next caused everyone present to gasp in horror. That bolt of lightning was actually shattered by the geek.
Xiao Cheng, the otaku, easily blocked Chulong's lightning attack. This scene completely shocked everyone present. How is that even possible? Li Yunwei was about to intervene, fearing that the guy would be killed. But who would have thought he could so easily deflect the attack? No, something is very wrong with him. This was clearly not his own doing. It seems like someone is controlling him from behind the scenes. Li Yunwei hurriedly looked around, but there was no way she could spot Chen Nian, who was using his shadow concealment. Qin Yu and the large group she brought were also in total shock, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Xiao Cheng is only level 30, how is he this strong? This is absolute madness. Only Deng Rongrong, her two companions, felt intense joy after their brief confusion. They knew, of course, that it wasn't the man himself who was powerful, but that someone was acting in the shadows. Who could pull off something like this without anyone noticing? It had to be Chen Nian. Using his spirit snake manipulation, Chen Nian controlled Xiao Cheng's body and slowly raised his right hand. Ah, my hand is moving on its own. Spoken spell, fire blast. Boom. In the direction Xiao Cheng's finger pointed, a fireball suddenly erupted. One of their opponents was blown away on the spot, charred black, clearly unable to get back up for a while. My god. Xiao Cheng looked at his own hand in disbelief, with question marks seemingly hovering over his head. What the hell, am I possessed by a ghost? Before he could react, his finger pointed at another person. Boom. Violent flames exploded under the person's feet, like a volcanic eruption. Another one fell to the ground, incapacitated. Great shot. Qin Yu couldn't help but cheer, thinking her money was well spent after all. She really had hired a master. Deng Rongrong and her companions were simply in awe of how truly powerful Chen Nian was. To control someone else to fight without even revealing himself, turning a weak otaku into a god of war, that is terrifying. Where are you? Li Yunwei scanned every corner of the scene. Yet, she still couldn't find a trace of the person behind it all. She couldn't be sure it was Chen Nian, but besides him, who else would bother with this mess? Boss, this guy is incredibly weird. Yang Yan swallowed hard, sweat already beginning to bead on his forehead. Chulong, being an expert himself, naturally realized something was wrong. He is being manipulated. Could it be a puppeteer ability? Or some kind of telekinetic superpower? Fine, I didn't expect a real expert to be hiding here. You won't show your face, I'll just kill the person you're controlling. Playing tricks, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Chulong formed a pistol shape with his right hand. His left hand grasped his right arm, making him look like someone obsessed with anime tropes. But suddenly, electricity converged onto his right index finger, and a terrifying bolt of lightning energy was ready to burst out. My god, run. This is the end. The people around Xiao Cheng scrambled and fled to the sides. Only Xiao Cheng was left standing all alone. He wanted to run, but he couldn't. His legs wouldn't move. Oh man, no way. As his legs shook uncontrollably, Chulong's lightning spear shot toward him. Concentrated power, perfection. The lightning spear is an incredibly powerful single-target skill with peerless piercing ability. An ordinary person would die instantly if hit head-on. Chulong was certain the target would be dead or crippled. He wasn't afraid of killing either. A powerful player like him was a precious asset for Linhai City against the Blood Moon disasters, and he wouldn't be held accountable. But what happened next made his pupils shrink violently. The lightning spear, like a heavenly blade, was blocked by a transparent wall, and that terrifying energy was completely neutralized without touching Xiao Cheng at all. Impossible, Chulong shouted instinctively. As the highest level player in Linhai City, even he couldn't easily block such a powerful strike. How did he do it? Naturally, it was Chen Nian who blocked the lightning spear. He just used shadow invisibility, so no one could see his figure. As for how he blocked it, he just stood in front. He didn't need any special measures. With Chen Nian's additional defensive power of 500 and 100 points of constitution, that attack felt like a gentle tickle. He didn't even get a scratch. As for Xiao Cheng, he was already in tears. Crying, he watched as his hands continued to act against his will. Fire blast. Fire blast. Fire blast. One by one, Chulong's subordinates were blown away by the erupting flames, helpless to resist. In the end, only Yan and Chulong were left. Xiao Cheng's raised hand aimed first at Yang Yan. This was the person who had snatched Qin Yu's equipment. Boss. This guy is so fucking bizarre. How are we supposed to fight him? Chulong said coldly, "Stop being such a coward. His attacks are too simple. It might work against low-level rookies, but do you think it would work on you and me?" His analysis was actually correct. Fire Blast is one of Chen Nian's lowest tier spells. It's convenient to use, but since Chen Nian's attack power isn't high, the damage isn't huge either. But he doesn't just know one trick. Spoken Spell Fire Blast. Spoken Spell Flash Lightning. Spoken Spell Wind Blade. Fire Lightning Wind. 3 spells intertwined, hitting Yang Yan simultaneously. Yang Yan screamed and fell to his knees, his body scorched black and covered in countless slashes from the wind, a truly miserable sight. Chulong instinctively took 2 steps back. Using 3 elemental attacks at the same time, elemental mages usually master only one element. For example, he only knows lightning, and he had never seen someone use multiple elements at once. At this moment, he finally realized how terrifying the person behind the scenes was. This is not someone I can challenge. I wonder how that woman managed to get involved with such an expert. Linhai City really is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Levels don't determine strength. Continuing this fight would just be begging for humiliation. I concede. Chulong helplessly raised his hands in surrender. "We'll return the equipment, and I apologize to you on behalf of the guild." His gaze was directed ahead, but not focused on anyone. He was looking into empty space. Because this apology was meant for Chen Nian. Chen Nian stopped attacking and cancelled the manipulation. Without support, Xiao Cheng's legs went soft, and he couldn't stand on his own. We won. Qin Yu was still bewildered. But when that epic-grade equipment returned to her hands, she couldn't have been happier. Xiao Cheng also became a big hero. Everyone called him Big Brother, though those were just the people who didn't know the truth. The only real insiders were the few who knew Chen Nian's identity. "Quick, let's find Chen Nian," Qin Yu said happily. She couldn't wait to give the equipment to Chen Nian to avoid any further trouble. Big Brother Chen Nian is right here. Where are you going to find him?" The others couldn't help but complain to themselves.
Li Yunwei knows. The powerhouse hiding behind the scenes is likely far stronger than Chulong. A powerhouse like that is the most precious treasure for Linhai City, especially with the Blood Moon Calamity approaching. We must find and recruit such talents. Is it really impossible to uncover the identity of the person behind the scenes? Is it actually Chen Nian? Li Yunwei suddenly thought of a way. She could call Chen Nian. If he were truly there, he definitely wouldn't be able to answer the phone. Without hesitation, Li Yunwei dialed his number. "Hello, Captain Li? Chen Nian, where are you right now?" "I am at home. What is wrong?" "Send me a selfie right now. It is urgent," Li Yunwei said, her tone hurried. "Captain Li, that is not really appropriate, is it? I have a girlfriend." Li Yunwei almost choked on her own breath. After hanging up, she could not help but smile bitterly. "It seems I was overthinking things." The master who just orchestrated everything from the shadows, playing people like puppets, with such precise and ruthless tactics and the ability to use wind, thunder and fire elemental spells without revealing his tracks, how could it possibly be Chen Nian? It has to be some kind of cunning old fox. Wait. Li Yunwei immediately made another call to the Enforcement Bureau support team. "Quick, track the exact location of this phone number for me right now." "Understood, Captain Li, please hold on." "Found it, Captain. It is right near the docks." "What?" Li Yunwei slowly lowered her phone and could not help but gasp. "Chen Nian is right nearby. Was that powerhouse just now really him?" "What is wrong, Captain? Should we arrest him?" No need, I will handle this." Phew. Chen Nian let out a huge sigh of relief. "I didn't expect this female officer to be so sharp. She is already suspecting my identity. This is not good news. If it were just her, it would not be a big deal. I could just keep it hidden like I did for Qin Yu and her friends. But if the authorities find out, it would bring a lot of trouble, and they might expect me to step in for all sorts of things. Just as he was thinking this, Qin Yu called again. Chen Nian, where are you now? I have something very important to talk to you about. I am at home. Okay, just wait there. I am coming over to see you right now. Please wait for me. After hanging up, Chen Nian didn't hesitate, using the void-escaping spirit snake to soar into the air and head straight for home. As for Chulong's subordinates, an ambulance had already arrived to pick them up. The lightly injured ones will need a week to recover, and the serious ones will need 10 to 15 days. For them, currently desperate to level up, this is an absolutely devastating blow. Boss, why didn't you use your full power to fight him? One of his subordinates asked, supporting his battered and bruised body, his face filled with resentment. In their eyes, Chulong had always been an extremely arrogant man. He had never before admitted defeat like this. Humble and low-spirited, without a trace of his usual pride. You don't know anything. Chulong said, still shaken. It wasn't him fighting me. There was someone else in the dark controlling him. What? Everyone was stunned. He was hiding his own tracks while manipulating someone else, all while using wind, thunder, and fire elements, and even effortlessly blocking my thunder spear. Speaking of this, a chill went down Chulong's spine, and his voice began to tremble. I can't imagine such a powerhouse is hiding in Linhai City. You want me to face him in a head-on fight? Do you want me to die? Everyone else. It was the first time they had ever seen their boss so intimidated by anyone. A wave of lingering fear washed over them as well. According to their boss, if the person hadn't held back, they would likely all be dead by now. Boss, who do you think that person could be? I can't say. Chulong almost let the name Buyu slip out. He quickly dismissed the thought, finding it absurd. The people Buyu interacts with are at the highest levels of Calamity. Someone like me is just a small fry. Why would he bother with such trivial matters? He has more beautiful women falling for him than I can count, and their status is terrifying. Even someone like Qin Yu wouldn't even make the list. How could a godlike man standing so high above have the mood to beat me up? I must be thinking too highly of myself, Chulong thought. Not long after Chen Nian returned home, Qin Yu and her friends arrived. Xiao Yu, go on up yourself, we won't go with you. Ah? Would it be inappropriate for me to go alone? You are his girlfriend. Why would it be inappropriate? It would be weirder if we tagged along. Go, go. Seeing the mischievous smiles on their faces, Qin Yu had no choice but to go up and knock on the door alone. The door opened. She stammered, Chen Nian, I have something. Xiao Yu, it is rare for you to visit. Come inside and we can talk. Exactly, go in, we will wait for you outside. Don't be shy, go on. Qin Yu was pushed inside and the door slammed shut. Chen Nian finally got a good look at the girl before him. She was leaning against the door, and because of the earlier fight, her delicate face was dirty and her makeup was smudged. Seemingly out of shyness, her gaze was drifting everywhere. Come in and sit. Take this to wipe your face. What did you want to see me about? Chen Nian asked as he handed her a wet towel. I have something for you. What is it? A piece of equipment. Qin Yu took out the epic-grade equipment, the turtle bracers. Chen Nian was genuinely surprised. She actually wanted to give him something this valuable? Take it, don't be shy. You gave me good gear earlier too, Qin Yu explained. Besides, you are stronger than me, so it is more useful in your hands. You make a very good point, so I will accept it. You? What? You really have no sense of modesty, do you? Chen Nian smiled. He certainly had no reason to be modest. First, he was the one who killed the world boss. Second, he was the one who snatched the gear back. It is just that Qin Yu doesn't know it. I guess I should go now. Take a shower before you leave. You look like a little kitten with all that dirt on your face. Aren't you embarrassed to walk outside like that? Chen Nian teased. Humph, you are teasing me, but I didn't bring any change of clothes. It is fine, I will find you some of my clothes to wear for now. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, then bit her red lip and nodded. Don't you dare peek. Soon, the sound of splashing water could be heard from the shower room. Chen Nian went outside, but those three friends had long since slipped away. They were probably hoping Qin Yu would spend the night with Chen Nian. Chen Nian had just closed the door and hadn't even sat down on the sofa yet. Suddenly, the doorbell rang again. Who could be coming over so late? Chen Nian checked the doorbell camera. The visitor outside was a girl he knew all too well. The former school beauty, Jia Wen. Why is she showing up at his door?
Jia Wen had been feeling restless lately. Chen Nian's excellence had almost become a demon haunting her heart. A genius at Linhai University, a man who performs brave deeds anonymously, the boyfriend of famous star Qin Yu, and someone personally scouted by the handsome captain of the enforcement department. With all these halos intertwined, Chen Nian had already become a legendary figure at Linhai University. In the cafeteria, the library, the training ground, the dorms, wherever there were people, he was inevitably the topic of conversation. Chen Nian is just too handsome. How come I never noticed it before? Seriously, who could have spotted such a treasure of a guy back then? Even our school belle Xia didn't notice. Ha ha ha, I heard Chen Nian used to chase her. Hearing you say that makes me feel much better about myself. Now, even if the school belle wants to get close to him, it's probably way out of her league. That was right, Jia Wen had become a joke. If Chen Nian were still her suitor, she could show off wherever she went, using his aura to gild her own reputation. But now, she was just a blind fool who didn't know how to treasure what she had. But Xia Wenan understood men. They are creatures who tire of the old and crave the new, always looking for a different kind of thrill. Just because Chen Nian had a prettier girlfriend didn't mean he wouldn't have ideas about someone else. As long as you're proactive enough, there's no man you can't win over. And so, Xia Wen found out where Chen Nian lived. Wow. She was shocked to her core when she first saw Chen Nian's villa. What's going on? Wasn't he just a nerd who only knew how to play video games? How is he already living in such a high-end villa? Thus, Chen Nian gained another label, rich. Jia Wen felt even more excited. She knew the logic that men change when they get rich. If he's this rich, he must want to play around with a few more women, right? As long as I'm proactive, I'm bound to win him over. Knock, knock. Seeing Chen Nian open the door, Jia Wen immediately went into character, putting on a pitiful and helpless look. She had specially applied heavy makeup and changed into a seductive long purple dress. Her red lips were like blood and her scent was pleasant. She was ready to exert her feminine charm to the fullest. Chen Nian, I need your help with something. Would you mind? What is it? Can I come in to talk about it? Chen Nian thought it was quite amusing, considering Qin Yu was still inside taking a shower. Sure. Thank you. Seeing that Chen Nian was willing to let her in, Jia Wen was over the moon. Little guy, if you're willing to let me in, it proves you've got lust on your mind and are secretly hoping for things to happen. All men in this world are the same. How could I not win you over? After entering the living room with Chen Nian, Jia Wen sat on the sofa and deliberately pulled her dress higher to reveal her shapely, fair legs. She had a whole bag of tricks for seducing men. However, she expected Chen Nian to pour her water, but he just poured a glass for himself. Tell me, what do you want from me? Chen Nian asked. Chen Nian, perhaps there were many misunderstandings between us before. I was too immature and I've felt guilty for a long time. I came today to apologize to you. Jia Wen stood up and bowed to Chen Nian. I am sorry. Revealing her cleavage while apologizing was, as always, one of her little tricks. Ask yourself, what man wouldn't be moved by this? What man could still have the heart to blame her after seeing this? Chen Nian smiled. It's okay. I'm not that kind of person who holds a grudge. Aside from the apology, is there anything else you'd like to say? I also wanted you to teach me some combat techniques. I'm a bit slow and don't know how to fight monsters. Sigh. I can do that, but there's a condition. What condition? Just say it. Teehee. Jia Wen's eyes lit up. She had already anticipated what Chen Nian would say. Nothing more than, if you sleep with me tonight, I'll teach you. That would fall right into her trap, and it would be enough to tie this man down completely. You'll have to ask my girlfriend if she agrees first. What did you say? Just then, there were footsteps coming from the stairs. Chen Nian, who are you talking to? Your clothes are way too big. I feel strange wearing them. That's right, Qin Yu had finished her shower and was coming down the stairs. She was wearing Chen Nian's white t-shirt. The loose fit gave her a lazy look, and the hem of the shirt even covered her shorts, making it look like she wasn't wearing any pants at all. Those flawless legs, almost glowing with whiteness, were a true masterpiece of art. Having just finished her shower, Qin Yu walked down the stairs, tossing her wet hair. Her fair skin was translucent, inviting endless imagination. Jia Wen stood there stunned. With the two face to face, it was like a minor demon meeting a greater one. She was completely overshadowed by the fresh-faced Qin Yu. Chen Nian, who is she? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. A classmate from school. She said she wanted me to teach her some combat techniques. What do you think? Teach my foot. After one glance at Jia Wen, she knew this woman was up to no good. With makeup that heavy and dressed so provocatively, kek. Do you think I'd lose to you? Qin Yu sat down next to Chen Nian, huffing with indignation. A woman with a competitive streak is quite terrifying. The loose t-shirt outlined her graceful figure. She didn't hold back in displaying her feminine beauty, crossing her long white legs as her jade-like feet swayed slightly in the air. If you have all that free time, why don't you teach me instead, Chen Nian? Chen Nian hugged Qin Yu's shoulders. Don't be angry, Xiao Yu. If you're not happy, I won't teach her. It's just that we're classmates, and I found it hard to refuse when she insisted on coming in. Hemph, good for you. Jia Wen snapped. She completely snapped. She had thought tonight's script would lead to successfully seducing Chen Nian. But she never imagined she was just a dog lured in only to be slaughtered. She was deeply humiliated here, felt almost utterly ashamed, and wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She finally realized, albeit late, that this was Chen Nian taking revenge on her. Because back then, she had said things like, "How do I reject this loser?" to Chen Nian. Jia Wen couldn't take it anymore. She stood up on the spot and walked briskly towards the door, almost tripping because she was in such a hurry. Jia Wen, leaving already? Let me see you out. As soon as Chen Nian finished his sentence, the sound of a slamming door echoed. He just shrugged helplessly. Sigh, my classmate is really something. Comes and goes so fast, not even letting me see her out. Qin Yu didn't know Chen Nian was being sarcastic. She pouted. Even though we're only a couple in name, how could you have the nerve to bring a girl home in front of me? Ah. Chen Nian thought about it. That did seem to be the case. He had used Qin Yu as a pawn, and he felt quite sorry for her. How about you stay the night here to make it up to you?
How about you sleep over here tonight to make it up to you? Chen Nian said with a straight face. What? We've only just met. No, absolutely not. Wait, where are you going? Qin Yu was blushing as she tried to refuse, but she was suddenly confused to see Chen Nian preparing to leave. I'm only letting you stay here because your friends have all left. It's not like we're sleeping together. I'm going out to level up. You get some good rest. Qin Yu? So he really just wants me to sleep here? Fine, fine. He really has zero sexual interest in me, doesn't he? Qin Yu felt a sense of profound frustration, but Chen Nian had already left. Successfully equipped epic gear, magic turtle arm guards. Chen Nian replaced his original high-quality gear with the newly acquired epic gear. His stats saw another massive increase. Mountain Camel Magic Turtle 3-piece set bonus activated. Defense increased by 20%. This defense bonus is added directly as a percentage. The effect is quite significant. Chen Nian immediately checked his stats. Chen Nian, Sage of Incantations, Unique. Gene rank, first tier, level 60. Constitution, 112. Agility, 2. Transcendent, 67. Attack bonus, 130. Defense bonus, 66. Combat power rating, 54 stars. His defense has leapt to a whole new level. His combat power rating also skyrocketed by another 10 stars. This set bonus is incredibly effective. Chen Nian's next goal is to complete the 4-piece epic set to unlock its bonus effect. He already has the most critical special material, the Camel Mountain Magic Turtle Shell, and just needs to collect the other materials in the wild before taking them to a blacksmith. By now, many players who are grinding levels have surpassed Chen Nian. But he doesn't care, level isn't everything. By the way, I still have 3 Calamity scrolls left unused. I can find a place to use them all. Calamity summoning is a new feature unlocked after defeating the world boss. All players have a tiny chance of obtaining a Calamity scroll after killing monsters. Using a scroll summons an extremely powerful Calamity monster. Killing it drops powerful Calamity gems. Chen Nian soloed the world boss and obtained 3 Calamity scrolls, which have been sitting in his bag ever since. He took the teleportation array in the city to reach the outskirts. Ordinary monsters respawn after a certain time and wander around. Already, he could see many people fighting and leveling up. Hey brother, looking to team up? We already have 3 people in our party, and we've got a pretty girl too. Big brother, our team needs a strong DPS. We have a very reliable knight. As Chen Nian walked along, many people tried to recruit him. He had no interest in any of them and kept walking outward. These low-level monsters were beneath his notice. As he ventured deeper beyond the city walls, Chen Nian soon reached a high-level monster zone. Level 40 to 50 monsters. The players who can make it to this area are the elites among elites, a rare few. It seems the fusion of the game and reality has caused the terrain to shift as well. Before Chen Nian was a split valley, with a horrific rift stretching for hundreds of miles, mist filling the valley, and low beast roars echoing from time to time. Without hesitation, Chen Nian leapt down. Incantation, escaping spirit snake. Protected by his incantation, Chen Nian dropped about 200 meters and landed steadily. The moment he landed, a pair of blood-red pupils lit up in the surrounding mist. Clatter, clatter. A figure slowly stepped into Chen Nian's view. It was a humanoid monster with eerie, ghost blue skin, dragging chains behind it and clutching a broken greatsword, looking absolutely terrifying. Undead warrior, quite high level. If Chen Nian were to grind levels by himself, his efficiency wouldn't actually be that high, because his large-scale killing ability is far inferior to mages like Yihongling. If he used the Judgment Golden Sword, it would be overkill and completely not worth it. A very interesting idea suddenly crossed his mind. First, gather a huge crowd of monsters, then use the Calamity Scroll to summon a powerful Calamity Beast, and finally use the Judgment Golden Sword to wipe them all out in one shot. That way, he could get a massive amount of experience while effortlessly slaughtering the Calamity Beast. Sounds pretty good, right? The plan is called Ultimate One-Shot Stream. Chen Nian began his work, casually blasting the undead warrior with flames, then continued deep into the valley to find more. I hope there are plenty of monsters in this area. Don't let me waste my ultimate. Roar. One by one, the monsters hidden in the mist were provoked by Chen Nian. They followed behind like a group of loyal soldiers, trailing him with the constant sound of clanking chains. After running for about 2 kilometers in the valley, Chen Nian looked back and saw that the pile of monsters gathered behind him was quite daunting. A sea of horrific heads, a dream for anyone with trypophobia. That's enough. At this point, Chen Nian took out those 3 Calamity scrolls. He bit his finger and let the blood drip onto them. Initiation ceremony. Not far away on the other side, there was actually a team of people grinding monsters. They were also genuine top-tier players, the elite of the elites. This group consisted of 12 people, every one of them formidable, having no trouble farming undead warriors in the valley. However, to play it safe, they fought them 2 or 3 at a time, not daring to provoke too many at once. After all, this isn't a game anymore, it's reality. One mistake and a wipe means you're really dead. Leveled up again, having a good team is so easy. Aha, I'm level 58 now too. Oh my god guys, I got a Calamity Scroll. What, a Calamity Scroll? Everyone immediately crowded around. After some cautious deliberation, they decided to activate the scroll. Everyone, be careful. Calamity monsters are powerful. We must give it our all and not let our guard down. Open it. As a drop of blood hit the scroll, a beam of red light shot straight into the sky. In the eerie red pillar of light, the Calamity Beast descended. And so this team began a brutal battle. The 12-man elite team fought with the utmost caution, giving it everything they had, and finally succeeded in defeating the Calamity Beast. But their team was also practically falling apart. 5 were seriously injured, and 2 had their legs and feet broken. It was a ghastly sight. The other 7 had minor injuries and were essentially unable to fight anymore. Damn it, that Calamity Beast was too strong. We underestimated it. We really shouldn't use Calamity Scrolls randomly. If we can't beat it, we'll all die at the hands of that monster. Sigh, I guess we've learned our lesson. At least everyone is still alive. But what is that? Suddenly, one of them pointed towards the sky in the distance, his face pale and his lips trembling. Everyone followed his gaze, and they too were scared out of their wits. There, 3 pillars of red light had suddenly appeared. Is some lunatic summoning 3 calamity beasts at once?
Mad, he's a madman. There's a madman over there, run, hurry. A single calamity beast had nearly wiped out their elite team of 12. Summoning 3 at once, ha! He's either insane or looking for death. Once a calamity beast descends, it attacks all humans in the vicinity indiscriminately. Their only target is humanity. If those 3 calamity beasts discover them, they are as good as dead. Help me up, don't leave me behind, I beg you. The man with the broken leg sat on the ground, wailing helplessly. His trembling voice betrayed just how terrified he was. Damn it, who is being so reckless? I'm not going to be buried with them. Everyone present, no matter how badly injured, had to muster their remaining strength to flee. If they were too slow, they might just get caught in the crossfire. Reality isn't a game. But what should we do about those 3 calamity beasts? What else can we do? We have to report it to the enforcement department. We absolutely cannot let them enter the city. I don't even know if heavy weaponry is effective against calamity beasts. A tier 1 calamity beast isn't something most ordinary players can handle. 3 blood-red beams of light shot into the sky. This was the tier 1 calamity beast that Chen Nian had summoned with his own blood. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook rhythmically as 3 bizarre black beasts slowly stepped out of the red light. They didn't resemble any known animal, but possessed various features of both animals and humans, looking like a grotesque monstrosity cobbled together by a mad scientist. Some had eyes on their wings, others had faces where their groins should be, and some had 8 legs with 3 heads. The only thing they had in common was that they were pitch black, like monsters descended from the depths of hell. But now Chen Nian discovered a chilling fact. Calamity beasts, unlike the ordinary monsters that respawn, are different. They possess consciousness and intelligence. I didn't expect there to be such a bold human in this world. Opening 3 calamity gates at once, yet there's only one person here. It looks like he's looking for death. Since he summoned us, let's treat him to the most miserable death imaginable. Dismembering a human while they are still alive to eat them, that would be very interesting. The 3 demons had already marked Chen Nian as a lamb for the slaughter. At the same time, behind Chen Nian, those hundreds of undead warriors had gathered as well, and their target was also Chen Nian. Hundreds of high-level monsters, plus 3 exceptionally powerful calamity beasts. Anyone witnessing this would likely have their knees turned to jelly on the spot, including those elite players who were top-tier experts. But Chen Nian only smiled with contempt, as golden light slowly lit up in his pupils. The brilliant, dazzling pupils, flowing like liquid gold, caused all 3 calamity beasts to shudder. You seem to think too highly of yourselves? His calm words carried the pressure of a monarch, filled with the arrogance of one who looks down upon the world. Human, you are nothing but our prey. Die. One calamity beast reached out a hand toward Chen Nian, a hand covered in dozens of bloodshot eyes. The hand was severed. Before it could even get close to Chen Nian, it snapped in 2 in midair without any warning. Arda! The calamity beast let out a throat-tearing shriek. At this moment, the 3 calamity beasts stared at Chen Nian in disbelief, their eyes widened to the limit. They realized that behind Chen Nian, a golden phantom was flickering in and out of existence. It looked like a deity holding a greatsword, sitting in judgment over all things in the world. All those who are guilty shall be executed. Sequence 121 Word Spirit Sword of Judgment. Chen Nian stepped forward with a contemptuous smirk, the golden light in his eyes as blinding as the sun. I heard you treat humans as prey? Sorry, but in my eyes you are the same. Kneel. As soon as he spoke, the sword of judgment swung, and the space in front of Chen Nian seemed to be sliced open. The 3 monsters, whether they had legs or not, had their lower bodies split apart. Chen Nian never imagined that a calamity would actually have its own consciousness. It seems this world is not as simple as a mere fusion of game and reality. But that doesn't matter. Just then, the undead warriors behind him swarmed forward. But they fared no better. Before they could touch Chen Nian, their bodies severed into two on their own. The scene looked somewhat eerie. "Why so quiet, you cripples?" Chen Nian kept his hands in his pockets, ignoring the tidal wave of undead warriors behind him, and looked at the three calamity beasts before him with a smile. No, impossible. How could a human be this powerful? The next instant, the neck of one of the calamity beasts was severed. Its head lost its support and slid off, only to be sliced into countless pieces in mid-air before hitting the ground. I never thought slaughtering calamity beasts would be more fun than killing ordinary mobs. Next. In just 10 minutes. Except for Chen Nian, not a single soul remained in the valley. The three calamity beasts had been reduced to countless fragments, feeding the earth. Chen Nian finally exhaled, the golden light in his pupils slowly fading as he deactivated the word spirit. Solving so many pieces of trash in one breath takes quite a bit of energy. But the harvest was also extremely bountiful. For every one of those undead warriors he killed, Chen Nian earned hundreds of units of genetic energy. Wiping them all out in one wave meant over 10,000 EXP. Furthermore, killing the calamity beasts yielded even more genetic energy, 3,000 per beast. In one go, nearly 20,000 EXP was deposited. Chen Nian successfully leveled up to 68. The efficiency is barely passable, but the consumption is too high to sustain for long. Besides a massive amount of genetic energy, the ordinary undead warriors dropped a pile of common materials, equipment, and skill scrolls. But those weren't the main point. The most crucial items were what the calamity beasts dropped. Calamity gems. Killing calamity beasts has a chance to drop calamity gems. These are the rare rewards that truly make people's hearts race and drive countless players mad. Calamity Gem Offense-Defense Reversal allows the total defense value to be converted into an equivalent attack value. This effect is simply incredible for Chen Nian. His defense is already abnormally high, while his attack is slightly lacking. With this Calamity Gem, he can sacrifice his defense at critical moments to make his attack power soar. Quite practical indeed. That's about it. Time to leave this place and find somewhere to rest for a while. After a long while, the lights of two helicopters illuminated the valley. The group of people who had fled earlier returned, accompanied by elite troops from the enforcement department and an aerial unit. "Is this where you said the three calamity beasts appeared?" Li Yunwei asked. "Ah, yes. We saw it with our own eyes. A madman summoned three calamity beasts all at once. He must be dead by now."
Summoning three calamity beasts at once? Upon hearing this, Li Yunwei couldn't help but feel a violent jolt in her heart. We're in big trouble. When the Calamity Summoning feature was officially launched, we clearly warned all players not to activate Calamity Scrolls lightly. How could someone still be so reckless? Three Calamity Beasts. I don't even know if the Linghai City law enforcement forces can handle them. Good thing they sent two armed helicopters for support this time. Let's go down and take a look. Li Yunwei led the heavily armed law enforcement team and began to head deep into the valley. We're not going. That group of players was absolutely unwilling. Knowing there are three calamity beasts down there, are we supposed to go down and seek death? Calling in the law enforcement team was the limit. From now on, we should just watch from afar and avoid getting ourselves killed. They had already experienced the terror of the calamity beasts firsthand. In the deep, dark valley, Li Yunwei and her group were moving forward cautiously, their flashlight beams darting everywhere, not daring to let their guard down for a second. Such a thick smell of blood. Careful, someone suddenly said. This warning instantly stimulated everyone's brain. Adrenaline flooded their systems, and beads of sweat began to drip from their foreheads. After pushing forward another few dozen meters, they finally discovered something. "See, Captain? Look at these things," a team member said, voice trembling. Li Yunwei walked over quickly. On the ground lay large piles of black flesh, deformed and grotesque, slowly dissolving into black mist. There was an arm covered in eyeballs. There were heads sprouting 8 mouths each. There was a leg that had somehow grown a pair of wings. These irregular monsters were symbols of their true identity, Calamity beasts. Are these the corpses of calamity beasts? And there's more than one. Li Yunwei gasped. Their intel was correct. There were indeed 3 calamity beasts. What does that mean? Were 3 calamity beasts killed here by someone? Impossible. Given the current level and strength of players, how could anyone kill a calamity beast solo, let alone 3 at once? Is it possible that a super powerful team did this? Li Yunwei shook her head. Unlikely. Look closely. There are no signs of a large-scale battle at all. There is almost nothing here but the corpses of these monsters. Captain, what are you saying? Li Yunwei took a deep breath and said in a low voice, 3 calamity beasts, all slaughtered without the slightest ability to fight back. Everyone? That is absolutely ridiculous. To slaughter 3 calamity beasts, what kind of powerhouse could achieve this? Calling Captain Li, what is the situation down there? The armed helicopter overhead sent a message. The calamity beasts have been eliminated, no danger. I repeat, the calamity beasts have been eliminated, no danger. After finishing her report, Li Yunwei sent someone to fetch the group of eyewitnesses. A moment later, several witnesses arrived on the scene. Seeing the scattered body parts of the calamity beasts, their jaws dropped on the spot. They knew clearly how terrifying the combat power of a calamity beast was. A single one was enough to challenge their elite leveling squad. And here, there were the corpses of 3. This meant that not long after the 3 calamity beasts were summoned, the summoner had already slaughtered them. My god, who is this freak? Wait, have you noticed something weird? We haven't encountered a single monster since we entered the valley. You're right. Everyone realized this belatedly, and a chill ran down their spines. Dodo, what does that mean? It means the summoner didn't just slaughter the 3 calamity beasts, they also cleared out every damn monster in this area. My goodness. Everyone present was in a state of utter shock. This valley was filled with level 50 monsters. "See, Captain, what do we do?" someone asked. "Should we search the area to find the summoner?" No! Blindly tracking them will only anger them. Pack up. Li Yunwei signaled, not letting anyone go deeper, because she already had a candidate in mind. Baiyu. During the last world boss battle, 2 top-tier powerhouses, Baiyu and the Red Lotus warlock Yi Hongling, appeared in Linghai City at the same time. We know Yi Hongling isn't from Linghai City, so she can be ruled out. Then what about Baiyu? Is he hiding right here in Linghai City? I really can't think of anyone else. If it was Baiyu who did this, then everything makes sense. With his strength, doing this wouldn't be difficult. I hope that when the Blood Moon Calamity truly descends, this powerhouse will step up to fight. Yeah. Chen Nian had long since left. While resting, he began to tally up his gains. After leveling up, he learned a new basic incantation. Sequence 49 Wind Cannon. The effect is simple. Concentrate wind pressure at the fingertips for a powerful single target attack. It's extremely similar to the Thunder Spear. The next time he uses this incantation, Chen Nian can pose as a wind element mage. Next, he replaced his old trash gear with the newly acquired equipment, and put all the unwanted items up for sale in the trading space. As for the skill scrolls, he kept them all for himself. Because skill scrolls can be synthesized, even if he doesn't have what he needs, he can do a 3-to-1 conversion. Synthesizing begins. Synthesizing skill scrolls is a huge waste of money. 3 for 1 if you don't get what you want, you've just wasted 2 of them. And among Chen Nian's incantations, those rare and high-risk ones cannot be obtained by leveling up. They must be synthesized. So, Chen Nian actually has a late-game talent. The more rare incantations he synthesizes, the stronger he becomes. Useless. Also useless. Regrettably, Chen Nian spent all his skill scrolls without synthesizing the equipment he wanted. However, he had accumulated quite a bit of gold from the items he sold earlier, so he went straight back to the trading space, and swept up a batch of low-level skill scrolls, about 20 of them, and continued synthesizing. Gambling addict. But with his incantation saint talent, he had no choice but to gamble. Would those rare incantations just pop out of nowhere? No. Just as he was about to exhaust his newly bought scrolls, Chen Nian's eyes lit up. Soul Fire Palm plus Streamer Technique plus Void Walk Wind Thunder Flash. Sequence 30 Rare Incantation, Wind Thunder Flash. Like the Void Serpent, although the sequence level isn't high, it's an absolutely practical incantation. With this, Chen Nian can achieve low consumption, ultra-high speed movement. Fast as wind and thunder, it happens to make up for his lack of mobility. Most importantly, it's perfect for escaping, especially when being chased by women. With 2 new incantations, Chen Nian's combat power increased again. Now, it's time to find a dungeon and give them a test run. Chen Nian opened the chat channel. A message caught his eye. Found a level 60 dungeon. Powerful mages DM me. Slackers get lost. Aren't I basically a wind mage right now? Chen Nian sent a DM.
Chen Nian sent a private message. I am a high-level mage looking for a dungeon group. The other party replied immediately. What level are you? How much attack power? Chen Nian thought about the current average for top-tier players and replied, level 50, 100 attack. I will send you the location, come quickly. Chen Nian received the invitation and immediately rushed to the coordinates. Dungeons are rare and hard to find. They are usually hidden somewhere, waiting for a lucky person to discover them. The rewards for clearing a dungeon are quite generous, so everyone is eager to find them. Chen Nian is no exception. How great it would be to level up by tagging along in someone else's dungeon without using up much energy. In short, just freeloading is enough. In a corner of the dark forest, a 6-man team was standing. Haha, a mage is coming over. Awesome, boss, you caught another big fish. Boss, you are truly a genius. I can't believe you came up with this method. I'd call you the smartest player ever. Ha 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 ha. A group of people laughed wildly, slowly waiting for the fish to come to them on its own. Chuya was the first fish they had tricked. Her talent is Spirit User, capable of using healing abilities. She came over because she saw someone recruiting for a dungeon raid. She didn't expect to underestimate the malice of the world. There is indeed a dungeon here, but this group of people wasn't genuinely recruiting teammates. They were using force and coercion. Whoever comes here will become their fish. Now, an explosive charm has been placed on Chuya's back, and she dare not move rashly. You stupid woman, don't you dare say anything later, or you will be the first to die, the bald man threatened viciously. Chuya. These people were originally thugs who spent their time in internet cafes doing nothing but smoking and drinking. Now that the game has merged with the world, it has given them a chance to strike it rich. Use them first, then kill them and loot their items. Is there any faster way to get rich? Taking the equipment and materials ready-made from others is just too satisfying. He's here, get ready! Seeing a figure walking over, they immediately got ready and went up to welcome him with big smiles. That's right, Chen Nian has arrived. Brother, are you that mage? We finally waited for you, come come. Oh, this brother looks very reliable, his strength must be very high. The dungeon is right inside. Brothers, get ready, we'll raid it together later, and we'll definitely get some good stuff. Chen Nian found that everyone was incredibly enthusiastic about him. Only a girl was winking at him frantically. Her eyes kept twitching as if she were having a spasm. Chuya didn't want to fall into their trap. With no possibility of resistance, she could only pin her hopes on the newcomer, which is why she was winking so wildly. They have bad intentions, they are not good people. You must not fall for their tricks, otherwise we are done for. You have to understand what I mean, Her eyes were full of these meanings. However, the reply she got was, is this young lady having some discomfort in her eyes? Chuya was stunned and almost died of anger on the spot. How can this man not understand my hints at all? He even said there's something wrong with my eyes. Your whole family has something wrong with them. I'm so mad. Fine, fine, now we're all going to be done for together. Ahem. The bald man noticed something and glared viciously at Chuya. Then he laughed and said, brother, this is the dungeon. Look, the entrance. Chen Nian looked and saw it was indeed the dungeon entrance, a chaotic space. Brother, the level of this dungeon shouldn't be low. Let's strengthen our abilities before we go in. My ability is Talisman Master. Talisman Master. Chen Nian raised an eyebrow. That's a rare talent, quite powerful. It has very comprehensive utility. It can not only support teammates but also deal damage. Yes, come here, brother, stand still. Sure. Kyuya watched this scene helpless and could only sigh. Seeing that the bald man placed his palm on Chen Nian's back, injecting transcendent energy and scribbling something. All right, done. The bald man clapped his hands with satisfaction, and the others also smiled knowingly. Brother, I have engraved an explosive charm on your back. From now on, you must follow all my orders. Otherwise, as soon as snap my fingers, you will be blown into pieces. Sorry about this, brother. We are also doing this to become stronger to save the world. We just need you guys to sacrifice a little. Chen Nian almost couldn't keep a straight face. Explosive charm. Even if that thing were 10 times more powerful, it probably still couldn't break my defense. Sigh. Kyuya shook her head and sighed deeply, knowing that all was lost. Now, no matter how much we beg, this group of people will never let us go. They were cutthroats to begin with. But she didn't expect the newcomer's attitude to be so good. He raised his hands and said helplessly, "Fine then, what do you want me to do?" "Follow us into the dungeon. First move, you guys go in first." Chen Nian was shoved to the front. Also pushed to the front was the girl who had been winking at him like crazy. It seems they were in the same boat. Fine, entering the dungeon you want us to explore, right? Chen Nian didn't hesitate and stepped directly into the dungeon entrance. And you get in. Kyuya was also forced in the dungeon. After entering, she stumbled a bit and rolled her eyes at Chen Nian. She muttered, "Now we are done for..." Just after entering, Chen Nian understood the purpose of his capture, because this was a trap-filled dungeon. If there was no one to scout the path, it would be easy to suffer. And I, along with this girl, became the little lamb scouting the way. Fine, then I'll play along with them. Wait until we see the boss. The bald man held the dungeon map and commanded, "There is an arrow trap ahead. As soon as you step on one of the floor tiles, poison arrows will shoot out of the stone lion's mouth. You guys, go test a safe path." Kyuya was hesitating, but she saw the man step up without any hesitation. Is he crazy? "Watch out for arrows," she shouted subconsciously. Chen Nian's agility attribute was quite high. He dodged easily and continued forward, quickly finding a safe path. At the end of the trap, there was a treasure chest. Ha 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 ha, are you really a mage? Your movements are so agile. Let me see what's in the chest. Oh my god, high-level rare equipment, we hit the jackpot. Well done, keep going. The bald man urged Chen Nian to continue forward. It was clear he was quite happy, and the others were in high spirits too. The dungeon was full of traps. If they didn't have scapegoats scouting in front, how could they have passed without any pressure? Along the way, Chen Nian took the initiative to walk at the very front. All kinds of traps were like children's toys in front of him, all of which he dodged easily. Kyuya was stunned. I didn't expect this person to be so good at dodging traps. But what use is this? After the dungeon clear, we still won't be able to escape.